Hey guys, tonight we're finding out exactly why you couldn't handle the strange night duties of Victorian servants. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video, and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. If your image of the strange night duties of Victorian servants comes from fairy tales, romantic paintings, or films where she spends her afternoons, there is an hour when even the largest houses seem to forget that they were built by human hands. The corridors empty, the fireplaces settle into red embers. The last carriage has passed beyond the iron gates, its wheels fading slowly into the mist, and the heavy front door has been locked against the darkness outside. Behind drawn curtains, the household sleeps, yet somewhere along an upper passage, where gaslight trembles faintly against faded wallpaper, there hangs a small brass fitting beside a bedroom door. It does not appear important. It is not jeweled. It bears no family crest. No visitor would pause to admire it. And yet, in the deep hours of a Victorian night, this small object held a peculiar kind of power. A hand reached toward it, a cord was pulled, and somewhere far below, hidden beneath floors and behind walls, a bell began to ring. It is said that every old house possesses two histories. There is the history shown to visitors, the polished staircases, the portraits, the silver laid carefully upon white linen. And then there is another history, a quieter one, a history carried through back passages, through narrow doors, through basement corridors, through attic rooms where servants slept lightly beneath sloping roofs. The bell belonged to this hidden history. In many prosperous Victorian homes, servants' bells connected the principal rooms of the house to the working spaces below stairs. A pull beside a fireplace, bed, or doorway might tug upon a system of wires concealed within walls and ceilings. Far away, a corresponding bell would move. Its voice carried no words, yet everyone below understood what it meant. The drawing room, the dining room, the master's chamber, the ladies' room, the nursery, perhaps a guest bedroom whose occupant had arrived only days before. In the servants' quarters, bells might hang together upon a wooden board, each one identified by a small label. To unfamiliar eyes, they were merely pieces of brass. To those who served the house, they formed a language without sentences, a language made only of summons. Imagine, for a moment, the house at midnight. The passages above are warm and dim. A gentleman has fallen asleep with a book beside him. A lady lies behind heavy curtains. The room scented faintly with coal smoke, wax and lavender. Rain touches the windows. The moon is hidden somewhere beyond the clouds. Below stairs, the lamps have been lowered. Perhaps a maid has finally removed her shoes. Perhaps a footman sits for a final few minutes near a cooling fire. Perhaps someone has already climbed the narrow staircase toward a small room under the roof. And then, a bell moves. Only a little. A metallic trembling in the darkness. But those who know its voice are awake at once. Whispers tell us that service was built upon this kind of listening. A servant learned not merely how to clean a room or carry a tray, but how to remain attentive to the possibility of being needed. There was always another door, another footstep, another request waiting somewhere behind the veil of silence. The mystery of the bell was not what it did. Its purpose was simple. The deeper mystery was what it demanded. For what does it mean to sleep when part of you must remain listening? A housemaid might lie beneath a thin blanket, while the household above rested under layers of wool and linen. Yet even in sleep, perhaps some small chamber of the mind remained open, listening, waiting, remembering which bell belonged to which room. The sound might mean that a fire had fallen too low. In winter that could not always wait until morning, so a servant rose. A dress was pulled on in darkness. A candle was lit. Down one passage and up another she went, carrying perhaps a coal scuttle whose iron handle was cold against the hand. The bedroom door opened softly. Within, the sleeper barely stirred. The maid knelt beside the grate. Ash shifted. An ember awakened. Coal caught slowly, and once warmth had been restored, she disappeared again. By morning, there would be no sign that she had ever entered. Only a fire still breathing. Another bell might summon warm water. A porcelain jug and basin waited below stairs. Water was heated, poured, lifted, and carried upward through stairways seldom seen by guests. The servant climbed slowly. Not the grand staircase beneath the chandelier. That belonged to another world. She used the hidden stair, narrow, steep, worn smooth by generations of feet. Water has always seemed gentle once it is resting in a basin, but carried upward through several floors, it possesses another nature. It has weight. The arm remembers that weight, long after the porcelain has been placed beside the bed. Another summons might be simpler still. A book forgotten in the library, a candle burned too low, curtains that had not been fully drawn, a glass of water, an extra blanket, a door to be answered because someone had arrived unexpectedly from the fog. The requests were ordinary, almost weightless. Yet ordinary things become strange when they pass between sleeping worlds. A gentleman waking briefly might pull a cord and then return his head to the pillow. Perhaps before the servant even arrived, he was already drifting toward sleep again. For him, the bell marked only a moment. For someone below, it might divide the entire night. Beneath the silence, this was the secret architecture of the Victorian household, not merely rooms and staircases, but layers of wakefulness. Above stairs, night was something to surrender to. Below stairs, night could remain conditional. The great Victorian ideal of the home spoke often of sanctuary. The house was imagined as a refuge from the city, from labor, from weather, from uncertainty. Heavy curtains shut away the fog. Firelight softened the walls. Doors were locked. Clocks grew quieter as the hour deepened. Yet the sanctuary was not created by silence alone. Someone had to maintain it. Someone checked the doors. Someone watched the fires. Someone extinguished unnecessary lamps. Someone listened for children. Someone waited for the master returning late from a club or dinner. Someone carried medicine through a corridor when illness disturbed the night. Someone remained near enough to be summoned, and so the peaceful house contained another house inside it, a house of footsteps, of keys, of muted voices, of back stairs and half-open doors, of bells hanging in darkness. The servants themselves lived within a peculiar contradiction. They were expected to become almost invisible, yet also immediately present, to disappear when not required, and to appear the instant they were called. The bell made this contradiction possible. One pull could reach through plaster and timber, across rooms and floors, down hidden channels of wire. It transformed distance into obligation. A small movement of the hand upstairs became movement throughout the house below. Perhaps that is why these old bells feel strangely symbolic now. Long after the servants are gone, the wires sometimes remain inside walls. The boards may still hang in preserved houses. Small brass bells rest beneath their labels. Drawing room, library, bedroom, nursery. Names of rooms that once possessed voices. Where memory fades, they seem almost like instruments belonging to some forgotten ceremony. We can imagine standing alone before them after midnight. No fire now, no servants waiting, no master reaching for a cord upstairs, dust resting upon the wood, silence filling every chamber. And yet the bells seem to be listening. They remember nothing, of course. Metal does not dream, walls do not mourn, but human beings leave strange echoes in the places where they repeated the same movements thousands of times. A hand reaching for a lamp, a foot upon a servant's stair, a jug lifted, a door opened, a bell answered, again and again, until habit became almost ritual. Perhaps somewhere in those nights, a servant paused at a landing window, only for a moment. The house behind her slept. Beyond the glass, the sky was enormous. Clouds moved over chimneys. A few stars remained between them. For that brief instant, There was no mistress calling, no room waiting, no polished silver, no hidden staircase. Only night, only breath, only the strange freedom of looking towards something too distant for any bell to reach. Then another sound came from below, or perhaps from above, and the moment ended. Footsteps resumed. The candle moved on. The corridor swallowed the figure once again. Hours later, the first grey light entered the windows. Morning began quietly. Fires burned. Water waited in basins. Curtains were opened. Boots stood polished. Breakfast preparations stirred below. The household awakened into a world that seemed already prepared for it. No one needed to see the night that had made the morning possible. Perhaps that was the final art of service, to leave no trace of effort, to remove the evidence of wakefulness before those who had slept began their day. And somewhere along the upper corridor, the little brass bell became still. Its metal caught a thin line of dawn. For a moment it seemed almost golden. Then the light shifted. The house stirred. Another day began. Yet one question remains hidden among those silent rooms. How many people once went to sleep there without ever surrendering completely to sleep? How many dreams remained shallow because a small part of the mind was still listening through walls, listening through darkness, listening for the faint metallic voice that could call them back into the waking world? Perhaps the old bells have nothing more to tell us. Perhaps they were only objects, brass, wire, wood, and dust. But some voices only echo when we are quiet enough to hear them. And on certain imagined nights, when the corridor grows still and moonlight rests upon the wallpaper, one can almost see the bell waiting beside the door, unmoving, patient, marked by the moon, holding within its polished surface the memory of footsteps that disappeared long ago. And somewhere below, in a room that no longer exists except in silence, a sleeping servant seems almost to turn beneath the blanket, as though still listening. There is a kind of darkness that modern eyes rarely meet. Not the darkness of a room after a switch has been pressed. Not the softened night of distant street lamps shining through curtains. But a deeper darkness. A darkness with weight. A darkness that once gathered slowly inside old houses, filling staircases, galleries, drawing rooms, and narrow passages until the walls themselves seemed to recede. And through that darkness there moved a flame. Small, golden, uncertain, held carefully in the hand of a housemaid who knew the sleeping house better than many of those who owned it. She knew which stair complained beneath the foot, which door swollen by winter damp required a firmer hand, which corridor gathered cold after midnight, which window admitted a breath of air strong enough to disturb a candle. She knew where the carpets ended and bare boards began. She knew where the portraits hung. And perhaps, after years of passing them in darkness, she knew the pale painted faces of long-dead ancestors almost as well as the living family asleep behind closed doors. The candle moved with her, a little star beneath a roof. It is said that before light could be summoned instantly, darkness arrived as a ceremony. Evening did not happen all at once. It entered gradually, first into corners, then beneath furniture, then behind curtains and inside corridors. A servant might begin lighting lamps before the last daylight had fully withdrawn. Candles were placed where they would soon be needed. Wicks were trimmed. Matches or tapers kept ready. Lamps were filled and cleaned. And as night deepened, another ritual began. The house had to be guided carefully back into shadow. Imagine a Victorian drawing room after the family has retired. Only an hour earlier it was alive with conversation. Firelight touched polished furniture. Glass reflected lamplight. A book lay open beside a chair. Perhaps music had been played. Perhaps tea had been served. Perhaps guests had remained until late. Now the room waits empty. The maid enters quietly. Her candle reveals only fragments. A porcelain vase. The gilded edge of a frame. A silver tray catching one last trembling reflection. Everything beyond the flame disappears. She walks toward a lamp. Perhaps it burns with oil. Perhaps another form of household lighting has been used. Whatever the source, it cannot simply be forgotten. A flame left unattended is a question asked of the night. So she lowers it, checks it, extinguishes it. The room changes immediately. One pool of gold disappears, then another. The edges of furniture dissolve, paintings retreat into shadow, a mirror becomes black. And soon the room that had seemed so richly furnished is reduced to silence and shape. Only her candle remains. Whispers tell us that servants understood fire with a seriousness born not from myth, but from experience. A Victorian home could contain a remarkable abundance of things willing to burn. Wooden floors, timber walls and staircases, paper, books, upholstered chairs, bed curtains, table linen, clothing, wallpaper, carpets, coal fires glowing behind grates, candles standing close to fabric, lamps holding fuel. A beautiful house could also be a chamber filled with sleeping tinder. Fire was friend and threat together. It warmed, it illuminated, it cooked food, it pushed winter away from the hearth. Yet a single careless flame could escape the small boundaries assigned to it. For this reason, the final passage through the house could become something more than routine. It was a vigil, a quiet examination of flame. Perhaps the maid entered the dining room next. The remains of the evening had already been cleared. The table stood mostly bare. A final candle burned low in a silver holder. Wax had fallen down one side, like frozen tears. She might cup a hand near the flame. A breath. A brief thread of smoke and darkness. The scent of extinguished wick lingers. Soft, dry, almost sweet. Smoke rises in a thin spiral before vanishing toward the ceiling. For a moment, it is the only movement in the room. Then she turns toward the passage. The candle she carries trembles as the door closes behind her. Beneath the silence, the house has begun to divide into two worlds. Behind bedroom doors lie those preparing to surrender themselves entirely to sleep. Elsewhere, servants continue arranging the conditions that make that surrender possible. In a bedroom, a candle may already have been placed beside the bed. The flame is not merely decorative, it is the last private sun of the evening. A gentleman may use it to read a few pages before sleep. A woman may sit before a mirror while her hair is unpinned. A guest unfamiliar with the house may welcome its little circle of light against strange shadows. The servant brings that flame into the room, sets it down, checks that it stands securely. Perhaps another candle waits near a washstand. Perhaps matches rest nearby. The smallest details matter, because darkness will soon make everything more difficult to find. And once the room is prepared, the servant withdraws. The door closes. She continues onward. There is something intimate in such work. A servant enters the spaces where other people will soon become most vulnerable. She sees the bed before the sleeper enters it, the night clothes laid out, the slippers, the spectacles beside a book, the medicine bottle, the letter left folded beneath a paperweight. Objects speak quietly in bedrooms. They reveal habits, fears, illnesses, affections. The servant often knows these objects without ever being invited into the private life they represent. She lights the candle. She adjusts the room. Then she disappears. This was one of the strange arts of domestic service. To know much, to reveal little, to be present everywhere, and somehow remain unseen. The candle itself becomes a fitting symbol. It illuminates what lies near it. Everything beyond remains veiled. Down another corridor, perhaps the flame touches the glass of a family portrait. For one passing instant, the painted face seems awake. Then darkness takes it again. Old houses have always encouraged such illusions, not because something supernatural must live inside them, but because candlelight is restless. It moves. It transforms still objects. A curtain breathes, though there is scarcely any wind. A polished knob flashes like an eye. A carved figure on a piece of furniture seems to turn. Shadows lengthen and disappear. To walk alone through such a house required familiarity with darkness. The maid knows that the shape beside the stairs is only a chair, that the pale figure at the end of the gallery is marble, that the sudden gleam beside the wall is a brass fitting. She has passed them hundreds of times. Perhaps this knowledge itself becomes a kind of map. Not a map written on paper, a map carried in the body. 7 steps to the landing. a turn beside the window, 3 doors before the linen cupboard, a hidden stair behind the green baize door, another world below. The grand staircase was designed to be seen. The servants' stair often was not. It curled behind walls and doors, narrower and steeper, carrying maids, footmen, coal, water, trays, boots, messages, linen, and light. At night it became a passage between wakefulness and sleep. The maid might descend halfway before remembering another room, a lamp still burning, a grate needing attention, so upward she goes again. The flame bends with each movement. Wax gathers near her fingers. Perhaps a little warmth reaches the skin. Perhaps she shields the candle whenever she crosses a draught. The gesture is instinctive, hand curved around flame, body protecting light. There is something ancient in it. Human beings have guarded small fires against darkness for longer than the oldest mansion has stood. And here, beneath carved ceilings and patterned walls, the ritual continues. One fragile flame protected by 2 hands. But the servant is not preserving light forever. Her purpose is almost the opposite. She is carrying darkness safely into the house. Room by room, lamp by lamp, she removes the day. A final check at the front hall, a final glance toward the drawing room, a final ember watched behind its grate, a candle snuffed where it should not remain burning, a door secured, curtains kept away from flame. Only then can the house truly sleep. Those above may never think about this passage. They may hear a door close faintly somewhere and turn deeper into their pillows. They trust the darkness because someone else has inspected it first. Someone has walked into the corners. Someone has looked at the fire. Someone has watched the lamps die. Someone has carried the last wakeful flame through every important chamber. Perhaps this is the hidden contradiction of the sleeping Victorian house. Rest itself had to be prepared. Silence had to be made. Darkness had to be supervised. The peace of one world rested upon the watchfulness of another. And at last, the maid reaches the head of the servants' stairs. Behind her, the upper corridor is almost entirely black. No portraits now. No gleaming silver. No wallpaper. No polished doors. All have disappeared behind the veil. She begins to descend. 1 step. Then another. Her candle floats downward with her. From above, perhaps only the flame can still be seen. A wandering point of gold moving through the dark architecture. Lower, smaller, fainter. The house is finally quiet. The fireplaces breathe softly behind their grates. Wax cools in candle holders. Smoke from extinguished wicks has vanished. Rain may still touch the windows. Beyond the roof, a few stars remain. And below, the maid carries the final light toward the servants' floor. Perhaps she will extinguish it there. Perhaps another duty waits. Perhaps another bell will ring before she reaches bed. We do not know. History rarely records such moments. It remembers owners, architects, fortunes, marriages, inheritance. But the woman carrying the candle may survive only as a name written once in a census, or not even that. And yet, for many nights, the darkness of the house passed through her hands. Where memory fades, perhaps that is enough to imagine. A narrow stair, a tired figure, a flame sheltered against the draught. Behind her, room after room disappearing into sleep. Ahead, the hidden world below stairs. And between them, one small light, marked by the moon, flickering, descending, until the house itself seems to close its eyes. There is an hour before dawn, when winter seems to hold an old house completely in its hands. The windows are black, the corridors have grown cold. Outside, frost lies quietly across the garden walls, and the bare branches of trees are motionless beneath a sky where even the stars appear distant. Inside the mansion, almost everything sleeps. Almost everything. For somewhere behind an iron grate, beneath a pale covering of ash, something red is still breathing. A coal glows, then another. A thread of warmth survives beneath the grey. It is small enough to overlook, yet in the deepest hours of a Victorian winter, such a glow could be precious. It is said that a house reveals itself differently at night. By day, one sees wallpaper, furniture, portraits, polished floors. By night, one notices other things: the breath of a chimney, the settling of timber, the faint ticking of a clock, and the fire, especially the fire. In an age before warmth could be summoned by turning a quiet dial, the fireplace was one of the central hearts of domestic life. Coal fires warmed drawing rooms, bedrooms, nurseries, libraries, dining rooms, sometimes even corridors, where the winter seemed determined to enter through every crack. To us, a fireplace may seem romantic. We imagine amber light upon old books, a chair drawn close, rain against glass, perhaps a sleeping dog upon the rug. But beneath that image was work. Fire had to be created, fed, watched, cleaned, and, when necessary, awakened again. Whispers tell us that in larger Victorian households, housemaids often began and ended their days in conversation with ashes. They cleaned grates, removed yesterday's remains, carried coal, laid fresh fires, and in cold weather, certain rooms might require attention long after the household had withdrawn. Imagine a maid moving through the sleeping house at 2 in the morning. She does not walk upon the grand staircase if another path is available. Instead, she comes through a narrower passage. Her candle is shielded from the draught. A small coal scuttle hangs from one hand. Perhaps iron tongs rest against its edge. The metal gives a faint sound. She stops, listens, nothing, then continues. The cold reaches her even indoors. Stone floors hold winter stubbornly. Back staircases may have little warmth of their own. Her breath might almost be visible near an unheated landing. Yet beyond a bedroom door lies a different world. Heavy curtains, thick carpet, blankets. A fire intended to last until morning. She turns the handle slowly. Inside, the darkness has not completely won. The grate gives off a dim red light. Not flame, only ember. The sleeper nearby does not wake. And this is where the task becomes strangely intimate. The servant enters another person's private chamber, while that person dreams. Perhaps a gentleman sleeps behind bed curtains, unaware that anyone has entered. Perhaps an elderly woman lies beneath several blankets, her breathing quiet and regular. Perhaps a child has thrown one arm beyond the covers. The servant sees these things because service requires her to see them. Yet she must leave almost no evidence of having been there. She kneels beside the hearth. The iron grate is warm. Ash lies pale over the coal like snow upon buried earth. With the tongs, she moves one piece, then another. A hidden ember opens its eye. Orange appears beneath the grey. She adds coal carefully. Not too much, not carelessly. Fire is both life and danger here. A spark escaping onto the carpet could become catastrophe. A coal placed poorly might smoke. A chimney drawing badly could fill a room with fumes and soot. So the work is slow, measured, almost ceremonial. A small breath of air reaches the ember. It brightens. For an instant, a blue flame appears. Then gold. The fire returns. No applause, no voice, only the faint crackle of coal. And the maid rises. For thousands of years, human beings have gathered around controlled flame, before mansions, before cities, before the iron grates and carved mantles of Victorian Britain. The hearth was already a symbol of safety. It meant food, warmth, light, the difference between shelter and the winter outside. Ancient households guarded fire because relighting it could be difficult. Stories and traditions across many cultures treated the hearth as sacred. Even when the Victorians no longer thought of their coal grate as an ancient altar, something of that older meaning remained. The fire still marked the boundary between the inhabited world and cold darkness. To keep it burning was to preserve the small climate of the home, and perhaps that is why the servant tending it in darkness feels almost like a forgotten guardian. She carries no ceremonial title. No one has painted her portrait beside the hearth. Yet through the cold hours, she protects the warmth from which others will wake. In Victorian thought, warmth was often closely tied to health and comfort. Dampness and chill were feared. A bedroom allowed to become bitterly cold might be blamed for discomfort or illness. In prosperous households, there could also be expectations. The morning room should be warm. The nursery should not be freezing. A bedroom grate should not greet its occupant with dead ash if warmth had been promised. A failed fire might therefore result not merely in cold fingers, but in complaint. So the fire became part of household order. Its glow said that things were functioning as they should. And like so much domestic order, that glow depended upon someone whose labor disappeared inside the result. The servant leaves one bedroom and enters the corridor again. The contrast is immediate. Warmth behind her, cold ahead. She crosses the landing, down a few steps, then perhaps up another stair toward a guest chamber. The coal scuttle is lighter now. Black dust marks its rim. A little soot settles upon her fingers. Victorian domestic service was full of these substances that polite rooms attempted to hide. Ash, grease, mud, dirty water, coal dust, wax. The finished room displayed none of them. The servant carried them away. In one sense, the house was engaged in a constant ritual of concealment. The drawing room must appear untouched by labor. The bedroom must seem naturally warm. The silver must shine without showing the polishing hand. The breakfast fire must already be alive when the family awakens. Comfort was most successful when its making became invisible, and nowhere was that invisibility more complete than at night. The person nearest the fire slept. The person preserving the fire walked through the cold. It is a simple contrast, yet the more quietly we sit with it, the larger it becomes. One body beneath blankets, another carrying coal, one mind surrendered completely to sleep, another listening for clocks, bells, footsteps, perhaps a child crying, perhaps a master's return, one world receiving warmth, another maintaining it. Beneath the silence, the mansion contains these two nights at once. The night of rest and the night of service. The servant arrives at another grate. This one has nearly gone out. She places the scuttle down. The room smells faintly of smoke and fabric. A clock upon the mantel marks some hour that will soon be forgotten. She works again. Ash moved aside. Coal arranged. Air admitted. Ember found. There is always something beautiful about the moment a hidden ember reveals itself. At first, nothing, only grey. Then beneath the ash, red. A colour that seems impossible inside so much cold. Perhaps that small awakening is why fire gathers so many meanings around itself. Hope, memory, life, danger, home. Even when no one intends symbolism, flame provides it. And the servant who tends it becomes, for a few minutes, the keeper of something older than the house. She does not own the room. She may own very little within the entire building, but at that hour, the fire obeys her hands. The sleeper depends upon her knowledge, how much coal, where to place it, when to leave it untouched, when to break the crust of ash, when a grate is safe enough to abandon. These are humble forms of knowledge. History often neglects humble knowledge. It remembers inventions, battles, laws, fortunes. But not always the woman who could read a coal fire by its colour, not always the maid who knew from the smell of a room that a chimney was drawing poorly, not always the servant who understood which bedroom became coldest before dawn. Their knowledge lived in repetition, in fingers, in breath, in memory, then vanished with them. The hours move on. 3 o'clock, 4. Perhaps outside, a milk cart has begun somewhere in the distant city. Perhaps fog gathers along the street. Perhaps the eastern sky has changed from black to the faintest charcoal grey. The servant returns once more to the passage. Her candle is shorter. The coal scuttle is almost empty. Her hands carry soot. And somewhere, unnoticed, morning is approaching. The final grate waits. She kneels. This time the ember catches quickly. A low flame rises between pieces of coal. The dark room changes. Carved wood appears. Wallpaper gathers colour. Brass shines. The sleeper remains still. Soon, others will wake. Curtains will be opened. Water will be brought. Clothes will be laid out. Breakfast fires will burn downstairs. The machinery of morning will begin. But for one last moment, there is only the maid and the flame. Then she stands. She gathers the tools, closes the door, and disappears. When morning finally enters the mansion, it finds warmth already waiting. A gentleman extends his hands toward a bright grate. A child wakes in a nursery no longer cold. Someone sits comfortably beside a fire while tea is poured. No one sees the passage through darkness that made this possible. No one sees the coal carried over narrow stairs, the ash upon tired fingers, the quiet entrance into sleeping rooms, the ember searched for beneath grey dust. The night has erased its own labour. And perhaps this is why old fireplaces seem so silent when we look at them now. The servants are gone. The coal scuttles stand empty in museums or forgotten corners. The bells no longer summon anyone, yet the hearth remains. Stone, iron, soot darkening the back of the grate, a chamber where fire once breathed. Perhaps if we could listen closely enough, we would not hear voices, only the faintest imagined movement, iron against coal, a footstep on carpet, a door closing softly, and beneath it all, the slow red pulse of an ember that someone refused to let die. Outside, dawn gathers upon the roofs. Inside, ash settles quietly around the grate. Softly, almost like forgotten snow, the household wakes into warmth, and the keeper of that warmth has already vanished into the hidden passages of morning. Perhaps that was always the secret. The fire was seen. The hands that guarded it were not. There are rooms in history that seem to glow more beautifully because we remember only what they were meant to show. A Victorian bedroom, in the imagination, is often such a room. We see the carved bedstead first, dark wood rising toward a canopy, heavy curtains embroidered with flowers or climbing vines, a porcelain basin resting upon a washstand, a silver-backed brush catching the last light from a candle. Perhaps a folded nightdress lies across a chair. Perhaps a small clock ticks upon the mantel. Moonlight enters through tall curtains and settles softly upon the carpet. Everything appears orderly, refined, protected from the roughness of the world beyond the door. And yet, behind the velvet curtain, beneath the bed, or hidden discreetly behind a folding screen, there waits another object, less romantic, less often painted, less often mentioned when we imagine the elegance of the 19th century home. A chamber pot, porcelain, sometimes plain, sometimes decorated with flowers, borders, or delicate patterns, an object designed to disappear. It is said that every age creates its own forms of concealment. The Victorians, perhaps more than many, understood the power of things left unnamed. Respectability depended not only upon what was shown, but upon what could be removed from sight. Bodies were clothed carefully, private rooms were protected by doors, certain subjects were softened by euphemism, and many of the ordinary needs of the human body were managed quietly, behind fabric, wood, and social ritual. Before indoor plumbing became common throughout wealthier homes, nighttime life depended upon a small collection of domestic vessels. The chamber pot, the wash basin, the water jug, the slop pail, sometimes a covered commode disguised within furniture. They belonged to the hidden architecture of sleep. At night, when corridors darkened and servants withdrew, these objects remained. They were practical, necessary, and deeply private. A person who would never discuss such matters openly might depend upon them every night. In the morning, they would be gone. That disappearance was not magic. It was labor. Imagine the hour before sunrise. The house is still. Outside, fog presses against the windows. Inside, the bedroom remains warm beneath heavy curtains. The sleeper has not yet risen. A faint line of grey light appears at the edge of the drapery. Then the door opens. Quietly, the chambermaid enters. She has learned how to become almost weightless inside another person's room. The carpet takes the sound of her shoes. Her hand steadies the door before it can click against the frame. She moves around furniture by memory. Perhaps this room belongs to a mistress, perhaps to an elderly relative, perhaps to a guest who arrived the night before. The servant may know very little of their public thoughts, but she knows the room. She knows where water was left, where clothing was folded, which towel was used, whether the fire burned too low, and where the vessel of the night has been hidden. Beneath the silence, she enters a world stripped of ceremony. This is one of the stranger truths of domestic service. Servants often knew the private physical lives of those above them in ways polite society rarely acknowledged. They might not be invited into family decisions. They might stand rather than sit in a room. They might enter by another door. Yet they encountered evidence of exhaustion, illness, age, pregnancy, indulgence, weakness, sleeplessness, the ordinary frailty of being human. Not because anyone chose to confess these things, because the room itself revealed them. The water left untouched, the medicine bottle emptied, the linens disturbed, a wash basin used more than usual, a chamber pot that had to be emptied more than once, a stain that suggested sickness, the remnants of a late night's drinking. These were private truths without spoken words. And the servant was expected to know them while behaving as though she knew nothing at all. There is something almost ritualistic in that silence. She reaches beneath the bed, or moves behind the screen. The vessel is lifted. Perhaps a lid is placed over it. Perhaps it is transferred carefully into another covered container. No noise, no comment, no expression, only the quiet completion of a task. Then she turns toward the service door. The grand bedroom remains behind her. The carved furniture, the embroidered curtain, the polished silver, the soft bed, the illusion of a world untouched by necessity. And she carries the hidden evidence of that necessity away. Down the back stair. The route is important. Servants did not usually pass through the grandest rooms with such objects, unless no other path existed. Large Victorian houses often contained parallel systems of movement. The visible house and the working house. The front staircase belonged to display. The servants' stair belonged to function. One was wide enough for formal descent beneath chandeliers. The other was narrow, steep, worn and practical. Through it moved coal, dirty dishes, hot water, laundry, ash, boots, and the private remains of the night. The chambermaid descends carefully, a covered vessel in one hand, perhaps another container waiting below. Her steps are measured. The staircase turns sharply. The plaster wall is cold beside her shoulder. There is little ornament here. No portraits, no velvet, no polished table displaying flowers. This part of the house does not need to pretend that work is beautiful. It only needs to function. And yet there is beauty here too. Not decorative beauty. Something quieter. The rhythm of repeated care. The skill of making difficult things disappear without disturbing those who depend upon the disappearance. Whispers tell us that porcelain itself becomes strangely symbolic in such a world. Porcelain was admired for delicacy. Its pale surface could carry blue flowers, gilded borders, sprays of roses, leaves, or vines. Wash basins and pitchers might be made as matching sets. Even chamber pots could be decorated. There is a contradiction in that. An object associated with the least ceremonious needs of the body, made beautiful enough to belong in an elegant room. Perhaps this was not merely decoration. Perhaps it reflected something deeper in Victorian domestic life. The desire to place refinement around necessity. To surround the unavoidable with pattern. To make private functions disappear beneath glaze and flowers. The same porcelain that held clear morning water might stand beside another vessel, intended for what no guest would mention. Beauty and bodily reality, sharing the same washstand, the same room, the same night. For a servant, these contradictions were ordinary. She moved easily between them. At one moment, she might polish a silver-backed brush. At another, she might empty a slop pail. She might arrange fresh towels beside a basin and then carry away dirty water. She might smooth embroidered bed covers above a chamber pot hidden beneath the frame. The refined and the practical were never truly separate, only separated by visibility. That perhaps is the deeper mystery. Victorian elegance did not exist apart from bodily reality. It existed because bodily reality was managed so effectively. The cleaner the room appeared, the more successful the invisible work had been. By breakfast, the chamber pot must be gone, the wash basin refreshed, fresh water placed in the jug, used water removed, linen folded or replaced, The room aired if necessary, fire adjusted, curtains opened. Nothing should disturb the appearance of order. A visitor entering later might see only gleaming porcelain and polished furniture. The night would have vanished. No evidence, no trace, only mourning. There were, of course, differences between households. Some homes gained indoor plumbing earlier than others. Some bedrooms had more elaborate sanitary arrangements. Others remained dependent upon older systems far longer. A fashionable London house and a country residence might manage such matters differently. But for many households through the Victorian period, carrying water in and carrying waste out remained part of domestic routine. Human hands connected the bedroom to the unseen infrastructure below. The servant became the pipe. The staircase became the channel. The slop pail became part of a system never displayed to guests. And within this system, servants acquired a form of knowledge that was intimate without being powerful. To know that someone is ill is not the same as being allowed to speak of the illness. To notice pregnancy before it is announced is not the same as being invited into its joy or fear. To recognize the signs of age, drinking, medication, or restless nights is to hold knowledge one is expected to bury within silence. This discretion was part of service. The perfect servant noticed, remembered, adapted, and did not betray. Perhaps that is why the hidden objects of the bedroom tell us so much. Not because they are scandalous, but because they reveal the distance between public life and private existence. A gentleman dressed for dinner may seem composed. A lady descending the staircase may appear almost ceremonial. But at night, every human body returns to something older than etiquette. Hunger, thirst, fatigue, illness, heat, cold, the need for sleep, the needs society chooses not to name. The servant standing quietly beyond the curtain understood this, not philosophically perhaps, not as a grand idea, but through repetition. Every morning, every vessel, every basin, every stair, where memory fades, these small acts have nearly disappeared. We preserve beds, dressing tables, portraits, silver brushes, embroidered gowns. We admire the architecture. We walk through restored bedrooms and imagine candlelit evenings. Yet the chamber pot may be tucked discreetly in a corner display, an awkward historical footnote. But without it, and without the person who carried it away, our picture is incomplete. A house does not become elegant simply because elegant things are placed inside it. Elegance has to be maintained, and maintenance often happens in places the elegant world does not wish to see. The sky beyond the window grows lighter. The chambermaid reaches the bottom of the stair. Somewhere in the service area, water is already being heated. Another servant has begun sweeping. A range is being awakened. Morning approaches from below. The covered vessel disappears into the practical world of washing, emptying, rinsing, and preparation. Then perhaps the maid climbs again, this time carrying fresh water. When she returns to the bedroom, the sleeper may still be there. Or perhaps the room is empty. She places the clean jug beside the basin, wipes the porcelain, straightens a towel, smooths a fold in the linen. The chamber pot returns clean to its hidden place. The screen is adjusted, the curtain falls. Everything is restored. Moonlight has become morning light now. It touches the silver brush, the embroidered fabric, the polished wood, the clean porcelain. Nothing seems disturbed. Nothing seems difficult. Nothing seems human. And perhaps that is the final illusion. That refinement arrives without effort. That beauty exists without maintenance. That private life leaves no trace. The chambermaid closes the door behind her. Her footsteps fade down the passage. The bedroom remains, graceful, quiet, untouched. Behind the velvet curtain, necessity has been hidden again. And downstairs, carried through the narrow veins of the house, the secret of the night has already disappeared. Perhaps it was never meant to be seen. Only managed, only carried, only forgotten. While above, clean porcelain waits in the morning light, holding nothing now but silence. There is a particular silence that gathers around a locked door after midnight. It is not the silence of an empty room. It is a listening silence. A silence with one ear turned toward the street. Imagine the entrance hall of a large Victorian house when the city beyond has grown quiet. The lamps are low. The polished floor reflects only a thin amber glow. A tall clock marks the hour with restrained dignity, then returns to ticking. Beyond the heavy front door, fog rests against the iron railings. The brass knocker is dark. The pavement shines faintly with damp. No carriage passes. No voice calls. And yet, somewhere inside the hall, a servant remains awake. A footman, a porter, perhaps a trusted manservant whose duty is simple enough to describe and difficult to truly understand. He must wait. It is said that thresholds have always carried a strange power. Ancient gates separated the sacred from the ordinary. City walls marked the border between safety and wilderness. Temple doors divided sunlight from shadow. And in the Victorian home, the front entrance became its own small gate between worlds. Inside lay warmth, carpets, firelight, family portraits, locked cabinets, sleeping children, silver, letters, reputation. Outside lay the city at night, fog, footsteps, strangers, taverns closing late, carriages returning from theatres, messengers arriving with folded paper, and all the uncertainties that darkness seemed to enlarge. The servant at the door belonged to both worlds and fully to neither. He stood within the house, yet his attention remained outside it. His work was to preserve the boundary. A chain was checked, a bolt drawn, a lamp trimmed, keys placed where they could be reached. Perhaps a small chair waited near the wall. Perhaps he was permitted to sit, perhaps not. But even if he rested, he could not surrender to sleep. Someone might still return. The master may have gone to his club. A son may be expected from a late railway. A daughter and her mother may be attending a ball. Guests might arrive later than planned. A doctor might be summoned. A telegram might come. The house could never be entirely sealed while someone belonging to it remained outside, and so the door stayed guarded, not open, not unprotected, but watched. Whispers tell us that the rhythms of fashionable Victorian life could stretch deep into the night. Dinners lingered. Theatres ended late. Social gatherings continued beneath chandeliers, while servants in distant houses waited for the return of those attending them. The strange thing is that one person's evening might be another person's unfinished labour. A gentleman laughing beneath gaslight miles away may never think of the footman listening for wheels at home. A lady stepping into a carriage after midnight may know that the front door will open when she arrives. That certainty feels effortless, but certainty, like warmth and clean linen, often had a human keeper. The porter hears something. Not a knock, not yet. Only wheels. Far away. He raises his head. The sound grows. Wooden wheels over wet stone. Horse hooves. A faint metallic rhythm. Perhaps he rises. The carriage approaches, then passes the house. The sound fades. Nothing. He sits again. The clock continues. This is the hidden shape of waiting. Most of it is made from events that do not happen. Footsteps that continue past. Carriages that belong to someone else. A shadow that is only fog. A sound in the wall that is only timber, settling after the day's warmth. Yet the listener cannot know this at first. Every sound asks to be interpreted. And after midnight, even a familiar house changes its language. A staircase creaks upstairs. Was someone waking? A window trembles under a gust. The servant glances toward the hall. A coal shifts inside the grate. A distant door settles against its frame. The house speaks in small noises that daytime covers. When everyone else is asleep, those noises become immense. Perhaps this is what made the duty of watching so peculiar. The servant did not merely guard the entrance against burglars or strangers. He guarded it against uncertainty. Victorian fears surrounding the night were real enough. Large cities contained crime. Burglary was a familiar anxiety. Doors were strengthened, windows checked, bolts drawn, householders worried about thieves, drunken visitors, suspicious callers, and those who might use darkness to conceal intention. But the fear of intrusion was not only about stolen objects. The Victorian home was often imagined as a moral refuge. A private sanctuary separated from the confusion of public life. To cross its threshold was to enter a world governed by different rules. Names mattered. Introductions mattered. Respectability mattered. And so when a stranger knocked late at night, the question was larger than, who is there? It was also, what is trying to enter the life of this house? A message? A scandal? Illness? News? Grief? Someone from the railway? Someone asking for shelter? Someone who should not be admitted at all? The servant at the door had to decide what to do before the sleeping household even knew a decision was required. Imagine a soft knock at 2:30, not the confident knock of a family member, something gentler, 3 restrained sounds. The porter waits, then approaches. The lamp is lifted. A chain remains in place. Perhaps he opens the door only slightly. Fog moves at the threshold like pale breath. A figure stands outside, a messenger, a boy with a folded telegram. The envelope is addressed to the master of the house. Nothing else is explained. The servant receives it. The door closes. The bolt returns. And suddenly, the hallway contains a secret. The paper weighs almost nothing. Yet it may carry anything: birth, death, a railway delay, business, war, an accident, a family summons, a message from another city. The servant does not need to know. Perhaps he must wake the master immediately. Perhaps he has instructions to wait until morning, unless marked urgent. Such details differed between households, but in that brief moment, the servant becomes the bridge between the sleeping family and the outside world. He carries the envelope upstairs, past dark paintings, past closed doors, past the soft breath of the house, then returns. The entrance hall is waiting for him. Again, beneath the silence, this duty contained a contradiction. The household felt safe because someone else remained nearest to what might threaten that safety. Those in upstairs bedrooms slept behind locks. The watcher stayed close to the door. The family withdrew from the night. He remained facing it. The difference may have been only a few yards of hallway. Emotionally, it was an entire world. To guard a threshold is to accept a small measure of exposure. The knocker is closer to you. The stranger's voice reaches you first. You are the one who must open the door into fog. Perhaps this gave servants stationed at entrances a strange knowledge of the household's edges. They saw people arriving before they rearranged their expressions. A master returning late might be less composed than he appeared at breakfast. A guest might arrive soaked from rain. A relative might appear unexpectedly. Someone might hesitate outside before knocking. Someone might whisper a name. A gentleman might return from a club carrying the smell of smoke and drink. A young man might request that no one be awakened. A visitor might ask to see someone who had no wish to see him. The servant saw these moments, then absorbed them into silence. Domestic service required discretion. The front door required even more, because the door collected fragments of the outside world before anyone else in the household touched them. Mud on shoes, cold air, messages, voices, rumors, late arrivals, and sometimes fear. Yet the night was not always troubled. Often it was simply long, hours passing between expected sounds. The porter might polish a small fitting beneath lamplight, check the lock again, listen to the clock, watch condensation gather faintly near the glass. Think of his own bed, perhaps think of his own family elsewhere, perhaps think of nothing at all. Waiting can empty the mind, or fill it. Some believe that solitude makes familiar spaces strange, because there is no one nearby to confirm what we hear. A sound occurs. We interpret it alone. A shadow moves. We decide whether it matters. The servant waiting in a grand entrance hall may have been surrounded by expensive things, yet the room could still feel enormous at 3 a.m. The staircase rises into darkness. Portraits look downward. The lamps have grown smaller. Beyond the door, fog covers the street. There is a peculiar loneliness in being the only conscious witness to a sleeping building. You know that dozens of dreams may be unfolding above you, yet you cannot enter any of them. You remain here, with the key, with the bolt, with the clock. Then, perhaps near 4, wheels are heard again, This time they slow. The servant knows. He rises before the knock. The carriage stops outside. A lantern passes behind the frosted glass. A familiar pattern of footsteps approaches. The chain is removed. The lock turns. The bolt slides back with a heavy sound. Cold air enters. A family member steps inside. Perhaps a few quiet words are exchanged. A coat is taken. The door closes once more. The street disappears. The locks return to their places. The person climbs toward bed. The servant remains. There may still be another arrival expected. Or perhaps now, finally, the house is complete. Everyone who belongs within its walls has returned. The threshold can rest. The hours thin. Blackness beyond the windows becomes blue-grey. Fog loosens along the street. A milk cart moves in the distance. Somewhere, a bird makes one uncertain sound. Then another. Dawn has begun, and with daylight, the guarded door changes. The same brass knocker that seemed ominous at 2 in the morning becomes ordinary. The same pavement becomes merely wet. The same gate becomes a gate. The watcher draws back the final bolt. The door opens. Pale morning air enters the hall. Cool, clean, almost weightless. For a moment he stands at the boundary he has guarded all night. The world outside no longer seems hidden. Roofs appear through thinning mist. Windows gather light. The city is waking. Soon deliveries will come. Other servants will begin moving through the house. Curtains will open. Breakfast will be prepared. The front hall will fill with ordinary footsteps, and the strange, sacred quality of the night watch will dissolve. No one coming downstairs later will see what happened here. They will see a door, a rug, a polished table, a brass knocker, perhaps a servant ready for the day. They will not see the hours of listening, the false alarms, the carriage that passed, the telegram received, the cold breath of fog entering around the frame, the hand resting beside the key, the quiet thought, repeated through darkness, not yet, still awake, still listening, still here. Where memory fades, the door remains. Old hinges, dark wood, brass touched by generations of hands. Perhaps in a surviving house, visitors pass through it every day without knowing who once remained beside it through the night. Yet the threshold remembers nothing, only we imagine. And sometimes imagination is enough. A locked house, a sleeping family, a servant beneath a low lamp, a street hidden by fog, and a door that could not be left unwatched until morning, softened everything again. Perhaps safety has always depended upon someone standing quietly at the edge of darkness. And perhaps those quiet guardians disappear most completely when they have done their work well. The bolt is drawn back, the pale dawn enters, the night is over, and the gate becomes ordinary once more. Below stairs, long after the last drawing-room candle has been lowered, there is another kind of stillness. Not the stillness of sleep, the stillness of objects waiting to be restored. In a narrow service room, perhaps near the back corridor, or beside the servants' entrance, rows of boots and shoes rest beneath a dim lamp. Some are tall and black, some small and delicate, some heavy with dried mud, some marked by the pale dust of the road. One pair carries a faint smear of soot along the heel, another is still darkened by fog and damp. They stand together in silence, like offerings, like relics, like pieces of another world brought down into the hidden chambers of the house. And nearby, a servant begins to work. It is said that the things we wear remember more than we do. A coat remembers rain, a glove remembers the shape of a hand, a hat remembers wind, and a pair of boots remembers every road beneath it. The Victorian household understood this in a practical way. Shoes and boots came home, carrying the outside world. Mud from country paths, coal dust from streets, gravel from drives, moisture from fog, fine black soot from London, the soft brown dust of a railway platform, perhaps even traces of stable straw, garden soil, or theatre steps. By morning, much of this evidence had to disappear. The boots must be ready again. Clean, dry, blacked, polished, arranged. The transformation was quiet enough to look like magic, but there was no magic, only hands, a brush, a cloth, polish, patience, and time taken from the night. Imagine the boot room after 11. The house above is becoming still. A clock has marked the hour. Dinner is over. Guests have gone, or perhaps some members of the family have only just returned. Below stairs, the footwear of the household has gathered. A gentleman's evening shoes, a lady's boots, the children's smaller shoes, riding boots from earlier in the day, perhaps outdoor walking shoes streaked with mud. And, standing apart, the servant's own boots, more worn, less polished, needed again before dawn. A younger footman or hall boy may sit upon a low stool. He takes up the first pair. The leather is cold. The mud has dried into small ridges near the sole. He begins with the brush, soft strokes. Again, again. Dust falls. The room fills with the faint whisper of bristles against leather. There is something meditative in repeated labor, a motion performed so many times that the hands begin to understand it without instruction. Brush, turn, brush, wipe, apply blacking, wait, polish. The rhythm becomes almost like breath. Beneath the silence, a dull boot slowly gathers light. A curved reflection appears along the toe, then another. The leather seems to awaken. Whispers tell us that in large 19th century households, such work might fall to footmen, boot boys, hall boys, or other junior servants, depending on the size and organization of the staff. There was no single arrangement for every house, but the expectation was familiar. Footwear, like silver and clothing, was meant to return to its owner in a state of order. The work itself was humble, yet it required care. Leather could crack if neglected. Wet boots needed drying. Mud had to be removed before it damaged the surface. Polish had to be worked in. Riding boots, with their tall shafts and harder wear, demanded more effort than a light evening shoe. Some boots might be stretched on trees or carefully shaped. Others simply waited near warmth until the damp withdrew. The servant handling them could read their day without ever having witnessed it. This is where the work becomes strange. A pair of boots arrives carrying a journey. The servant sees the remains, but not the journey itself. Perhaps the master spent the afternoon riding across open fields. The servant was not there, yet the boots return with dried earth near the heel and tiny scratches along the leather. Perhaps someone travelled by train. The servant did not see the station, but soot rests near the sole. Perhaps a lady walked through a foggy London street. The servant did not see the lamps disappearing into mist, but damp has darkened the edge of her shoe. Perhaps children crossed the garden after rain. Their shoes return with soft mud pressed into the tread. Each pair speaks, quietly, without words. The servant learns the household through objects. This knowledge is intimate in its own peculiar way. He may know which gentleman drags one heel slightly, which pair of boots returns most heavily soiled, which lady's shoes are kept immaculate because the leather marks easily, which child runs where he should not, which guest walks farther than expected, which person has taken to going out unusually late. Nothing needs to be said. The shoes say enough. Yet, as with so much domestic knowledge, discretion is part of the work. A servant may notice, but noticing is not the same as asking. The household leaves clues everywhere. In plates, in clothes, in ashes, in medicine bottles, in letters left upon desks, and in shoes returned at night. Domestic service trained people to see traces while pretending not to interpret them. Perhaps this was one of the hidden skills of the profession, to observe without announcing observation, to know without claiming knowledge, to restore the object and return it to silence. The next boot is heavier, a riding boot, tall, dark. Mud is packed thickly near the lower edge. The servant works at it slowly. The brush loosens earth from the seams. A cloth follows. The blacking is applied. The leather drinks it in. Under lamplight, the surface becomes richer. The smell of polish hangs in the room. Wax, leather, damp wool, coal smoke, dust. Perhaps somewhere nearby, a service fire gives a faint heat. The worker bends closer. His hands are darkened by blacking. Fingernails collect the evidence of the task. This too must disappear before the polished boot returns upstairs. The person who wears it may never see the blackened hand, only the shine. There is an old contradiction hidden inside that shine. The boots travel, the hands remain. The leather crosses fields, stations, streets, clubs, theatres, country roads. The servant cleaning it may spend most of his life inside the architecture of someone else's household. He may know the texture of mud from places he has never visited. He may brush away the dust of a railway platform from which he has never departed. He may polish boots worn into rooms he will never enter except in service. The object moves through the world. The worker restores it upon its return. Perhaps that is why a row of clean shoes can seem melancholy when viewed in the half-light. Each pair points outward, toward journeys, toward movement, toward roads, toward choices, and yet the room itself remains unchanged. A stool, a lamp, a brush, a tin of polish, a cloth folded many times, the same wall, the same narrow door, the same late hour. Some believe that class can be read most clearly, not in grand speeches, but in small repeated arrangements. Who travels, who waits, who wears, who cleans, who returns tired from pleasure. Who remains awake afterward to erase the evidence of that pleasure? The Victorian household was full of such arrangements. A polished shoe may seem trivial, but multiplied by years, by seasons, by household members, by dinners and journeys and muddy mornings, it becomes a measure of time. Hundreds of evenings, thousands of brushstrokes, leather gradually aging beneath careful hands, the worker aging too. Perhaps the young servant begins by polishing boots badly. Perhaps an older footman teaches him how much polish to use, how to brush without scratching, how to bring up a shine, how to handle wet leather, how to arrange the finished pairs so there will be no confusion in the morning. The knowledge passes quietly, not written in a grand manual, carried in demonstration. Watch. Now try. Again. Slower. That corner too. The lesson continues until the hands remember. Around midnight, more shoes arrive. Someone has returned late. A pair of evening shoes is left near the service area. They are less dirty, but they must still be cleaned. Perhaps there is a faint mark near the toe from a carriage step. Perhaps one sole is wet. The servant adds them to the waiting row. The room now resembles a strange map of the household. Riding boots, walking boots, formal shoes, children's shoes, indoor slippers. Different lives, represented only by leather and shape. Status itself can be read there. The gentleman's boots are expensive and carefully made. A lady's shoe may be delicate, narrow, ornamental. Children's shoes are smaller, often more battered. And the servant's own boots, when he finally removes them, may be the most worn pair in the room. They are made to endure service passages, cellar floors, wet yards, back entrances, long hours standing. Perhaps he places them beneath his stool for a moment. They receive no special attention. Not yet. Other people's footwear comes first. There is no need to make the contrast dramatic. The room already contains it. A highly polished boot on the table. A cracked servant shoe below. One catches the lamp beautifully. The other disappears into shadow. Where memory fades, perhaps such objects carry the truth more clearly than written accounts. A grand family portrait tells us how someone wished to be seen. A pair of boots tells us where they walked. A servant's worn shoe tells us how long someone else stood. Near 1 in the morning, the row begins to change. The dirty pairs disappear. Clean ones take their place. Black leather reflects small islands of lamplight. Mud has become dust on the floor. Dust has been swept aside. The road has been erased. The railway station erased. The garden erased. The fog erased. By morning, the boots will seem as though yesterday never touched them. This is the quiet triumph of maintenance. To undo time, just enough for another day to begin. The servant lifts the final pair. Perhaps they belong to a child. Small boots. Mud gathered around the edges. He brushes them carefully. Children are often careless with mud. The leather does not know this. It simply carries what it has been given. The boots shine again. He places them beside the others. Now the room is almost still. 10 pairs. perhaps 20, perhaps more, all aligned, all waiting. Their toes face outward like travelers preparing to depart. The lamp burns low. Somewhere above, sleepers turn beneath blankets. They dream perhaps of tomorrow, a ride, a journey, a visit, a train, a walk through the city, plans not yet lived. Below, the servant looks at the finished row. He has prepared their footsteps before they have taken them. There is something almost sacred in that. The road has not begun, but the shoes are ready. He wipes his hands. Black remains faintly near the nails. The brush is put away, the cloth folded, the polish closed. The room darkens. Before dawn, another servant may collect the pairs, or they may be delivered to doors and dressing rooms. By the time the household wakes, yesterday's mud will have disappeared completely. A gentleman pulls on polished boots. A child receives clean shoes. Someone steps into the morning without thinking of the road that was removed during the night, and the servant who did the removing may already be working elsewhere. Another room, another task, another object waiting to be restored. The boots leave, the boot room empties, only a trace of polish remains in the air. Perhaps a little dust lies in a corner where the brush missed it. Outside, the first light touches the roofs. Upstairs, people dream of places they will go. Below, the journeys of yesterday have already been erased, and the hands that erased them leave almost no mark at all, only shine. Only order, only rows of dark leather catching the faintest light. Perhaps history is sometimes like that room. It remembers the boots, it remembers where their owners travelled. But the person who knelt beneath the lamp and prepared those journeys for morning is harder to see. His footsteps fade first. The leather remains, the road remains, the portrait remains. And somewhere, beneath the silence of an old house, a brush seems almost to move again, slowly, back and forth, until the dust is gone. There is a room in some old houses that seems, even in daylight, to belong to the night. A narrow room, a cupboard within a cupboard, a place where metal waits in darkness. After dinner, when the final plates have been carried away, and the last conversation has softened into distant footsteps, a senior servant may stand before a locked cabinet, with a ring of keys in one hand. Inside, silver rests upon dark cloth, spoons, forks, candlesticks, serving dishes, salvers, sugar tongs, ladles, pieces engraved with initials, pieces carrying family crests, pieces purchased for weddings long ago, pieces inherited from people whose portraits now watch silently from walls upstairs. Under lamplight, they reflect small fragments of flame, cold stars in a wooden chamber, and before that chamber can be closed for the night, they must be counted. It is said that wealth creates its own rituals, not only rituals of display, but rituals of fear. A silver spoon may appear simple when laid beside a plate. Yet in a prosperous Victorian household, silver could represent far more than usefulness. It could be money transformed into shape, inheritance transformed into metal, memory made tangible. A candlestick might have belonged to a grandmother. A tray might have been given at a marriage. A set of spoons might carry a family crest engraved decades before the youngest servant in the house was born. Such objects were used, polished, handled, displayed, and watched. The strange thing was this: those who guarded them most closely were often those who owned none of them. Imagine the dining room after midnight. Guests have gone. The candles burn lower. Wine glasses stand empty. The white cloth has been disturbed by the evening. The room is no longer a place of ceremony. It has become a place of remains. A spoon lies beside a plate. Another rests on a side table. A serving piece waits near the edge of a tray. The butler begins his final survey. Not hurriedly. Nothing in this hour should be hurried. He knows the pattern. He knows what was brought out. He knows what should return. One piece, then another. The silver passes through his hands, cool, heavy. Smooth in some places, marked faintly in others. He turns a spoon, checks the engraving, places it with the rest. Another. The act becomes almost meditative. Count, Set down, listen, count again. Beneath the silence, arithmetic becomes a kind of ceremony, because one missing piece matters. A teaspoon lost beneath a napkin, a fork forgotten in another room, a serving spoon carried accidentally toward the kitchen. Perhaps nothing more than carelessness. And yet absence has a way of changing the atmosphere of a household. One empty space in a fitted drawer can become a question. Who touched it? Who carried it? Who was last in the room? Who had access? The mystery of household silver was never only about theft, it was about suspicion. Victorian domestic service existed inside an unusual contradiction. Servants could be trusted with almost everything. Bedrooms, letters, children, medicine, keys, jewelry, wine, money, silver. They entered private rooms. They knew family routines. They handled objects of extraordinary value. And yet that trust was rarely complete. The same servant given access to precious plate might also live beneath the quiet awareness that if something disappeared, suspicion could fall downward, toward the staff, toward the people whose hands had touched the object most often. Whispers tell us that larger houses sometimes kept silver and plate in specially secured cupboards or plate rooms. Locks were heavy, keys were controlled, inventories might be kept. Certain pieces counted with care. The butler, housekeeper, or another senior servant might hold responsibility not because the objects belonged to them, but because their position required them to answer for what happened to them. Responsibility without ownership. Access without possession. Trust shadowed by doubt. Perhaps no object expressed this arrangement more clearly than silver. It shines, but it does not warm. It reflects, but gives nothing back. Beautiful, cold, always bearing the image of whoever stands before it, distorted faintly by the curve of the metal. The servant polishing a tray might see his own face inside it. Small, warped, temporary. Above that reflection, perhaps an engraved crest announces another family name. The contrast is almost too perfect. His hands restore the symbol. The symbol does not include him. Polishing itself had its own rhythm. Silver tarnishes. Air touches it. Hands leave marks. Time dulls the surface, and so servants worked against time. A cloth moves slowly across a spoon. Darkness lifts. A pale shine returns. A candlestick is rubbed until the flame beside it appears twice. A tray gathers light along its edge. Fingerprints disappear. Smudges vanish. The family crest emerges clearly again. It is another Victorian ritual of erasure, like muddy boots cleaned before morning, like ash removed from a grate, like dirty water carried away. The evidence of use must disappear. The silver must return to the table looking untouched, as though no hand had lifted it, no mouth had used the spoon. No wax had fallen, no servant had spent time restoring the shine. Perhaps this is what elegance often requires. Not merely beautiful objects, but the constant removal of evidence that beauty is being maintained. The butler moves from dining room to pantry, from pantry to plate cupboard. Perhaps he carries the pieces himself. Perhaps a footman assists. Perhaps everything is laid temporarily upon a cloth while the count is checked. The room is quieter here. No portraits, no guests, no laughter, only shelves, locks, keys, metal. The silver is closer to servants now than to the family that owns it. This, too, is strange. At night, inherited wealth descends below stairs. Its guardians are the very people society sometimes imagines as a threat to it. A butler may possess the key to objects worth sums impossible for him to earn quickly. He could unlock them, handle them, count them, know where they are stored, and every evening he demonstrates trustworthiness again by returning them. Night after night, year after year. No ceremony marks this loyalty, only repetition. Perhaps that is how trust works in old households, not through speeches, through objects that remain where they should. Still, anxiety never disappears completely. A missing teaspoon could disturb an entire evening's peace. Imagine the count is wrong. The butler pauses. Again. 1, 2, 3. He checks the drawer, the cloth, the tray. The room. A footman may be asked quietly, "Was another spoon collected? Did one remain in the drawing room?" No accusation yet, only uncertainty. But uncertainty creates its own chill. The servant knows how easily a question can become suspicion, so the search begins. Not dramatically. The Victorian household prefers discretion. A dining room checked again, napkins lifted, sideboard inspected. Perhaps the spoon is found beneath a folded cloth. Perhaps it was carried with dessert things. Perhaps nothing sinister occurred at all. The missing object returns. The atmosphere loosens. But for a few minutes, everyone below stairs understood the danger of absence. The spoon is placed into the drawer. It makes the smallest sound, metal against wood, and somehow that sound restores order. Some believe that possession becomes most visible when it is threatened. A person may barely notice a silver fork while using it, but when one disappears, suddenly it acquires meaning, value, memory, ownership, suspicion. The household sees the object more clearly because it is gone. The servant sees something else. The fragility of trust. A drawer full of silver may seem secure, but trust itself can be lighter than a spoon, easier to lose, harder to polish back to brightness. The night deepens. The pieces are all present now. The final tray has been wiped. Candlesticks stand in their places. Forks rest aligned. Spoons curve beneath lamplight like small moons. One by one, the objects leave the servant's hands. They return to cloth-lined drawers, to shelves, to locked cupboards. Perhaps an inventory book lies nearby. Names, numbers, sets, marks, a written shadow of the objects themselves. The family history exists upstairs in portraits and stories. Down here, it can also exist as quantities. 12 forks, 12 spoons, 6 candlesticks, 1 salver, 1 ladle, an inheritance translated into countable things. The butler closes the drawer. Then another. The key enters the lock, a turn, soft, final. The sound is barely louder than breathing, yet it seals an entire world away. Inside the cupboard, the silver no longer shines. Without lamplight, its brilliance disappears. It becomes cold metal in darkness, waiting. Above stairs, the family sleeps. Perhaps beneath portraits of ancestors who once used these same pieces. Perhaps one of those painted figures received the tray as a wedding gift. Perhaps another ordered the engraving. Perhaps another carried the household through some long-vanished season of prosperity or decline. The silver connects them all. Not because it remembers, but because people remember through objects. Metal outlives hands. A spoon may survive 3 generations of owners. A servant polishing it may serve only a few years. The object remains. The worker disappears. Where memory fades, this imbalance becomes difficult to ignore. Museums preserve silver. Inventories survive. Family crests can be traced. But the hands that rubbed tarnish from the metal late at night may have left only a name in a household record, or no record at all. And yet the shine we admire may once have depended upon those hands. The door to the plate room is closed now. The ring of keys rests in the butler's pocket. Perhaps he checks the lock once more. A small pull. Secure. The lamp is lowered. The passage darkens. The silver sleeps. There is something almost sacred in the image, not because the objects are holy, but because so much anxiety, pride, inheritance, and human attention has been gathered around them. They lie inside a locked chamber, like buried treasure, hidden not beneath earth, but beneath routine. Above them, floorboards. Above those, carpets. Above those, sleeping rooms. The house settles into night. A pipe cools, a clock marks the hour, the key is carried away. Tomorrow the cupboard will open again, the silver will return to daylight, fingerprints will return, wax will fall, food will be served. Guests may admire the brightness without thinking about the lock. Then night will come again. The count will begin again. 1, 2, 3. Every object returned, every absence noticed, every surface restored. Perhaps this is why silver seems such a fitting symbol for the Victorian household. It reflects everything placed before it: wealth, order, hierarchy, fear, trust, suspicion, beauty. And beneath all of them, labor. Cold metal warmed briefly by another person's hands, then locked away before sleep. The final key turns. The lamp is extinguished, and in the darkness below stairs, the inherited silver rests quietly beneath lock and key, guarded by the very people who were trusted enough to touch it, and distrusted enough that it had to be counted when they did. There is something strangely haunting about a bed prepared for someone who is not there. Near midnight, the bedroom waits. The curtains have already been drawn against the fog. The sheets have been folded back with careful hands. A porcelain jug stands beside the wash basin. Fresh water catches a small reflection from the lamp. Slippers have been placed near the bed. A nightshirt rests upon a chair. The fire has been adjusted so that it will not burn too brightly, yet not fade completely before the sleeper returns. Perhaps a warming pan has already passed beneath the linen, carrying a brief breath of heat through the cold sheets. Everything is ready, and still, the room is empty. Outside, somewhere beyond the shuttered windows, carriage wheels move through the night. Inside, the chamber waits. It is said that waiting changes the nature of a room. A room being used belongs to the person inside it. A room abandoned belongs to dust. But a room prepared for someone who has not yet arrived seems to exist between worlds. It is not empty. It is expectant. The bed knows the shape of the body that will soon enter it. The slippers wait for feet. The candle waits for a hand. The water waits beside the basin. The room has been arranged around an absence, and behind that arrangement stands a servant, a lady's maid, a valet, perhaps a housemaid, who has already passed through once, checking the fire, drawing the curtains, straightening the bedding. In a prosperous Victorian household, preparing a bedroom for the night could involve a sequence of small tasks so familiar that they became almost ceremonial. The day had its rituals: breakfast laid, letters delivered, clothes brushed, rooms opened. But night had rituals of its own. The bedroom had to be transformed from a daytime chamber into a place of sleep. The bed was opened, sheets turned down, pillows arranged, candles made ready, night clothes laid out, fresh water supplied, the grate checked, personal objects placed where habit expected them. Nothing in this sequence seems remarkable, and yet, taken together, it created one of the household's most intimate illusions. The illusion that comfort simply waited. Imagine a lady's maid standing beside a dressing table. Her mistress is still away at dinner, perhaps at a ball, perhaps at the theatre, perhaps across the city in a brightly lit drawing room filled with conversation. The maid has no need to know exactly what is happening there. Her task is here. She lifts a delicate nightdress. The fabric is soft beneath her hands, perhaps silk, perhaps finely woven cotton, perhaps trimmed with lace. She folds it carefully across the bed, or places it where her mistress prefers. It may be finer than anything the maid owns herself. This is one of the quiet contradictions of service. A person may spend years handling another person's luxury without ever possessing anything similar. She knows how delicate the fabric is, how it must be folded, where it catches easily, how to repair a tiny tear, how to remove a mark. She knows the garment intimately, but it does not belong to her. The same is true of the room. She may know every corner, every drawer, every habit, and still remain, in the social order of the house, an outsider. Whispers tell us that skilled personal servants often acquired an extraordinary knowledge of routine. A valet knew which coat a gentleman preferred for travel, which collar he found comfortable, where his watch should be left, where spectacles should rest, whether boots must be placed at a particular angle near the bed. A lady's maid might know whether her mistress liked one pillow or three, whether the fire should burn low, whether the curtains should be opened slightly before morning, whether a small glass of water must always stand near the bedside, whether a book should remain within reach, whether a candle should be placed to the right rather than the left. Such details seem trivial until they are absent. Habit is often invisible until disturbed. And so the servant became a guardian of habit. The room was not merely cleaned, it was remembered. Every night, memory took physical form. The glass here, the slippers there, the shawl folded over the chair, the book beside the bed, the candle trimmed, the pillows shaped, the bed turned down to exactly the depth preferred. The chamber became a portrait of someone not present, not painted in oils, not carved in stone, but assembled from small preferences, a person described by objects. Perhaps this is why empty bedrooms can feel more revealing than occupied ones. When no one is there, the habits remain. The room quietly says, "This person reads before sleep. This person fears the cold. This person wakes thirsty. This person prefers darkness. This person leaves letters beside the bed. This person keeps medicine near the lamp. This person wants the curtains parted slightly so that morning arrives gently." The servant reads these things without reading them as secrets. They are simply part of work. Beneath the silence, intimacy becomes routine. Yet the closeness is peculiar. The maid may know how her mistress sleeps, but never address her as an equal. The valet may know the master's private weaknesses, but still stand while the master sits. A servant may handle clothing that touches another person's skin, arrange the bed around another person's body, and still enter the room through a different door. Closeness without equality, knowledge without ownership, intimacy without freedom. The bedroom itself holds this contradiction beautifully. It is the most private room in the house, and yet servants enter it constantly, before the sleeper, after the sleeper, sometimes while the sleeper is present. The chamber belongs to one person socially, but functionally, many hands maintain it. The bed, especially, becomes almost symbolic. A waiting bed is an altar to routine. White linen, folded blankets, pillows aligned, curtains closed around an empty space, everything oriented toward the arrival of one body. Perhaps the warming pan has passed beneath the sheets. A long-handled brass or copper pan filled with hot coals might be moved gently through cold bedding, especially in an older or chillier house. The servant must be careful. Too much heat, a stray ember, a moment of carelessness. Even comfort contains danger. So the pan moves slowly beneath the linen, back and forth. A little warmth transferred from fire to cloth, then removed. The sheets are smoothed again. No trace of the instrument remains, only warmth. This, too, is a kind of invisible labor. The guest or family member returns later and slips into a bed that feels welcoming, warm, prepared, safe. The warmth seems to belong to the room, but someone carried it there. Someone warmed the metal, handled the coal, moved the pan, smoothed the sheets, then vanished. The servant checks the fireplace next. A log or coal adjusted, a spark guarded, ash settled. The grate should survive the first hours of sleep without filling the room with smoke or dying too soon. The candle beside the bed must also be ready, the wick trimmed, the holder steady, matches close enough to find. A second candle perhaps placed near the dressing table. Every small flame is part of the architecture of nighttime. Outside, another carriage passes. The maid pauses. Listens. Not this one. The wheels continue. The room remains empty. For a few more minutes, the chamber belongs entirely to preparation. A servant straightens a curtain, touches the corner of a pillow, moves the water jug by an inch, perhaps checks that the bell pull can be reached easily from the bed. There is something almost sacred in such precision, not because the objects are holy, but because repetition creates ritual. Do the same thing each night. At nearly the same hour, in nearly the same order, and ordinary gestures begin to acquire gravity. Fold, place, light, check, wait. Every night, the same small ceremony. Every night, the room rebuilt for sleep. The servant knows that the person who enters later may barely notice any of it. That, in a sense, is success. The room should not feel prepared. It should simply feel right. Effort should dissolve into atmosphere. There should be no sign of the hand that turned down the sheet, no evidence of the person who filled the jug, no memory of the servant who carried coal. Only order. This is one of the deeper arts of service, to create effects without leaving the creator visible. The room says comfort. The servant disappears from the sentence. Perhaps that is why so many elegant Victorian interiors seem almost enchanted when we imagine them now. Beds ready, fires glowing, candles waiting, water fresh, curtains drawn, everything placed perfectly. The objects appear to obey some invisible law, but the invisible law had hands. The hours move slowly. The maid finishes her work. Perhaps she sits briefly in another room. Perhaps she remains nearby, because the mistress may return at any moment. Perhaps the valet waits for the master elsewhere. The servant's own sleep is postponed by someone else's evening. Again, the strange balance of the house appears. A person enjoys a late dinner. Another person stays awake because the bedroom cannot finish the night until its owner returns. A lady attends a ball beneath chandeliers. Her maid waits beside folded clothes in a dimmer room. A gentleman lingers at his club. His valet keeps the fire ready. One world stretches the night for pleasure. Another stretches it through duty. Still, the chamber waits without judgment. Rooms do not care why people are late. The bed remains turned down. The water remains still. The flame shortens slowly. Perhaps the lamp is lowered a little. The servant listens. Then, at last, a distant sound. Wheels. At first faint, then closer. A carriage passing the gate, slowing, stopping. The rhythm changes immediately. Somewhere below, a door will open. A footman will receive coats. Voices may drift through the entrance hall. The sleeper has returned. The room that has been waiting will soon become occupied. The servant takes one last look. The bed, the slippers, the water, the fire. The candle, all correct. Perhaps she touches the curtain lightly. Perhaps she lowers the flame. The chamber becomes softer, more private. Then she moves toward the hidden door. Not the grand entrance into the corridor, perhaps. A service passage, a quieter route. The way servants enter and disappear. She leaves just before the person whose habits built this room arrives. Moments later, the bedroom door opens. The sleeper sees warmth, order, familiar objects, a bed waiting. Perhaps no thought is given to how any of it came to be. Perhaps that is the point. The servant is already gone. The hidden door is closed. The carriage sound has faded. Outside, fog settles once more along the street. Inside, the candle burns beside the bed. The room has completed its transformation. The empty chamber has become someone's night. And somewhere beyond the wall, the servant begins her own journey towards sleep. Perhaps much later. Perhaps only after one more task. Where memory fades, the prepared bed remains in our imagination. White linen folded back, a small flame, fresh water, slippers waiting, the faint warmth left behind by unseen hands. It seems effortless, almost as though the room knew who was coming. But rooms know nothing. It was the servant who remembered, the servant who waited, the servant who prepared the silence, and then disappeared before anyone could see it being made. There are nights when a room seems to remember the cold, long after the fire has been lit. A Victorian bedroom in winter could hold such a chill, the windows dark with frost, the glass faintly silvered by moonlight, heavy curtains drawn close, the coal fire breathing weakly behind an iron grate, and at the center of the room, a bed waiting beneath thick layers of linen and wool. Beautiful, perhaps, carefully made. Yet beneath the blankets, the sheets could be cold enough to feel almost like stone. Then comes a sound, soft, metallic, barely louder than fabric moving in sleep. A long-handled warming pan passes beneath the linen. The blankets rise slightly. The copper bowl travels slowly from one side of the mattress to the other. Inside it, carefully contained, heat has been carried from the hearth. A small imprisoned summer, a captured ember from an older age. And beside the bed stands the servant who has brought it there. It is said that warmth once required more ceremony than we remember. Today, a cold room can be changed almost without thought. But for centuries, winter entered houses freely. It came beneath doors, through window frames, across stone walls, up staircases, into bedrooms that might have been impressive by daylight and bitterly cold after sunset. Even prosperous homes could contain rooms that never seemed entirely separated from the weather outside. A fire helped. Heavy curtains helped. Thick rugs, wool blankets, enclosed beds, and layers of clothing helped. But the bed itself remained a problem. Linen held cold. Dampness could gather. And to climb into icy sheets on a January night was to feel winter suddenly against the whole body. So households turned to fire. Not directly, never carelessly, but carried carefully inside metal. The warming pan was an old solution. Its form was simple, a shallow brass or copper vessel, a lid, often pierced or decorated, and a long handle that allowed the heated pan to be moved beneath the bedclothes, while keeping the servants' hands safely away from the heat. Some were plain, others were ornate. Patterns could be worked into the lid. Handles might be shaped with more elegance than such a practical object seemed to require. And, when polished, the brass could catch candlelight beautifully, almost too beautifully for its humble purpose. The servant prepares it near the fire. Perhaps coals are taken from the grate. Perhaps another heated material is used, depending on household custom and concern for safety. The pan must be warm enough to matter, not so fierce that it becomes dangerous. The servant understands this balance. Heat is useful only while contained. That truth was familiar in every Victorian household. A fireplace gave warmth. It could also burn a house. A candle offered light. It could also touch a curtain. A warming pan offered comfort. But a neglected ember or overheated surface could scorch linen. So the ritual required attention. The servant tests the pan. Perhaps not with bare skin, but by instinct built through repetition. The metals glow, the weight, the smell, the behavior of the coals. There are forms of knowledge that rarely enter books. Knowledge stored in the hands. How warm is warm enough? How long should the pan remain beneath the sheets? How quickly should it move? Where has the linen gathered? Which bed is colder than the others? Which room holds damp after rain? The servant knows because the servant has done this before. Again and again. Whispers tell us that domestic service was filled with such knowledge. Not grand knowledge. Not the sort preserved in libraries beneath leather bindings. But knowledge that allowed a house to function. A maid might know which chimney smoked in an east wind, which stair creaked near midnight, which guest disliked too many blankets, which elderly mistress always complained that the foot of the bed remained cold, which bedroom faced north and needed more attention before winter sleep. Such knowledge was rarely announced. It simply appeared in the result. A warmer room, a comfortable bed, a fire that lasted, a lamp correctly trimmed, comfort without explanation. The maid approaches the bed. She lifts the upper blanket. The warming pan slips beneath. There is a faint movement of linen, then silence again. She begins near the foot, slowly. The metal travels underneath. The sheet warms first where the pan passes. Then the heat spreads outward. A small invisible tide. Cotton loses its chill. Wool holds the warmth. The cold retreats by inches. There is something strangely ancient in the movement. Long before Victorian houses, long before gas lamps and railway clocks, people had sought ways to protect sleep from winter. The hearth was once the unquestioned center of domestic life. Fire meant more than comfort. It meant survival, meals, light, warmth, continuity. To carry heat from the hearth toward the bed was to extend the sanctuary of the fire into another chamber. Perhaps that is why the warming pan seems almost ceremonial when seen in imagination. A little vessel of glowing metal. A servant carrying it carefully through darkness, the hearth behind, the cold bedroom ahead, heat transported from one world to another, borrowed warmth. That is what the bed receives. Warmth borrowed from the communal fire, warmth carried by another person, warmth that arrives before the sleeper does. The master or mistress may still be downstairs. Perhaps conversation continues in the drawing room. Perhaps a guest has not yet returned from a dinner. Perhaps a lady's maid waits for carriage wheels in the street. Perhaps the household has already gone almost entirely quiet. But the bed must be ready. The servant moves the pan higher. The blankets rise gently, then settle. Again, a little farther, then back. The motion is deliberate. Too long in one place, and the heat could mark the cloth. A careless pan could scorch linen. The very instrument intended to create comfort contained the possibility of ruin. This contradiction belonged to fire in every form. Humans have always invited flame close because darkness and cold are difficult companions. And humans have always feared what happens when flame escapes obedience. Victorian bedrooms were filled with combustible things: curtains, bed hangings, paper, carpet, wood, nightclothes, upholstery. A spark mattered. So a servant handling heat near bedding was not simply performing a cozy ritual. She was managing danger quietly. No drama, no alarm, only care. The pan continues. Perhaps the servant lifts the blankets with one hand and moves the long handle with the other. Candlelight trembles along polished brass. The metal reflects the bedposts, the wall, the sleeve of her dress. For a moment, the warming pan becomes a small moon moving beneath fabric, marked by the fire rather than the sky. Outside the windows, frost continues to gather. Inside, the cold is losing its hold. Victorian ideas about health gave warmth even greater importance. Cold and damp were frequently associated with sickness. Chills were feared. Bedrooms that felt damp or badly heated could cause concern, especially for children, elderly people, or those already unwell. The medical understanding of disease was changing rapidly across the 19th century, yet older beliefs about cold air, dampness, constitution, and vulnerability remained woven into everyday habits. To warm a bed could therefore feel like more than luxury. It could feel protective, a barrier against the night, a small defense against whatever illness winter seemed to carry. And so the servant's work acquires another meaning. She is not merely making the bed pleasant, she is helping create a sense of safety. The person who later slips between the sheets may feel the warmth and relax without thinking about its origin. That is the strange beauty of hidden labor. The effect remains, the worker vanishes. Beneath the silence, the bed begins to feel inhabited even before anyone enters it. Heat leaves the trace of a body that has not arrived. The sheets are warm where no one has slept. The pillow remains untouched. The room becomes almost prophetic. It prepares the shape of comfort in advance. Perhaps that is why an empty, warm bed can seem so intimate. Someone has imagined another person's cold and acted before they felt it. Yet intimacy in service was rarely equal. The maid may prepare sheets softer than any she sleeps upon herself. She may carry heat into a chamber warmer than her own attic room. She may know exactly how her mistress prefers the bed arranged, and then climb later into blankets that no one has warmed for her. The contrast does not need to be spoken loudly. The object says enough: a polished brass pan, fine linen, a servant's red hands in a cold room, one person's comfort prepared by another person's exposure. Upstairs, warmth waits. Elsewhere in the house, perhaps the back staircase remains icy. Perhaps the servant's corridor has no fire. Perhaps a maid's own bedroom beneath the roof will be cold when she finally reaches it. Yet here she moves the warming pan carefully beneath expensive blankets. This was one of domestic service's many quiet inversions. The servant touched luxury most often while maintaining it for someone else. She folded the lace, polished the silver, brushed the velvet, warmed the sheets, carried the jewelry, tended the fire. Her hands knew the texture of comfort. Her ownership of it was another matter. Still, there is dignity in skill. The warming pan reaches the head of the bed, then travels once more toward the foot. The maid decides it is enough. She withdraws it slowly. A faint metallic whisper. The blankets settle. She smooths them, one palm across the linen, then another. No mark remains. The bed looks exactly as it did before. That is important. The ritual leaves no visible evidence. only temperature, only an invisible breath held between sheets. She carries the pan toward the hearth. Perhaps the coals are returned. Perhaps they are extinguished safely. The metal rests near the grate. Its work is finished. Now there are other things to check. The candle, the water jug, the fire, the curtains. Perhaps slippers positioned near the bedside. Perhaps nightclothes folded across a chair. The warming of the bed is only one movement inside a larger nocturnal ceremony, and every movement points toward the absent sleeper. The room is arranged around someone who has not yet arrived. Then there are wheels outside, very faint at first. A carriage somewhere beyond the house. The servant pauses, listens. The wheels come closer. Perhaps they stop. Perhaps voices sound below. The owner of the room is returning. The maid takes one final look at the bed. Nothing seems remarkable. White linen, folded blanket, pillow, curtains. But beneath those sheets is a little warmth that did not exist minutes before. The room has been changed without appearing changed. She lifts the warming pan, leaves through the service passage. The door closes. Moments later, someone enters, perhaps tired from dinner, perhaps chilled by the carriage ride, perhaps too distracted to notice anything except the relief of being home. The candle is lowered, clothing is removed, the sheets are opened, and there it is, warmth, unexpectedly soft against winter skin. The sleeper may smile, or perhaps not. Perhaps the sensation is so familiar that it hardly enters thought. Comfort often becomes invisible when it is reliable. The bed simply feels as a bed should feel, warm, dry, welcoming. No thought of the coal, no thought of the pan, no thought of the servant who stood alone in the chamber moving heat beneath the linen. Outside, the winter night continues. Frost marks the glass, the stars are pale, the corridors darken. The warming pan cools somewhere beyond the wall. By morning it will be only metal again, cold brass, a long wooden handle, an ordinary household object waiting for another night. But for a little while, its work remains hidden inside the bed. A borrowed warmth, a breath from the hearth, a trace of flame with the flame itself removed. Perhaps that is what makes the old warming pan so haunting. The object survives in collections. The person who carried it often does not. We can see the pierced brass lid, the hinge, the handle polished by hands. But those hands have vanished. Where memory fades, metal remains. And perhaps, if we imagine quietly enough, we can see the ritual once more. A frozen room, a waiting bed, a servant bending over white linen, the metallic whisper beneath the sheets, heat moving slowly through cloth. Then the pan withdrawn, the blankets smoothed, the servant gone, and moments later, another person entering the room and finding comfort already waiting. Perhaps warmth has always traveled this way, from one fire, through one pair of hands, into another person's night. The ember disappears, but its hidden breath remains. There are rooms where the night does not arrive as darkness, it arrives as steam. Long after the upper windows of a Victorian house have gone black, after bedroom curtains have been drawn, and the last voices have faded from the stairs, another chamber may still be breathing beneath the sleeping household. A service room, warm, damp, lit by one weak lamp, white linen hangs from lines, and wooden frames like pale veils suspended between worlds. Drops of water gather along their lower edges. A shirt sleeve moves slightly in rising air. A tablecloth hangs almost motionless. Beyond it, another sheet becomes only a ghostly shape in the mist, and somewhere between these folds of whiteness, a servant is still working. It is said that every household leaves traces of itself behind. A meal leaves crumbs, a fire leaves ash, a journey leaves mud upon boots, and the human body leaves its own quieter evidence upon cloth. The collar worn through a long day, the shirt beneath an evening coat, the napkin unfolded at dinner, the sheets slept in through the night, the towel used beside the basin, the undergarment concealed beneath layers of respectable dress. All of them eventually descend, downstairs, away from the polished rooms, away from guests, into water, into soap, into steam. Victorian ideals of cleanliness could be exacting, particularly in prosperous households where fresh linen and spotless clothing formed part of the appearance of order. A white collar was not merely fabric, it could suggest discipline, respectability, attention. A well-laid table required linen without yesterday's stain. A prepared bed required sheets that seemed untouched. But whiteness is never effortless. Behind every clean surface lies an act of removal. And removal requires work. Imagine a sheet taken from a grand bedroom. Only hours earlier it lay beneath a sleeping body. Now it has been gathered, carried away, and brought into the hidden working life of the house. In water, it becomes heavy, far heavier than it appeared when stretched across a bed. A servant lifts it. The cloth pulls downward. Water runs from the folds. Arms tighten beneath the weight. A sheet that seemed almost weightless upstairs becomes something entirely different below. This is one of the quiet transformations of domestic work. The object remains the same, but labor reveals its true weight. Whispers tell us that laundry could be among the most physically punishing tasks connected with household service. In some homes it was done on particular days. In others, laundresses might be hired or washing sent elsewhere. Large establishments could have dedicated laundry workers and specialized rooms. No single Victorian household followed precisely the same rhythm. Yet wherever washing happened, the process demanded water, heat, soap, lifting, rubbing, rinsing, drying, starching, ironing, sorting, and folding. And when the household was crowded, when guests arrived, when journeys were planned, when dinner linen was suddenly required, that rhythm could extend toward evening, perhaps sometimes beyond it. The service room fills with sound, not loud sound, the quieter music of repetitive work. Water moving in a tub, cloth being lifted, a wooden surface receiving its weight, the faint scrape of an iron, the distant breathing of a fire, a drop falling, then another. Steam passes through lamplight and vanishes. Again, again, again. There is something almost ritualistic in washing. Water, soap, heat, pressure, rinse, dry, press, fold. The same gestures repeated until evidence disappears. Perhaps this is why laundering can seem, from a distance, like a ceremony of forgetting. Yesterday enters stained. It leaves anonymous. A tablecloth may have witnessed an entire dinner. Wine poured, hands resting, conversation passing above it. A crumb from someone's bread, a drop from someone's glass, perhaps the faint mark of sauce near a plate. The cloth knows nothing of these things, of course, and yet it carries their remains. Then servants take it below. Water closes over the stain. Soap loosens it. Hands work at the fabric. And slowly the evening disappears. By tomorrow, the tablecloth will return upstairs. White, pressed, smooth. The dinner that marked it has been erased. Only memory remains in the people who were present. The cloth has forgotten, or perhaps it has been made to forget. The servant reaches for another item. A gentleman's shirt. The collar may carry the faint grey of a long day. The cuffs show darker marks near the edges. Respectability, seen from a drawing room, can appear immaculate. Seen from the laundry, it looks more human. Dust, sweat, soot, creases. A city writes itself quietly upon fabric. London especially could mark clothing through smoke and grime. Country houses had their own traces. Garden soil, stable dust, travel, rain. Each garment arrives as a small record of the body and the world through which it moved. Then the record is removed. This was part of the invisible architecture of refinement. The wearer returns to public life clean. The linen carries no confession of yesterday. A stiff white collar circles the neck again. No one sees the water it passed through. No one sees the hands that scrubbed it. Cleanliness arrives detached from its maker. Beneath the silence, this creates a peculiar contradiction. Victorian respectability prized purity of appearance, fresh linen, clean tablecloths, pressed cuffs, white collars, bright bedsheets. Yet the creation of this purity could involve rooms filled with heat, sweat, dampness, smoke, and exhaustion. Upstairs, whiteness. Below, steam. Upstairs, smooth linen. Below, aching hands. Upstairs, beds prepared for rest. Below, someone lifting the sheets through water. The contrast is not difficult to see. Perhaps it was difficult not to see for those who worked there. A servant bends over the washing. Steam touches her face. Hair near the forehead has become damp. Her sleeves may be turned back. Hands are reddened by water and work. Winter outside does not matter much here. The laundry has its own climate. Warm air, wet cloth, hot metal. Then perhaps, when she crosses a passage to another room, cold enters suddenly. The body moves between heat and chill, back again. The work continues. There is no need for great drama. Repetition itself can exhaust. Lift, turn, rinse, carry, hang, fetch another. A clock moves through its hours almost unnoticed. The household above withdraws farther into sleep. The servant below moves farther into routine. Later comes ironing. Another kind of heat. An iron must itself be heated and handled with judgment. Too cool, and the fabric remains stubbornly creased. Too hot, and cloth may scorch. Again, skill hides inside simplicity. The servant places linen upon a wooden table. The iron moves. Forward, back, forward. Steam or heat rises faintly. A wrinkle disappears beneath pressure. Then another. The fabric becomes obedient. Smooth, orderly. Perhaps a napkin is next. Then a collar. Then a cuff. The iron travels over them all. There is something almost hypnotic in the motion. One could imagine the whole household being pressed flat in this way. Yesterday's disorder passing beneath a warm iron. Creases softened, edges restored, corners aligned, everything made ready to begin again. Some believe that domestic order is less a state than a process. A room does not remain clean. A bed does not remain made. A shirt does not remain white. Order decays. Dust returns, mud returns, wrinkles return, the human body returns, and therefore work must return too, again tomorrow, and the day after. The laundry room understands this better than almost any chamber in the house. Nothing stays finished. The clean sheet will be used. The pressed collar will bend. The white napkin will meet another dinner. The towel will become wet. The cycle begins as soon as the object leaves the servant's hands. Perhaps that is why the work feels strangely oceanic. An endless tide, soiled cloth descending, clean cloth rising. Again, again. The house seems to breathe through linen. Drawing it inward, sending it back, a servant begins to fold. This is a quieter phase. The heavy work is mostly done. A sheet is spread across a table. 2 corners brought together, then 2 more. The white surface narrows. Fold. Smooth. Fold again. The hands move carefully over the cloth. A pillowcase follows. Then towels. Napkins stacked in even piles. Shirts sorted. Collars arranged. Perhaps different marks identify which person owns which piece. The great confusion of washing gradually becomes order. Each object finds a destination. A bedroom, a dressing room, a dining cupboard, a nursery, a servant's own room. Even linen belonged to hierarchy. Fine household sheets, guest linen, table linen, personal garments, servants' clothing, different cloth, different quality, different destinations. But for a few hours in the service rooms, all have shared the same world of water and labor. The steam does not care who owns the shirt. Soap recognizes no title. Water has always been strangely democratic. It touches everything equally. And yet when the linen dries, hierarchy returns. The finest pieces go one way, the rougher another. The folded stacks restore the social map of the house. Perhaps this is part of the mystery. Laundry temporarily strips away distinction. A shirt is cloth, a sheet is cloth, a towel is cloth. Then human order places meanings back upon them. Master, mistress, guest, child, servant, room, table, bed. The linen goes home. Near dawn, the service room begins to change. The steam thins. The lamp burns lower. Outside a small window, Darkness becomes grey. The night's work has almost reached its edge. Only one sheet remains. It hangs pale beneath the light. The servant takes it down. For a moment, the cloth opens between her hands like a sail. White, clean, silent. No trace of the body that slept upon it. No stain, no crease, no remembered warmth. She places it on the table, brings one side toward the other, smooths it, folds again. The final shape is simple, a rectangle, nothing more. And yet it contains hours of work. Water carried, heat maintained, cloth lifted. Hands reddened, steam breathed, corners aligned, all of it compressed into a clean folded sheet. Soon, perhaps, another servant will carry it upstairs. It will be placed in a linen cupboard or laid upon a bed. Someone may run a hand over its smooth surface. Perhaps no one will. The sheet will simply be there, ready. That is the strange fate of successful domestic labor. Its greatest accomplishment is often to erase itself. The cleaner the cloth becomes, the less visible the work behind it. The perfect white collar tells no story of washing. The smooth tablecloth gives no hint of steam. Fresh sheets contain no memory of tired hands. Where memory fades, cleanliness becomes an illusion of permanence. But nothing was permanent. By tomorrow, the cycle may already have begun again. The servant stacks the final sheet. Outside, the first pale light enters the window. For a moment, it touches the folded linen. White becomes almost blue. Almost silver, smooth as moonlit snow. The room is still warm. A final drop of water falls somewhere in the silence. The servant steps away. Above, sleepers begin to stir. Soon the house will wake into fresh collars, clean towels, pressed napkins, and beds that appear untouched by yesterday. No one upstairs needs to see the night that passed below. Perhaps this is why old linen cupboards can feel strangely peaceful. Stacks of white fabric, corners aligned, everything quiet. We see the finished purity, not the water, not the weight, not the steam, not the hands. But if we listen carefully, perhaps something remains. The soft slap of wet cloth upon wood, the whisper of an iron, the movement of water, a tired breath, a sheet unfolding like a pale veil beneath lamplight, then folding again, until yesterday is gone. Perhaps some histories disappear in exactly this way, washed, pressed, folded, placed quietly upon a shelf. And above them, morning begins. There are rooms in old houses that seem to preserve a different kind of silence. Not the silence of empty halls, not the silence of locked studies or abandoned drawing rooms, but the softer silence of sleeping children. In a Victorian nursery after midnight, the world has drawn inward. The curtains are closed. A small fire burns low. Wooden animals stand in shadow upon a shelf. A doll lies face down beside a chair. The rocking horse no longer moves. And behind bed curtains, a child breathes slowly in sleep. Nearby, someone remains awake. A nursemaid sits beside the fire. Her hands are still for the moment. Perhaps a piece of mending rests in her lap. Perhaps she has been reading by weak lamplight. Perhaps she is simply listening. It is said that childhood remembers darkness differently from adulthood. A room familiar by day can become strange after sunset. A wardrobe deepens into shadow, a toy becomes a shape. The wind touches the window, floorboards speak, and somewhere in the half-dream between waking and sleep, a child may call for someone. In many wealthy Victorian households, the person who answered was not always a parent. It might be a nurse, a nursery maid, a governess, a woman whose name rarely appeared in family portraits, though her face may have been among the first a child searched for in the night. The nursery occupied a peculiar place within the architecture of the Victorian home. It was part of the family, and yet separate. Not quite below stairs, not quite among the formal rooms of adults. It was its own small kingdom. There were day nurseries and night nurseries in some prosperous households. Rooms where children ate, learned, played, were washed, dressed, corrected, comforted, and put to bed. The adults might visit. Parents could be affectionate. Some families were deeply involved in their children's daily lives. Others maintained greater distance. But whatever the arrangement, servants often filled many of the long hours in between. They knew the rhythm of childhood from close range. Which child resisted sleep? Which child feared thunder? Which one demanded the same story every evening? Which one hid crumbs beneath the pillow? Which one woke at 2 in the morning and stared silently into the darkness? Such knowledge was not written into account books. It accumulated slowly, one night, then another. Whispers tell us that Victorian ideals of childhood were wrapped in contradiction. Children were increasingly imagined as innocent, tender, and in need of protection. Yet they were also expected to learn obedience, self-control, manners, religion, duty. The nursery was therefore both refuge and training ground, a place of toys and discipline, stories and instruction, lullabies and rules. And at night, when lessons were finished and daylight order softened, another kind of relationship emerged. The child slept, the nurse listened. Perhaps a cry comes suddenly, not loud, a frightened sound from behind the curtain. The nurse rises. She knows the path without needing full light. 3 steps to the bed, 1 hand to the curtain. The child is awake. Perhaps the dream was only a dream. Perhaps there was a sound at the window. Perhaps no explanation is possible. Children often fear things that vanish when described. The nurse sits near the mattress. She may straighten the blanket, offer water, speak softly, perhaps repeat a familiar phrase, perhaps hum a melody already heard hundreds of times. The details disappear from history. That is part of their mystery. We know that such moments existed, but rarely what words were spoken. The private language between child and caregiver was seldom recorded. A child may later remember only fragments: a hand upon the forehead, the smell of soap, the rustle of a dark dress, a lamp moving closer, a voice saying that morning would come. Memory keeps sensation where history keeps names. The nurse returns to the chair. The fire lowers. The room settles again. There is something intimate about being the person who knows another human being's sleep. The nurse may know how the child curls beneath blankets, how often the pillow must be turned, whether the child sleeps with one hand closed, whether nightmares arrive after fever, whether a particular toy must remain near the bed, whether the door should stay slightly open. These are details even loving parents might not know as precisely if they are not present through the night. And so a strange closeness develops. Care builds familiarity. Repetition builds attachment. The servant becomes woven into childhood. Yet the bond exists beneath a rigid social order. The nurse may love the child may love the nurse. But love does not erase employment. A nurse remains a servant. Her wages can stop. Her position can end. She may be dismissed. She may leave to marry. The family may move. The child may be sent to school. The relationship can be severed by decisions larger than the affection inside it. This is where tenderness becomes melancholy. The nurse can be central to a child's emotional world, while remaining socially peripheral to the household itself. She may know every fear, every bedtime prayer, every preferred story, and still eat elsewhere, sleep elsewhere, enter some rooms only by permission. The child may reach for her instinctively in the night. By morning, hierarchy returns. The nursery makes this contradiction visible. Look around the room. A dollhouse may imitate the larger house in miniature. Tiny rooms, tiny chairs, tiny beds, perhaps even tiny servants arranged within it. A wooden horse stands beside the wall. Picture books rest nearby. A small chair waits near the fire. These objects belong to childhood, but the nurse's presence belongs to labor. She must keep the room warm, check the child, prepare water, attend to cries, manage bed linen, watch illness, perhaps feed an infant in the dark, perhaps carry a restless baby for an hour while everyone else sleeps. There are nights when care is not gentle because the child is calm. It is gentle because the caregiver remains patient through restlessness. A baby cries. Again, the nurse lifts it, walks slowly, back and forth, back and forth. The floorboard near the window creaks each time. The child quiets, then wakes, then quiets again. The nurse's own body longs for sleep. But sleep belongs to someone else for now. The moon moves across the window. The fire shrinks. The clock continues. This is another hidden pattern of Victorian comfort. The family could sleep because someone else remained responsive to the child. The nursery was protected by wakefulness. Not unlike the front door, not unlike the hearth, not unlike the bell system. Someone remained at the boundary between disturbance and rest. Only here, the boundary was more intimate. A nightmare, a fever, a cough, a cry, a wet sheet, a sudden thirst. Small emergencies that feel enormous to a child at night. Illness gave the nursery a different atmosphere. Victorian families feared childhood disease deeply, and with reason. In an age when illnesses could progress quickly and medical care had limits, a fever was watched with seriousness. The nurse may touch a forehead, listen to breathing, replace a damp cloth, call for the mother, send for a doctor, or sit through hours when nothing can be done except observe. The room becomes quieter then. Even toys seem changed. A wooden soldier stands on a shelf beneath moonlight. A stuffed animal leans against a pillow. The fire crackles. The child sleeps unevenly. The nurse watches. There is something ancient in such vigilance. Long before nurseries had wallpaper and rocking horses, human beings sat beside sleeping children through the dark, listening to breath, touching the forehead, waiting for fever to break. The Victorian room surrounds this act with lace curtains and carved furniture, but the act itself is older than any house, a guardian beside a sleeping child, a flame, a night, the hope for morning. Some believe this is why care can feel sacred even when it is ordinary, not because every gesture is dramatic, because it is repeated without witness. The nurse moves the blanket. No one sees. She adds coal to the fire. No one thanks her. She wipes a child's face. No record remains. She rocks the chair for another 20 minutes. The household sleeps. The work disappears into the night. And perhaps the child forgets the details too. Yet the feeling may remain. Safety. Someone came. Someone was there. Someone answered. Where memory fades, perhaps emotional memory lasts longest. A grown man may no longer remember the exact shape of his nursery. A woman may forget the pattern of the curtains. But perhaps somewhere within them remains the memory of footsteps approaching after a bad dream. The sound of a familiar voice. A hand smoothing hair away from the forehead. The knowledge that darkness was not entirely empty. The nurse herself might later vanish from family history. A first name in a census. A surname in a household ledger. A figure at the edge of a photograph. Perhaps not even that. Yet for a few years, she may have inhabited the most vulnerable hours of someone's childhood. There is a quiet strangeness in this. The people who help shape our earliest sense of safety are not always the people history remembers. The fire lowers again. The nurse looks toward it. Perhaps she rises and adds one small piece of coal. Not enough to brighten the room too much. Only enough to keep the cold away. The child turns beneath the blanket. The wooden horse remains still. The doll's glass eyes catch a faint line of light. The rocking chair moves once after the nurse leaves it, then becomes quiet. Outside, the sky is beginning to pale, but not yet. There are still hours of darkness. The nurse sits again. Her head may grow heavy. She hears the clock. One strike, then another. Perhaps she allows her eyes to close for a moment. Not deeply, never deeply. The slightest change in breathing brings her back. This is the strange condition of night care. To rest without surrendering. To remain half inside your own body and half attentive to another. The child sleeps more peacefully now. The fever, if there was one, has eased. The nightmare has gone. The room is calm. For a while, nothing needs to happen. And this may be the most beautiful moment of all. Care without action. Presence without demand. Two people sharing a quiet room. One dreaming. One keeping watch. Morning will change everything. Footsteps will return to the corridors. Curtains will open. Water will be brought. Clothes laid out. Lessons begun. Parents may enter. The nursery will once again become a place of instruction, play, and routine. The invisible night will disappear. But for these remaining hours, the room belongs to a simpler arrangement. The sleeper, and the watcher. The child does not know the time. The nurse does. The child does not hear the clock. The nurse hears every strike. The child has entered a world of dreams. The nurse remains beside the fire, keeping one foot in the waking world on the child's behalf. Perhaps this is why the nursery at night feels almost like a sacred chamber. Not because nothing can happen there, but because someone has promised, through presence rather than words, that the child will not face the darkness alone. Outside, the first bird has not yet begun. The moon still rests faintly upon the window. The fire is low. The toys stand like small silent witnesses. The child breathes. The nurse listens. And somewhere between one breath and the next, the whole Victorian house seems to disappear. No master, no servant, no formal staircase, no hierarchy. Only a sleeping child, and someone awake beside them. For a few hidden hours, that is the entire world. Perhaps some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. And perhaps the softest among them is not a voice at all. Only a chair near the fire, a clock in the darkness, a child sleeping peacefully, and the quiet presence of someone who has not yet allowed herself to sleep. At the end of a long Victorian corridor, a door has been left slightly open, only slightly, enough for a narrow blade of candlelight to fall across the carpet. The rest of the passage is dark. Portraits disappear into shadow. The wallpaper loses its pattern. The clock on the landing continues its quiet measure of the night. And from behind the half-open door comes another sound. Breathing, uneven, slow, then shallow, then still for a moment before beginning again. Inside the room, someone is ill, and beside the bed, someone remains awake. It is said that illness changes the architecture of a house. Doors that were usually closed remain open. Footsteps soften. Voices lower. Meals are altered. Firelight is watched more carefully. Water appears again and again beside the bed. The ordinary order of the household bends itself around one body. And in that bending, old boundaries sometimes grow faint. A master who gives instructions by daylight may now be unable to lift his own glass. A mistress, accustomed to being dressed, may lie too weak to sit upright. Someone whose name carries authority through the house may whisper in the dark for water. And the hand that brings it may belong to a servant, a lady's maid, a valet, a nurse, a housemaid, perhaps a trusted servant whose presence has become familiar through years of repetition. The sickroom turns service into something quieter, more intimate, more uncertain. The room itself is altered. The curtains are drawn but not fully closed. A candle burns low. The coal fire has been kept alive. A basin rests nearby. A folded cloth waits in cool water. Medicine bottles stand beside a spoon. A small clock ticks on the mantel. There may be a chair pulled close to the bed, not a comfortable chair. Only one close enough to listen. The servant sits there. Perhaps her back aches. Perhaps her hands are folded. Perhaps she watches the patient's chest rise and fall beneath the blanket. Nothing happens. Then a little time passes. Still nothing. And yet she cannot leave. Beneath the silence, watching becomes work. Whispers tell us that Victorian households often experienced illness within the home rather than in institutions far away. Doctors came to the house. Family members gathered. Servants carried messages. Rooms were darkened or aired according to belief and circumstance. Water was heated. Linens changed. Coal brought. Remedies measured. And through much of the 19th century, fear surrounded illnesses whose causes and cures were only partly understood. Fever had its own language of anxiety. So did consumption. So did sudden weakness, coughing, infection, or unexplained pain. The servant at the bedside did not need to understand medicine in a formal sense to understand change. She knew when the patient's skin felt hotter, when breathing changed, when a cough deepened, when a glass had gone untouched, when sleep did not resemble ordinary sleep. Domestic knowledge again became knowledge of small signs. A pulse at the wrist, a damp forehead, restless hands, a murmured name. Perhaps the servant lifts the cloth, wrings it softly, places it across the forehead. The gesture is simple: water, cloth, skin, nothing more. But in the middle of the night, simple things can become sacred. The patient shifts. A few words are spoken, not fully formed. A family name, perhaps a childhood place, perhaps someone long dead. The servant hears it, then silence again. Illness can loosen the gates that daylight keeps closed. People say things in fever they would never say at breakfast. Old memories rise. Prayers return. Fear becomes less well-dressed. A respectable gentleman may call softly for his mother. An elderly woman may whisper the name of a sister dead for 40 years. Someone may ask forgiveness from a person who is not there. Someone may speak nonsense. The servant hears all of it and reveals none of it. This is another strange form of trust. Not the trust of keys or silver, the trust of being present when another person is no longer able to control what they show. Visitors see a patient arranged for company, hair smoothed, pillows adjusted, curtains opened slightly, a voice made stronger for a few minutes. But the servant sees what comes after: the effort collapsing, the face loosening, the restless sleep, the hand searching for the edge of the blanket, the quiet fear. Illness strips ceremony away, and the servant becomes witness to the person beneath the role. Some believe this is why sickrooms often seem to exist outside ordinary hierarchy. Not because class disappears, it does not. The servant remains employed, the master remains the master. But for certain hours, the body becomes more powerful than rank. Pain does not bow. Fever does not care about inheritance. Breath does not recognize titles. The grand bed and the narrow servant bed both belong to bodies that can weaken. And in the sickroom, this truth cannot be entirely hidden. The servant rises. The fire has fallen low. She crosses the room quietly. The grate contains only a few red coals. She adds one piece. Then another. Not too much. The patient must remain warm. But the room must not become oppressive. Again, balance. Again, judgment. The coal catches slowly. A small orange flame appears. The room brightens by the smallest degree. The brass bed fitting reflects it. The water glass glows faintly. The servant returns to the chair. The clock ticks. 1 minute, then another. There is something hypnotic about a sickroom at night. The same sounds repeat. Breath, clock, fire, cloth dipped in water, spoon against glass, then stillness. The whole world seems reduced to a few small things. Perhaps outside, rain touches the windows. Perhaps fog covers the street. Perhaps carriages pass somewhere beyond the house. None of it matters much here. The room has become its own universe. The servant may have been awake for hours. Her fatigue does not need to announce itself. It sits with her like another shadow. Her eyes close for a moment, then open. She shifts in the chair. One foot has gone numb. Her shoulders are stiff. But when the patient moves, she is awake at once. This kind of watching requires a peculiar state. Not fully active, not resting, suspended. Like a candle burning low. A servant might remain until another watcher relieved her, or until dawn, or until the doctor arrived. If the patient worsened, she might be sent through the sleeping house, a lamp in hand, down the corridor, downstairs, a messenger summoned, a carriage ordered. The doctor's house approached through darkness. Again, the servant becomes the bridge between one private chamber and the uncertain world outside. Yet most of the time, the night is not filled with dramatic arrivals. It is filled with waiting. Waiting to see whether the fever rises. Waiting for the patient to drink. Waiting for sleep to deepen. Waiting for the next hour. Waiting for morning. This may be the most difficult part of care, not knowing. The servant cannot command the body to improve. She can only attend. Water, fire, cloth, blanket, medicine when instructed. Observation, presence. There is humility in that. Perhaps the room teaches it to everyone inside. The master cannot order health back. The servant cannot guarantee it. The doctor, when he comes, cannot promise. All rank bends before uncertainty. The clock reaches some late hour. 2, 3, perhaps 4. The patient begins to sleep more evenly. The breath changes. Not perfect, but calmer. The servant watches. She does not trust the change immediately. Another minute, another, still calm. She pours fresh water into the glass. The sound is gentle, a thin stream. The glass becomes clear again. She folds the cloth neatly, places it beside the basin. These small acts restore order to the room. Not health, only order. Sometimes that is all one can restore in the night. The fire lowers again. Outside, the darkness is beginning to weaken. The curtains no longer seem black. They become grey, then slightly blue. Morning is approaching. A bird may call once from somewhere beyond the window. The servant notices. The patient does not. Perhaps the danger has passed. Perhaps not. The chapter must not decide. That is part of the mystery. Illness rarely obeys the neat endings of stories. A peaceful hour does not always mean recovery. A difficult night does not always mean loss. The watcher simply receives the morning as another change. Grey light reaches the carpet. The candle looks suddenly smaller. The room, which felt like the entire world at 2 in the morning, begins to become a room again. Furniture returns. The wallpaper reappears. The basin is only a basin. The chair is only a chair. Hierarchy, too, begins to return. Soon someone else may enter. A family member, another servant, the doctor. Morning instructions, breakfast trays, questions. How was the night? Did the patient sleep? Was there fever? The servant will answer quietly. Briefly, she may not mention the whispered name, the frightened prayer, the moment when a hand reached into the dark. Those belong to the sealed chamber of the night. She rises from the chair, slowly. Her body reminds her how long she has been sitting. She smooths her apron, perhaps checks the fire once more. The patient remains asleep. The servant moves toward the door. Before leaving, she looks back. On the small table rests a glass of water. Beside it, a folded cloth. The candle has burned almost to its end. No other evidence remains. No record of the words spoken. No record of fear. No record of the servant's own tiredness. Only objects. Quiet objects. The sort of objects history often overlooks. Yet they have witnessed everything. The door closes almost fully. The strip of light in the corridor disappears. Morning has come. Where memory fades, the sickroom becomes difficult to recover. We may know the date someone fell ill, the doctor's name, the final outcome, but not the servant who sat through the dark, not the hand that lifted the glass, not the person who heard the last coherent sentence before fever took over, not the one who knew what fear sounded like when no visitor was present. These moments rarely enter family histories. Perhaps they were never meant to. Some knowledge belongs to the room where it was given. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. And if we listen now, perhaps all we hear is the clock, the coal settling, a slow breath beneath blankets, a chair beside the bed, and someone remaining there through the longest hour before dawn, not as master, not as servant, not entirely, only as one human being keeping watch beside another. In the deep quiet of a Victorian house, there are sounds so small that only the wakeful hear them. The settling of timber, a coal breaking softly in the grate, rain against distant glass, and somewhere in a private room below the grander floors, the faintest touch of metal against metal, keys, heavy iron keys, small brass cabinet keys, long cellar keys, pantry keys, closet keys, perhaps a key for the linen press, another for the tea chest, another for medicines, another for stores that no junior servant could open without permission. Gathered on a ring, they rest beside the housekeeper's bed, or beneath her pillow, or close enough that, even in darkness, her hand could find them. It is said that every great house contains a second map. Not the map made by architects, not the arrangement of drawing rooms, bedrooms, staircases, and galleries that visitors admire. Another map, a map of things concealed, a map of cupboards, cellars, pantries, shelves, locked drawers, hidden stores. And the housekeeper's keys were the instrument by which that invisible geography could be entered. By daylight, she might move through the house with the ring at her waist. The metal made a restrained sound as she walked, Not loud, but recognizable. A small announcement of authority. She remained a servant. Yet among servants, hers could be a powerful position. She knew where things were kept. She knew how much remained. She knew who had permission to take them. And perhaps most importantly, she knew when something did not add up. The household depended upon abundance. Tea appearing in the morning. Sugar upon the table. Fresh linen in bedrooms. Soap in service rooms. Candles ready after dusk. Spices in the kitchen. Wine in the cellar. Medicines when needed. Coal, preserves, cleaning materials, stores of food and cloth. To the family above stairs, these things might appear simply to exist. But abundance, like warmth and cleanliness, had to be managed. Whispers tell us that in larger Victorian households, valuable provisions were often kept under careful control. Tea and sugar, though more accessible than in earlier centuries, still carried value. Spices could be costly. Alcohol had to be monitored. Candles disappeared one by one with every evening. Soap diminished. Linen wore out. Everything that entered the house eventually became less. And so someone had to count. Someone had to remember. Someone had to say, "There are 6 left. This chest is nearly empty. That cupboard should be locked. This bottle was opened yesterday. These sheets belong to the guest rooms. Those candles must last until the new order arrives." Domestic order was not only about cleaning, it was about arithmetic, the quiet mathematics of survival inside a wealthy home. The housekeeper stands before a linen press. The key enters. Turns. The door opens. Inside are folded sheets, pillowcases, towels, table linen, rows of pale cloth stacked with such precision that the shelves resemble little chambers of snow. She runs one hand over the pile, counts perhaps, checks the marks, remembers which rooms require fresh linen tomorrow. The key turns again, the door closes, then another key, another cupboard, another hidden world. There is something almost ceremonial in this sequence. Metal, lock, turn, open, inspect, close, lock again. The gesture repeats until the keys themselves seem like ritual objects. Each one grants entry to a different part of the household's secret life. A small brass key might open the tea chest, a longer one, the storeroom, another the medicine cupboard, another perhaps a drawer containing household money or valuable supplies. The ring is almost a miniature kingdom, a set of gates reduced to metal. Some believe that power is revealed not only by what a person possesses, but by what they are permitted to open. By that measure, the Victorian housekeeper possessed a strange authority. She did not own the house. She did not own the wine. She did not own the linen. She did not own the silver, the tea, the medicines, or the food. Yet without her, many of these things remained inaccessible. She was trusted with control over what belonged to others. This is where the mystery deepens, because trust was expressed through locks. The more valuable the household, the more carefully things might be secured. A master could say that he trusted his housekeeper, and then give her keys to doors meant to remain locked against everyone else. Trust and suspicion did not cancel each other. They existed together. The key ring embodied both. To hold the key was to be trusted. To need the lock was to admit distrust. Perhaps the housekeeper understood this contradiction better than anyone. She might be responsible for detecting waste, theft, carelessness, unexpected shortage, a bottle of wine lower than it should be, candles disappearing too quickly, sugar used without permission, a sheet missing from the linen press, soap taken, a medicine bottle disturbed. These seem small matters from a distance. Inside a tightly managed household, they could become questions of discipline. Someone had access, someone took something, someone failed to record it, and the housekeeper often stood at the center of that uncertainty. She knew who had asked for the key, who had entered, who had been sent to fetch something, who might be blamed. The authority was real, so was the burden. She could open doors others could not. But every opened door left her responsible for what lay beyond it. Imagine her crossing the house after dusk. The upper corridors have quieted. Moonlight rests upon the windows. Her lamp is low. The keys touch one another softly as she walks. A pantry door, locked. A still room, locked. A cabinet, checked. The medicine cupboard, secure. The cellar door, bolted. Each closed space is like a sealed chamber. Behind one lies wine. Behind another, preserves. Behind another, clean linen. Behind another, perhaps household remedies, bottles, and substances that no child or careless hand should reach. The house begins to resemble a fortress of small secrets. Not dramatic secrets, domestic ones, but domestic life depends upon them. A key is useful because something must remain separate, protected, controlled, hidden. The housekeeper becomes the guardian of separation. She knows which boundary may be crossed, and by whom. This position placed her in an unusual place within the social order, below the family, above many servants, responsible to one world, commanding within another. A senior housekeeper might supervise maids, manage stores, oversee linen, maintain standards, and carry considerable practical authority. Her room itself could reflect this middle position, more private than that of a junior servant, perhaps furnished with greater comfort, yet still part of the working house. She might take tea in a housekeeper's room, receive reports, keep ledgers, store keys. Her authority was domestic rather than public. But inside the hidden machinery of the household, it mattered. She knew the house from the inside, not as the family knew it. They knew rooms, she knew systems, they knew dinners, she knew supplies, they knew fresh sheets. She knew how many remained. They knew the medicine had arrived. She knew where it was locked. There is intimacy in this kind of knowledge. Not emotional intimacy, structural intimacy. The housekeeper understood what sustained the appearance of abundance. She knew where scarcity could begin. A chest running low, a cupboard nearly empty, a shelf missing one bottle. A key that no longer turned properly. Households reveal themselves through shortages. Perhaps she knew more about the true state of the home than some of those who owned it. Not the state of investments or estates, but the state of daily life. How much was left? How much was used? How quickly things disappeared? Where waste occurred? Where discipline failed? Where tomorrow's needs would come from? Beneath the silence, the key ring becomes more than metal. It becomes memory. No key carries a label large enough to explain its world. The housekeeper must remember, this key, that door, this cupboard, not the other. Perhaps the keys differ in shape, one worn smooth, one slightly bent, one difficult in winter, one requiring a lift of the door before it will turn. Again, knowledge moves into the body. Her fingers know them, even in low light, perhaps in darkness. She could reach for the correct one by touch. That is why the image of keys beside a bed feels so strange. All day they represent movement. Open, close, fetch, count, lock. At night, they become still, a ring of sleeping permissions. The storerooms rest. The pantry is silent. No linen cupboard opens. No cellar door moves. No tea chest gives up its leaves. For a few hours, the invisible economy of the house stops breathing, or seems to. The housekeeper enters her room. She removes the key ring from her waist. The weight leaves her clothing. Perhaps it feels heavier in the hand than anyone would expect. Iron has weight. Responsibility does too. She places the ring on a table, or beside the bed, or, in a house where caution is greater, perhaps beneath her pillow, or close within reach. The gesture is almost regal, a crown removed at night. But hers is not gold. It is iron and brass. It opens cupboards. There is no ceremony, no witness, only a tired woman preparing for sleep. And the strange little kingdom she will reopen in the morning. Before she lies down, perhaps one thought returns. Was the pantry locked? The medicine cupboard? The cellar? Did she check the linen press? The mind of responsibility has difficulty releasing itself. Perhaps she knows the answer. Yes. All secure, still she listens. The house settles. A clock sounds somewhere beyond the wall. One key shifts faintly against another. Then silence. Above stairs, the family sleeps without thinking about the hidden stores. They assume that breakfast will come, tea will come, fresh linen will come, candles will be available, medicine can be fetched, the household will continue, and perhaps that is the deepest power of the housekeeper's keys. They protected continuity, not treasure in the mythical sense, not buried gold. Something more ordinary, the supplies from which tomorrow would be built: soap, sugar, tea, candles, cloth, wine, medicine, small things. Yet civilization inside a house is made from small things repeated reliably. Where memory fades, old keys survive easily. They lie in drawers, museums, estate collections. Heavy, dark, anonymous. Sometimes, no one remembers which door they opened. The lock is gone, the cupboard demolished, the cellar altered, the room renamed. Only the key remains, a gate without its chamber. Perhaps that is why old keys feel mysterious. They imply absence. Somewhere, there was once a door. Somewhere, someone turned this metal and entered a space now vanished. And perhaps on a winter night in a Victorian house, that someone was a housekeeper carrying an entire hidden map at her side. The lamp is extinguished. Moonlight falls faintly across the room. The keys lie beside the bed. Still, cold, silent. For a few hours, every door remains closed. Every store rests behind wood and iron. Every secret stays in its chamber. Then dawn will come. The ring will be lifted. Metal will touch metal. The first lock will turn, and the hidden machinery of the house will begin again. Perhaps that was the housekeeper's quiet crown. Not wealth, not ownership, but access, memory, responsibility, a small circle of keys waiting beside her in the darkness, guarding the night, and holding tomorrow shut until morning. There are nights when a city seems to move farther away without ever becoming silent. London, after midnight. Fog gathers along the street. Gas lamps burn behind pale halos. The pavement shines faintly where earlier rain has darkened the stone. A carriage passes somewhere beyond the square. Its wheels sound first. Then the soft rhythm of hooves. Then nothing again. Inside a tall Victorian townhouse, a footman remains awake, fully dressed. Coat buttoned, collar in place, shoes polished. He stands in the entrance hall beneath a lamp that has burned lower than it did at dinner. A clock marks 1 in the morning. No one answers it. The chairs are empty. The staircase rises into darkness. And still, he waits. It is said that waiting alters time. An hour spent in conversation may disappear almost unnoticed. An hour spent listening for a sound that may or may not come can become enormous. The servant's evening cannot truly end until someone else's evening has ended first. Somewhere across the city, perhaps beneath chandeliers, a ball continues. Music moves through another house. Silk passes across polished floors. Glasses are raised. Conversations stretch beyond midnight. Elsewhere, a gentleman sits in a club, under tobacco smoke and warm lamplight. Another family finishes supper after the theatre. Someone else has missed an earlier train and will arrive later than expected. These distant lives are connected to the footman by one simple fact. Eventually, someone must come home, and when they do, the door must open. The coat must be received. The lamp must be ready. The household must absorb the returning person quietly enough that those already sleeping remain undisturbed. So the footman waits. Beneath the silence, this waiting becomes almost ceremonial. The front hall has already been arranged for night. The outer door is secured, but not beyond opening. The lamp is trimmed. Perhaps a candle stands nearby. A chair waits against the wall. A small table holds gloves, letters, or a salver. The hall itself seems prepared for an arrival. Yet there is no arrival. Not yet. The servant listens. Wheels. Far away. He raises his head. The sound approaches. Perhaps his posture changes before he is even aware of it. The wheels grow louder. Hooves strike the wet street. A carriage emerges somewhere beyond the fog. Closer. Closer. Then it continues past the house. The sound begins to fade. Not theirs. The footman returns to stillness. The clock ticks. This is the peculiar architecture of suspended time. Every approaching carriage creates a question. Could this be the one? Every passing carriage answers, not yet. Whispers tell us that late Victorian social life among prosperous families could extend far into the night. Dinner parties did not always end early. Theatres released their audiences late. Balls might continue for hours. Gentlemen's clubs had their own rhythms. Railway travel complicated arrival times still further. And beneath all of this freedom of movement existed a quieter world of service that adjusted itself around it. A person attending a ball might think of the evening as leisure. The servant waiting at home experienced the same hours differently. One person's pleasure stretched another person's duty. This was not unusual. It was built into the structure of domestic service. If the family remained out, someone remained available. The servant could not simply decide that midnight was late enough. The clock did not release him. Only the return did. Perhaps he sits for a moment, not lazily, only because standing has become unnecessary. The chair is hard. The coat remains buttoned. His body is tired, but his appearance must not show it. This, too, mattered. Liveried servants were part of the public face of a wealthy household. Their clothing could be formal. Dark coats, buttons, waistcoats, white gloves in certain circumstances, perhaps family colours or distinctive trim in larger houses. The uniform created an impression of order. The footman did not merely perform tasks. He represented the household, and representation requires control. A servant opening the door at 2 in the morning should not look as though he has been dragged from exhaustion. He should seem ready, composed, almost outside time. Fatigue must remain hidden. It is another form of domestic disappearance. The polished shoe does not show the aching foot. The straight collar does not reveal the heavy eyelids. The formal coat turns the servant into part of the architecture, always in place, always prepared. Perhaps this is why old images of liveried servants can seem so still. They were trained, in a sense, to become controlled surfaces. But beneath the uniform was a body that had already worked through the day. The footman may have served dinner, carried trays, opened doors, answered bells, moved through rooms on command. Perhaps he had risen early. Perhaps tomorrow will begin early again. Still, the night has not released him. Another carriage passes, not theirs. The lamp burns lower. One candle shortens. Wax gathers near the holder. The clock reaches 1:30. Somewhere above, the household sleeps, without knowing how many times the servant has looked toward the door. The stairs remain dark. The portraits remain still. Outside, fog presses close to the glass. There is something almost oceanic about the carriage in such a night. It emerges from darkness like a small vessel. 2 lamps first, then the body of the coach. Wheels rolling through mist. For a few moments it exists. Then the fog takes it again. Movement belongs to those inside. The footman remains anchored to the house. This is the emotional heart of the duty. He witnesses other people's freedom of movement. He receives the evidence of evenings he does not share. A lady returns, carrying the scent of perfume and crowded rooms. A gentleman returns with theatre programs folded in his pocket. Guests step down from carriages speaking about music, dinner, or someone they saw. The servant hears fragments, never the whole story. He stands at the threshold between participation and observation. The world arrives, passes through him, then goes upstairs. He remains behind. Perhaps around 2, a carriage finally stops. The footman hears the change before he sees anything. The rhythm of wheels slows. Hooves pause. The faint jingle of harness settles. A carriage lamp glows through the frosted glass. This time, the servant rises. The correct one. The locks move. A bolt is drawn. The door opens. Cold night air enters immediately. Fog curls briefly across the threshold. The contrast is sharp. Warm hall, cold street, still house, lived evening. A lady steps inside, perhaps followed by another family member. A cloak is removed, gloves loosened. The footman takes the outer garments. There may be a few quiet words. Was the evening pleasant? Perhaps no such question is appropriate. A servant knows when speech is required and when silence is better. The returning family climbs the staircase. Their voices grow faint. The footman hangs the coats, closes the door, secures it again. For a moment, he may believe the night is finished, but perhaps one person is still absent. Another gentleman remains at his club. Another carriage must be awaited. And so the ritual begins again. The hall settles. The chair waits. The clock continues. Sometimes the return is less graceful. A gentleman may come home tired or unsteady from drink. This too must be absorbed discreetly. A servant might support an arm, quietly remove a hat, ensure that a stair is climbed without noise. Perhaps another servant is summoned. No announcement, no laughter, no embarrassment exposed to the household. The service lies in making disorder disappear before it becomes public. The next morning, the gentleman may appear at breakfast composed. The footman remembers the night, but the memory belongs to service. Like so much domestic knowledge, it is not his to repeat. This gives the threshold an unusual intimacy. The footman sees people at transitions, before they have fully rearranged themselves for home, after the city has loosened the formal mask. A tired face, a laugh too loud, a secretive whisper, a message passed quickly, a look toward the staircase. These moments live for seconds, then disappear. The servant remains as witness, and perhaps no one ever asks what he saw. Beneath the silence, there is another kind of loneliness in this. The footman is close to lives full of movement. He touches their coats, opens their carriage doors, hears where they have been, knows when they return. Yet his own life is governed by their schedule. He cannot begin his private night until the public night of others has finished. A ball may mean music to one person. To him it may mean 3 extra hours beneath the hall lamp. A theatre may mean entertainment upstairs. Below, it means waiting. The same event casts different shadows depending on where one stands. Some believe hierarchy is clearest, not in grand commands, but in control over time. Who decides when the evening ends? Who may leave? Who must remain? The master chooses to stay late. The servant stays because the master has chosen. The carriage becomes a symbol of that freedom. It can go. The footman cannot. Not yet. The hours continue. 2:30, 3. Fog begins to thin, almost imperceptibly. The street has become quieter. Even the city seems tired now. At last, there are wheels again. Slow, steady, approaching. The servant listens. Something in the rhythm is familiar. The carriage stops. A lamp glows beyond the glass. He rises for the final time. The door opens. Night enters with the returning gentleman. A coat, a hat, a few subdued words. Perhaps the gentleman is entirely sober and simply tired. Perhaps he carries a folded newspaper. Perhaps he asks whether anyone has called. Perhaps he says only good night. Then the staircase receives him, step by step, higher, fainter, gone. The footman remains in the hall. Everyone is home now. The house is complete. The waiting is over. He closes the door, draws the bolt, places the chain, hangs the coat, checks the lamp. For the first time in hours, there is no approaching sound he needs to interpret, no future arrival, no question hidden in the fog. The silence changes. It is no longer listening silence. It is simply silence. Outside, the stars have begun to fade behind a paling sky. The gas lamps along the street seem weaker. A faint grey touches the upper windows. Morning is not here, but night has loosened its hold. The footman lowers the final hall lamp. The flame shrinks. The polished brass fittings lose their glow. The portraits disappear completely. He takes the lamp away. Perhaps he climbs toward a small servant room. Perhaps another duty remains. Perhaps sleep will last only a few hours. But now, finally, it belongs to him. His own night begins when much of the world is already preparing for morning. Where memory fades, the carriage sounds disappear first. The balls end. The theatres empty. The clubs change. The old townhouses become offices, museums, apartments, or vanish entirely. Yet one can still imagine the footman beneath the lamp, waiting, listening, watching fog gather against the door. And perhaps that is the quiet mystery of the last carriage. Not where it came from, not whom it carried, but the invisible life it kept suspended until its wheels finally stopped. One person's evening ends, another person's rest begins, the door closes, the lamp dies, and somewhere above the rooftops, the last stars fade into morning. There is an hour when a dining room stops being a room and becomes a memory. The guests have gone, the chairs stand empty, candles have burned low enough that the flames seem smaller than the shadows around them. Crystal glasses remain where hands abandoned them. A silver spoon lies at an angle beside a plate. Crumbs rest across the white cloth like tiny fragments of a vanished landscape. Somewhere near the center of the table, a flower has fallen from its arrangement. Its petals touch the linen. A dark trace of wine spreads nearby. The room is silent now, but not yet finished. It is said that every feast leaves behind a second feast, not of food, of evidence. The table remembers who reached for bread, who drank deeply, who left a glass nearly untouched, who moved a place card, who allowed wax to fall close to a plate, who crushed a flower stem beneath a sleeve without noticing. None of these things matter much, while laughter still fills the room. But when the voices disappear, the objects begin to speak. And the servants return. A footman enters first. Perhaps another follows. A maid waits near the sideboard. From beyond the service door comes the faint movement of kitchen work still continuing below. Dinner may be over for the guests. For the household, the evening has only changed form. The public ceremony has ended. The hidden one begins. Imagine the room an hour earlier, candles reflected in polished silver, courses arriving in sequence, wine poured, plates exchanged, conversation drifting across the table. Victorian formal dining, especially in wealthier households, could turn eating into performance. The linen had to be immaculate, glass bright, silver polished, serving precise. The servants moved through the room as quietly as possible, appearing when needed, and disappearing before their presence disturbed the illusion of ease. Hospitality was most admired when it looked effortless. And yet effort surrounded every plate. Beneath the silence, that effort now returns to collect what the evening has left behind. The footman lifts the first glass. A little wine remains at the bottom. Candlelight passes through it and becomes ruby. For a moment, the crystal holds the room in miniature. The white cloth, the flame, an empty chair. Then the glass is placed carefully upon a tray. Another follows, and another. Their delicate surfaces touch with the faintest sound. The servants know how easily crystal breaks, how quickly an ordinary moment can become a cost. So every movement is controlled. Lift, place, turn, carry. The rhythm is slower now than during dinner. There are no guests watching, no timing of courses, only the long work of returning everything to order. Whispers tell us that dining rooms were theatres of hierarchy. At the table, placement mattered. Who sat beside whom? Who was nearest the host? Who received attention? Who arrived first? Who was introduced? Even the arrangement of bodies carried meaning. Yet when everyone leaves, hierarchy becomes strangely abstract. Only chairs remain. The servant sees them empty. The chair of the master is merely wood. The guest of honor leaves behind a napkin. The witty visitor leaves a glass. The elegant lady leaves a faint powder mark near the edge of a goblet. Once the people are gone, objects flatten distinction. A plate is a plate. A crumb is a crumb. The servant clears them all. Perhaps this is one of the hidden privileges of those who work after ceremonies. They see grandeur after it has stopped performing. The room becomes honest. The table, which an hour ago seemed almost sacred in its symmetry, is now disordered. Forks lie in imperfect angles. Napkins have collapsed. Wax has fallen. Sauce marks the edge of porcelain. A chair sits slightly too far from the table. One flower has detached from its stem. This is what celebration looks like when no one is watching. Not ugly, simply human. A footman begins gathering silver, forks, spoons, serving pieces. Each one catches dying candlelight. Their polished surfaces mirror the empty chairs, warped and pale. The objects that helped create the evening's refinement must now return below stairs. There they will be counted, washed, polished if necessary, locked away. Their public life ends each night inside hidden cupboards. The same is true of glass. The decanters are removed, heavy crystal catching warm gold along their edges. Perhaps one still carries a dark pool of wine. Another has only a faint red line at its base. They pass through the service door. The door swings closed, and the dining room becomes emptier. There is something almost archaeological about this stage. A servant could reconstruct fragments of the evening from what remains. A half-finished glass suggests someone stopped drinking. A moved place card suggests conversation shifted. A napkin dropped near the chair suggests haste or carelessness. A broken petal suggests a gesture. A stain suggests a spill that passed almost unnoticed. The table becomes a site of small clues. But servants are not investigators. Their task is not to preserve traces, it is to erase them. This makes the work strangely opposite to history. History tries to keep evidence. Domestic service removes it, crumbs brushed away, wine stain treated, wax lifted, glass washed, silver polished, flowers discarded, linen folded. By morning, the event should be almost impossible to reconstruct. The room must become innocent again. Perhaps that is the deeper mystery of housekeeping. It is an art of controlled forgetting. The maid approaches with a crumb brush or cloth. Across the table she works slowly. Tiny remains of bread gather. The white cloth changes beneath her hand. One side clean, then another. A place where crumbs had scattered becomes smooth. Again, again. The gesture is almost like sweeping dust from an old altar. Food has already vanished. Conversation has vanished. Now the final material traces follow. The servants fold used napkins. The cloth itself may need to be removed. A large tablecloth can be cumbersome. 2 workers may lift or fold it carefully. The wine stain remains visible for now, a pale red bloom against white fabric. There is symbolism in that mark. The evening that appeared perfectly controlled had a stain after all. But the stain will not survive. Water, soap, work. By another dinner, the cloth may return without a trace. This is how respectability renews itself. Not because disorder never happens, because disorder is removed before it is seen again. Some believe that elegance depends less upon perfection than upon repair. A grand household is not naturally orderly. It is constantly being restored. The table becomes untidy. Someone resets it. The glass becomes cloudy. Someone washes it. Silver tarnishes. Someone polishes it. Flowers die. Someone replaces them. The room lives through cycles of decline and renewal, and servants stand inside that cycle, invisible hands holding back entropy. The dining room is now half empty. The flowers remain, a candle or two, perhaps a serving dish forgotten on the sideboard. The footman carries another tray through the service door. Beyond it, another world is awake. Kitchen staff have their own work. Pans, dishes, leftovers, grease, heat, water. The formal dinner has broken apart into its components. What appeared upstairs as one elegant evening becomes dozens of separate tasks below. A platter washed, a knife cleaned, a saucepan scraped, a cloth rinsed, a glass dried, a bottle recorked, a silver ladle counted. This is the backstage architecture of hospitality. Guests experience sequence. Servants experience accumulation. The more effortless the dinner appears, the more carefully the hidden machinery must work. And now, after midnight perhaps, that machinery is still moving. The servants themselves may be hungry. Perhaps their own supper waits. Perhaps they have already eaten quickly in shifts. Perhaps they will eat once this room is finished. Their fatigue remains quiet. A shoulder tightened, feet aching inside shoes. A hand paused briefly against the table edge. Then the work continues. There is no need to make exhaustion dramatic. Fatigue is often most truthful when ordinary. A person rubs one wrist, straightens, lifts another tray. The house asks for completion. The candles shorten. One flame bends. Wax gathers around the base. Soon these too must be extinguished. But not yet. A little light is still needed. The flowers are removed last, or nearly last. Their fragrance remains in the air. Perhaps roses. Perhaps hothouse blooms chosen to impress guests. Under bright candlelight they belonged to the evening's beauty. Now they seem softer, some petals bruised, one stem bent. A servant gathers them carefully. Perhaps usable flowers are preserved. Perhaps the arrangement will be refreshed in the morning. Perhaps everything is simply carried away. The vase leaves. The table is bare. Something strange happens then. Without cloth, dishes, flowers, glass, and silver, the dining table loses its ceremonial identity. It becomes wood, a surface, a piece of furniture. The stage has been dismantled, and the metaphor feels almost exact. During dinner, everyone had roles: host, guest, lady, gentleman, footman, butler, maid, cook unseen below. Now the audience is gone. The props are being carried away. The performers who were meant to remain invisible are the only people left on stage. Perhaps for a few minutes the room belongs to them. Not socially, not officially, but physically. No one else is there. A footman stands where a guest sat. A maid reaches across the master's place. They touch the objects that had defined rank only moments earlier. The rules remain. Yet the emptiness makes them seem fragile. By morning, everything will return, the hierarchy too. But for this brief hour, the dining room is only a room full of workers and shadows. The chairs are aligned now, one by one. A servant adjusts them, equal distance, straight backs, nothing left awkwardly turned. The floor is checked, the sideboard cleared. Perhaps the hearth is attended. Perhaps the curtains are drawn more tightly. The room is almost ready to disappear into darkness. The final glasses have gone, the final plate, the final spoon. Only candles remain. One is extinguished. A small breath. Smoke rises. Then another. The room darkens in layers. A third flame disappears. The silver no longer reflects, because the silver has already gone. The empty chairs become silhouettes. Another candle, another thread of smoke, until only one remains. In its weak light, the room seems larger than before, more solemn. The servant takes one last look. Table bare, chairs straight, nothing forgotten. The room that held conversation now holds only silence. The last flame is extinguished. Darkness settles. There is no applause for this ending. No one upstairs knows the precise moment the room went black. Perhaps they are already asleep. Perhaps laughter from a distant bedroom still survives faintly. Below stairs, dishes continue to be washed. The evening is not entirely finished, but the dining room has closed its eyes. Where memory fades, it is easy to remember the feast and forget the clearing. We imagine dresses, candles, menus, wine, conversation. We rarely imagine the hands entering afterward, yet those hands completed the event. Without them, hospitality would accumulate into disorder. One evening would remain upon the table when the next began. Instead, every night ended in erasure, and every morning offered renewal. The final trace is scent. Flowers, wine, wax, perhaps coal smoke, a faint perfume suspended in darkness. Soon even that will fade. By breakfast, another room may look untouched, the table ready to be laid again. No crumbs, no stains, no fallen petal, no evidence of tired servants carrying trays through midnight passages. Only order, and perhaps that is the quiet secret of the empty dining room. Celebration is remembered by those who attended, but its disappearance belongs to those who stayed behind. They carry the fragments away, glass by glass, plate by plate, flower by flower, until nothing remains, only a dark room, a table, aligned chairs, and somewhere below, unseen hands washing the last traces of the night from crystal. Perhaps some histories do not end with a final word. They end with a cloth folded, a candle extinguished, a door closed, and silence returning to the place where voices had been. There are houses that seem to contain more rooms than anyone can see. A door closes. A panel aligns with the wall. A narrow passage disappears behind velvet, wallpaper, or dark wood. And somewhere beyond it, in a place no guest is meant to notice, coal shifts softly inside a metal scuttle. The sound is small, a dull scrape, a faint knock of black stone against iron, then a footstep, another. A servant is climbing, not the grand staircase, not the broad sweep of polished wood beneath portraits and chandelier light. Another staircase, steeper, narrower, hidden. It is said that architecture can reveal what a society wishes to display, but it can also reveal what it wishes to conceal. The great Victorian house often contained both desires at once. The front staircase announced wealth. It was meant to be seen, its banister polished, its carpet rich, its landing broad enough for gowns, visitors, and ceremony. The servants' stair told another story. It belonged to movement without spectacle, to trays, buckets, coal, hot water, clean linen, dirty linen, messages, boots, candles, and tired bodies passing between one task and the next. Tonight, a maid climbs with the scuttle held close. The iron handle presses into her hand. Coal dust marks the rim. One or two pieces shift as she turns a corner. She pauses, listens. The house beyond the wall is asleep. Only inches away, perhaps, lies a corridor lined with portraits and soft carpet. Beyond another partition, someone dreams beneath a warm blanket. The servant continues upward. Beneath the silence, the mansion has become two houses, one visible, one hidden. The visible house is composed for comfort. Drawing rooms, bedrooms, libraries, dining rooms, fireplaces glowing gently in the dark. The hidden house is composed for service. Back stairs, service doors, passages behind pantries, tight landings, narrow corridors that allow servants to cross from kitchen to bedroom without disturbing the illusion of stillness. The two houses touch everywhere, yet they rarely meet openly. This is the mystery at the heart of the architecture. How can two people live beneath the same roof and inhabit almost entirely different maps? The master knows the house through rooms. The servant knows it through routes. The mistress sees the drawing room. The maid knows which corridor leads behind it. A guest admires a bedroom fire. The servant knows the staircase that carried coal to the grate. The family sees arrival. The staff knows the journey. Whispers tell us that in many large 19th century homes, service circulation was planned carefully. Doors could be covered in green baize or placed discreetly near grand rooms. Back staircases connected kitchens, pantries, bedrooms, nurseries, and servant spaces. In some houses, narrow passages allowed work to move almost invisibly around the family. This was not only practical, it supported an ideal. The well-run household should appear effortless. A tray appears. A fire is replenished. Fresh water arrives. A coat is taken. A message is delivered. Then the servant disappears. The guest is left with the impression that comfort belongs naturally to the house. But comfort does not move by itself. Coal does not climb stairs. Water does not carry its own weight. Linen does not fold itself. Food does not cross 3 floors without hands. The hidden staircase exists because the illusion requires a path. The maid reaches a landing. It is dimmer here. No chandelier, only a weak lamp, plaster, dark rail, a small window perhaps, black with night. The servant shifts the scuttle to the other hand. The weight has become more noticeable. Coal is a strange thing. In the grate, it becomes warmth. In the scuttle, it is simply heavy, black, dusty, cold. Again, the house transforms effort into comfort. Below stairs, coal is weight. Above stairs, coal is glow. The servant carries one form upward, the household receives the other. This makes the scuttle almost symbolic. It contains everything the beautiful room prefers not to remember: dust, labor, weight, heat not yet created. A polished bedroom grate may burn with soft orange light, but somewhere beneath that glow is the memory of black hands carrying fuel through a narrow corridor. The room is elegant because the dirt has been diverted elsewhere. Some believe that invisibility is not the absence of work. It is the successful organization of work out of sight. The Victorian mansion could be astonishingly skilled at this. Service doors blended into paneling, back corridors avoided principal rooms, staircases twisted behind walls. The architecture itself taught servants how to vanish. One could move through the house without crossing the formal spaces at all. Imagine the servant now only a few feet from a sleeping family member. A wall separates them. On one side, silence, soft bedding. A bedside candle nearly spent. On the other, the maid in a narrow passage carrying coal. Her shoes touch bare boards. Her hand is blackened slightly. Her breath is more audible because the stair is steep. The distance between them may be less than the width of a room. Socially, it is enormous. This is where architecture becomes almost philosophical. A wall does more than divide space. It divides experience. One person hears almost nothing. Another hears the coal shift. One person sees polished wallpaper. Another sees the back of the paneling. One person believes the fire simply continues burning. Another knows exactly how much coal it took. The mansion resembles a body with hidden veins. The grand rooms are the face. The passages are the arteries. Heat travels through them. Food, water, messages, clothes, human effort. Without the hidden channels, the visible body could not remain graceful. Yet the veins are not meant to be admired. The maid climbs again. Perhaps she passes a shelf used for candles. A narrow cupboard. A service bell wire travelling along the wall. A door with worn paint. These hidden spaces contain another kind of history. Not family portraits. Finger marks, scratches, worn stair edges. Places where thousands of footsteps have polished the wood without ever being called decoration. If one wished to find the true record of labour in an old house, perhaps these are the places to look. Not the ballroom floor, the servant's stair, not the engraved silver, the dented scuttle, not the grand door, the handle worn smooth by those who used it every day. Where memory fades, surfaces still remember. The maid reaches the upper floor. Now she approaches a concealed door. Perhaps it opens near a bedroom corridor, perhaps behind a screen, perhaps into a dressing room. She stops before entering. The coal dust on her hand matters now. The visible house demands cleanliness. She wipes her fingers on a cloth, adjusts the scuttle, listens, then opens the door. The transformation is immediate. Carpet, wallpaper, soft lamplight. The air is warmer. The architecture widens. The same person who was anonymous in the service passage must now become nearly invisible in a different way. No noise, no marks. No coal dropped, no dust on the carpet. The scuttle is carried carefully toward the fireplace. A dying fire waits. The servant kneels. One piece of coal, then another. Black enters the grate. Red returns. A faint flame appears. The room warms. Perhaps the sleeper never wakes. The servant does not linger. Her purpose is to restore comfort and leave no trace. She lifts the scuttle, a little lighter now, checks the hearth, then turns back toward the hidden door. For a moment, she stands between the two houses. Ahead, the bedroom. Behind, the secret stair. One world is decorated, the other functional. One is remembered, the other almost erased. She belongs to both, because her work connects them. But perhaps she fully belongs to neither. The servant's position inside the house is itself a kind of passage, close to wealth, separated from it, intimate with private rooms, excluded from their ownership. Necessary, yet expected to disappear, the concealed staircase becomes the physical form of that contradiction. It allows presence without visibility. The servant must be everywhere and nowhere, available instantly, seen only when useful, gone before the family notices how much movement was required. It is almost magical, except that magic never leaves coal dust under its fingernails. The maid closes the service door. From the grand corridor, the wall becomes whole again. Perhaps the panel fits so neatly that a visitor would never guess a staircase lies beyond. The footfalls are swallowed. The scuttle descends. The visible house returns to silence. Only the fire reveals that anything happened. It burns more brightly now. The sleeper turns slightly beneath the blanket, perhaps feels the warmth, perhaps does not. The work has succeeded precisely because the path has disappeared. Beneath the silence, the servant begins the descent. The scuttle taps faintly against the stair rail. Step by step, down through the hidden veins of the mansion, past the small landing, past the service bell wires, past the door leading toward another corridor. Her candle throws shadows over unfinished plaster. The grand house is only inches away and utterly distant. There is a strange peace in these passages at night. By day, servants may move through them constantly. At midnight, one person may have the entire hidden house almost to herself. No visitors, no master, no formal ceremony, only the back stairs, the lamp, the rhythm of descent. Perhaps here, for a few moments, she need not perform invisibility. No one is watching. The scuttle is empty enough to swing lightly. She breathes. Then another bell may ring. Another room may need coal. Another staircase. Another concealed door. The house is never truly still. Only one half of it is. This is perhaps the final mystery of the secret stair. The household believes in silence because movement has been redirected. It believes in effortless warmth because coal travels unseen. It believes rooms maintain themselves because the path of maintenance has been hidden. The architecture collaborates in the illusion. Walls conceal, panels close, doors disappear, and servants move through the spaces between what is seen and what must happen. Outside, night lies against the windows. The moon touches the roof. Inside, a hidden door shuts for the last time. The servants' footsteps fade downward. From the grand corridor, nothing has changed. The carpet lies smooth. The wallpaper remains undisturbed. No coal dust marks the floor. No sound betrays the passage behind the wall. Only the grate burns brighter. Orange light reaches the bed. Warmth settles into the room. And somewhere behind the paneling, the narrow stair has disappeared again. Perhaps it was always meant to. Perhaps the whole art of the house depended upon that disappearance. A fire scene, a servant unseen, a warm room, a hidden path, and in the darkness between floors, a coal scuttle descending softly through a world that was never meant to appear in the portrait. There is a kind of weight that disappears the moment it is set down. Water is like this. In a porcelain jug beside a bed, it looks almost weightless. Clear, still, reflecting the pale room. But before it rests there, someone must carry it. Before dawn, in a cold service passage, a servant lifts a filled jug from a wooden table. The handle settles into the hand. The weight pulls downward at once. Water shifts inside. A quiet movement. A small tide contained within ceramic. The house above is still asleep. The servant begins to climb. It is said that comfort often hides its own journey. A glass of water beside the bed seems simple. A wash basin filled and ready in the morning seems natural. A warm bath seems almost to belong to the room itself. But for much of the Victorian period, even in wealthy homes, water did not always arrive through pipes into every bedroom. It had to be carried. Upstairs, downstairs, across corridors, through service passages, into jugs, into basins, into baths, and afterward, carried away again. The task was ordinary, which is perhaps why its difficulty is so easy to forget. The servant takes the first step, then another. The staircase is narrow. The jug is full enough that care matters. Too quick a movement, and water strikes the rim. A drop escapes, then another. She slows. The house around her feels cold. The floorboards are dark. The window at the landing shows only a faint blue beyond the glass. Not morning yet, only the promise of it. Her breath is measured. The arm holding the jug begins to ache. Water is gentle when touched, but heavy when moved. That contradiction belongs to it. It can slide between fingers. Reflect the moon. Gather in a basin without sound. Yet lift enough of it, and the body understands immediately what the eye forgets. Whispers tell us that domestic service was full of burdens made invisible by the elegance they created. Coal became warmth, laundry became whiteness, food became hospitality, and water became cleanliness. By the time the family encountered it, the effort had disappeared. A gentleman wakes and finds fresh water waiting on the washstand. He may wash his face, dip his hands, perhaps rinse away sleep. A lady enters a bath that has already been prepared. Steam rises softly. Folded towels wait nearby. The water appears calm. No trace remains of the journey. No sign of the servant who carried it upward in stages. No mark of the weight. No sound of the stairs. The water simply waits. This is how successful service often appeared, as though necessary things had arrived by themselves. Imagine the maid moving through the back stair now. She knows which landing turns sharply, which step is uneven, which door must be opened with the shoulder while both hands are occupied. Perhaps she carries only one large jug. Perhaps another servant follows with more. For a full bath, the task multiplies. One vessel is not enough. Hot water may come from the kitchen range, boiler, or another heated source. Cold water too. Both must be transported, blended, tested, poured, more fetched if needed. And later, the bath water must somehow leave the room again. The whole ritual becomes a hidden circulation, a private river carried in human hands. There is something almost ancient in that image. For most of human history, water has had to be brought toward the place where it was needed. From wells, from pumps, from cisterns, from kitchens, from courtyards, from rivers. Civilization has always depended upon someone making water move. The Victorian mansion, for all its polish, did not entirely escape this older truth. Even where plumbing systems improved, older arrangements often persisted in part, and domestic practice varied greatly from one home to another. A fashionable house might boast newer conveniences. Another residence might still depend heavily upon jugs and basins. The 19th century was a period of transition. Modernity arrived unevenly. One floor could feel advanced. Another still relied upon servants carrying what pipes did not. And so, behind the carved doors and embroidered curtains, the oldest ritual continued. Lift, carry, pour, return. The servant reaches the upper floor. The bedroom door is closed. Inside, someone sleeps. She enters quietly. The room is warmer than the passage. A coal fire may still hold red embers. Heavy curtains block most of the dawn. The washstand waits. White porcelain basin, pitcher stand, folded towels, perhaps a small soap dish. Everything arranged for morning. She places the jug down, carefully. The handle leaves her fingers. The weight vanishes. For a moment, the arm feels strangely light. The water settles. A small ripple touches the porcelain. Then stillness. What was heavy on the staircase now appears delicate, almost decorative. This is the mystery of water inside the Victorian bedroom. Its labor has been transformed into appearance. The basin becomes part of the room's refinement. A painted floral pattern perhaps around the rim. A matching jug. Blue, cream, gold. Something pretty enough that its function disappears into design. Yet the servant's body remembers. Her shoulder remembers. Her hand remembers. The stair remembers. Perhaps that is where the real history remains. Not in the porcelain, in the effort required to fill it. Some believe that rituals of washing carry meanings older than fashion. Water suggests renewal, purification, beginning again. Morning itself is often imagined through water. A face washed, hands refreshed, sleep removed from the skin, the night rinsed away. Victorian ideals of cleanliness gave these rituals their own social weight. Cleanliness could signal discipline, respectability, order, a fresh collar, washed hands, a clean face, clean linen, a well-maintained bedroom. But every symbol of cleanliness depends upon dirt being moved somewhere else. Used water does not disappear. It must be emptied. Dirty basins rinsed, towels replaced, bath water removed. The servant participates in both halves of the ritual. She carries purity in, and carries its used remains out. The upper room sees only the first half. Fresh water, clean porcelain, folded linen. The hidden stair sees the second. Heavy slop pails, wet cloth, water that has already done its work. There is an almost sacred symmetry to this. Upward with clean water, downward with used, morning after morning, night after night, a tide within the house, not oceanic in scale, but oceanic in repetition. The servant becomes the current, the staircase becomes the riverbed, the bedroom receives the tide, then releases it again. Perhaps she now moves to another chamber, another jug, another basin, another sleeper. The routine repeats. At each door, the same small ceremony. Enter softly, set down the water, arrange the towel, check the fire, leave. The family may never know which servant delivered which vessel. The water is anonymous, so is the labor, and yet the servant may know every person's habits. One uses little water, another asks for more. One prefers it warmer. Another wants fresh water late at night, as well as morning. One requires a full bath before dressing, another rarely does. Again, private knowledge gathers around practical tasks. The servant understands the household by weight, how much water each person consumes, how far it must travel, how many journeys their habits require. This is a different kind of intimacy, measured not in conversation, but in steps. Perhaps a bath is being prepared now. The room is larger. A tub waits near the fire or dressing area. Steam rises from the first bucket. Another servant enters with more. Then another trip. The warm water clouds the air slightly. The cold room softens. Towels are brought. Everything must be ready before the bather arrives. The transformation is remarkable. Minutes earlier, the water was in a service area below. Heavy, hot, difficult to carry. Now it lies still in a tub. Gentle steam, a smooth surface. Luxury often begins where effort becomes invisible. Beneath the silence, the servant's arms grow tired. She may flex one hand on the stair, pause at the landing, shift the weight, then continue. There is no need for spectacle. Repetition is enough. One jug, then another, one floor, then another, again, until the body learns the route. The house is still mostly dark, but the eastern sky is changing. A thin line of grey has entered the windows. The stars are fading now. Marked by the moon, the last stretch of night loosens over the rooftops. Soon the upper rooms will wake, beds will stir, curtains will open, clothing will be brought, fires will brighten, breakfast bells will sound, and water will already be waiting. This is the quiet miracle of preparation. The thing is there before the need becomes visible. Perhaps the servant returns once more to the bedroom, where she left the first jug. Now a faint dawn filters through the curtain. The porcelain has changed color in the new light. What looked ivory by candlelight now appears almost blue. The water inside reflects the window, a pale rectangle, a suggestion of sky. No one has touched it yet. The servant adjusts the folded towel, straightens the soap dish, then leaves. The door closes. Her footsteps move toward the service stair, downward this time. The room remains, silent, ready. There is no sign of the journey that brought the water there, no drop on the carpet. No damp mark, no sound, only the still surface of the basin. Perhaps that is why water is such a fitting symbol for domestic service. It carries no memory of who carried it. Once poured, it becomes anonymous. The servant's labor dissolves into it. Where memory fades, the jug survives. The washstand survives. The painted porcelain survives. We may admire them in preserved houses, but the ache in the arm does not survive. The careful climb, the breath measured on the stair, the cold hand around the handle, the fear of spilling, those vanish. The visible object remains. The invisible effort does not. And yet, if we stand quietly enough before an old washstand, perhaps we can imagine the missing movement. A servant entering before dawn, a jug lowered, water settling, a towel arranged, then a door closing softly, the house still asleep, the worker already gone. The water remains behind, like a small mirror. Clear, silent, reflecting the pale ceiling, reflecting the growing morning, reflecting nothing of the hands that carried it. Perhaps some histories are like water. They take the shape of whatever contains them. They appear still after long movement. They leave no mark of their weight. And by the time the household wakes, the journey has disappeared. Only the jug remains, only the folded towel, only the pale light of dawn trembling upon the surface, as if morning itself had entered the room and quietly filled the basin. There are messages that belong to daylight, invitations, bills, letters of affection, notes sent between households when the streets are busy and the doors are open. And then there are other messages, messages that cannot wait. They begin with a knock inside the night, a hurried voice beyond a servant's door, a candle raised, a name spoken softly, a coat pulled on before the body is fully awake. Somewhere in a Victorian house, long after the lamps have been lowered, a household has discovered that the world beyond its walls is suddenly needed. A doctor, a carriage, a relative, a trusted friend. Perhaps only a note carried to another address. The servant is handed an envelope, sealed, folded. Light enough to weigh almost nothing, and yet the whole atmosphere of the house seems to have entered it. He places it beneath his coat. The front door opens, cold air enters, and he steps into the sleeping city. It is said that the night changes the meaning of distance. A street crossed at noon may feel ordinary. The same street at 2 in the morning becomes a passage. Shops are shuttered, windows are dark. Fog gathers around gas lamps until each one appears to float inside its own pale halo. Rain from earlier hours lies across the cobblestones. The servant's footsteps return to him from walls. Tap, pause. Tap. The city that belonged to crowds by day has emptied itself, and for a little while the messenger seems almost alone within it. Before telephones became common fixtures of domestic life, urgent communication still depended heavily upon bodies moving through space. A person had to be sent. A note had to be carried. A door had to be reached. In a great household, this might fall to a footman, hall boy, porter, groom, coachman, or another servant, depending upon circumstance and distance. Perhaps a cab could be found, perhaps not. Perhaps the destination was close enough to reach on foot. Perhaps the servant knew the route well. Perhaps he did not. The details varied. The essential fact remained simple. Words could not travel by themselves. Someone had to carry them through the dark. Whispers tell us that nighttime messages often gathered around moments when ordinary order had fractured. Illness, birth, death, an unexpected arrival, a missed train, a delayed carriage, a family member suddenly needed, a doctor summoned, a journey changed. These were hours in which the household reached outward. The message became a bridge, and the servant became the person who carried the bridge across the night. He walks on. The envelope presses lightly against his chest beneath the coat. He does not open it. He may not even know exactly what has happened. Perhaps he has heard fragments, a maid moving quickly upstairs, a doctor's name, a child crying, someone asking for hot water, a master speaking more softly than usual. Perhaps nothing more. The note contains the truth, but the messenger possesses only its sealed surface. There is something strange in carrying knowledge one is forbidden to know. The object rests in his hand. It may contain grief or relief, a plea, a warning, a simple request. He carries another person's urgency without owning any part of it. This is trust in one of its purest and most peculiar forms. Not trust that he understands, trust that he will deliver. The envelope becomes almost sacred because it is closed. Its secrecy gives it weight. The servant crosses another street. A distant bell marks the hour. One strike, then another. The sound travels farther than it would by day. There are no carts rattling loudly, no vendors calling, no crowd to absorb the echo. Only fog, stone, the occasional horse, perhaps the faint glow of a night watchman's lamp. The city seems to listen. Some believe that empty streets reveal the true scale of a place. Without people, buildings become larger, doorways deeper, squares wider. A row of houses that seemed familiar under daylight becomes almost like a line of sealed chambers. Behind each window, someone sleeps. The messenger passes them all. He knows nothing of the dreams inside. Yet he carries a message meant to awaken one of these houses. That is the strange power of his journey. He moves through silence, carrying interruption. The note is small. Its consequences may not be. Perhaps the servant is young. A hall boy sent because he runs quickly. A junior footman whose position makes him available. The city at night may not frighten him openly, but alertness remains. Dark passages are avoided. A sudden group of voices ahead draws attention. A person approaching from the opposite direction is watched discreetly. The servant keeps the note secure beneath his coat, not because the paper itself is valuable, because its arrival matters. He has been entrusted with another person's fear, or hope, or need. There is no need for drama. The night provides enough uncertainty by itself. A doorway opens somewhere. Light appears, then disappears. A carriage crosses at the end of a street. Hooves echo. A stray dog moves through shadow. Water falls from a roof edge into a gutter. The servant's breath is visible for a moment beneath lamplight. Then fog takes it. He continues. One street, then another. The route may pass churches, closed shops, railway arches, terraces, squares that feel almost oceanic in their emptiness. Gas lamps emerge one at a time from the mist, then disappear behind him. The servant becomes a temporary traveler between sleeping worlds. Behind him, one household waits. Ahead, another does not yet know it is about to be disturbed. There is something ancient in this. Long before telegraphs, telephones, or electric signals, urgent knowledge moved at the speed of horses and human feet. A message lived only because someone carried it. Kings depended on messengers. Armies depended on them. Villages, families, lovers, doctors. The Victorian servant crossing a foggy street participates in this old chain, almost without thinking. He is not carrying royal orders, no wax seal of empire, perhaps only a short domestic sentence. Come at once. Send the doctor. The train has been missed. Mother is worse. The child has arrived. We need the carriage. Simple words, yet simple words can open doors in the middle of the night. The servant reaches a broader road. The fog thins briefly. Moonlight appears above rooftops. Marked by the moon, the wet stones shine pale. For a moment, the city looks less like London and more like some ancient place built from shadow and silver. Then cloud passes over. The lamps reclaim the street. The messenger walks on. Perhaps he wonders what the note says. Human curiosity would make that natural. But the sealed envelope establishes a boundary. The same servant who might know intimate details of a household through observation can still be excluded from its official knowledge. He may have seen the sickbed. He may have heard the hurried bell. He may be the only person crossing the city because of the crisis, and still not be entitled to the sentence explaining it. Closeness without inclusion. Responsibility without authority. Again, domestic service lives inside contradiction. The servant is necessary enough to be trusted with the message, not equal enough to be told everything within it. Perhaps this makes the envelope a perfect symbol of service itself. Held closely, handled carefully, never fully opened. The hour grows later, or perhaps earlier. Night is difficult that way. At a certain point, 3 in the morning no longer feels like late evening. It begins to lean toward dawn. The servant sees this before the city wakes. The black sky becomes charcoal. A line of grey appears somewhere east. The lamps still burn, but they seem weaker. The journey is almost complete. He reaches the correct street, counts the houses. 1, 2, 3. The number. There. A tall door. Dark brass knocker. Curtains shut. No light visible. The household inside has no idea he is standing there. For a moment he pauses. The envelope remains beneath his coat. He checks the address once more, then raises his hand. The knocker lifts, falls. The sound is enormous in the sleeping street. One heavy note of metal against wood, then silence. He waits. Nothing. Again. The knocker falls. Somewhere inside the house, a small world begins to change. Perhaps a servant wakes first. A lamp is lit. Footsteps. A bolt moves. The door opens only a little. A face appears in warm shadow. The messenger states the household name. Perhaps the recipient. Perhaps only, "A message, sir." The envelope leaves his hand. That is the moment everything changes. For hours, or perhaps only 20 minutes, the note belonged to his journey. He protected it, carried it, measured streets by it. Now it is gone. Another hand holds it. The seal may be broken immediately. The servant who carried it may never hear the words. Someone inside may read. Look up, call another name, begin dressing, send for a carriage, wake the master, pray, cry, smile. We do not know. Neither, perhaps, does the messenger. His duty has ended at the edge of the truth. Beneath the silence, he turns away. The door closes behind him. The new household is waking. The old household waits elsewhere. And the servant begins the return journey through streets that no longer look quite the same. Dawn has moved closer. The fog is lifting slightly. A bakery may show the first glow of work. A cart may appear in the distance. Somewhere, early labor has begun. The nocturnal city is releasing him. The servant walks back without the envelope. His coat feels emptier. The burden is gone. Yet perhaps a residue remains. Not knowledge, only awareness. He has touched the edge of something important. A private turning point in another family's life. He carried the words but never possessed them. This is how many servants moved through history. Close to events. Far from authority over them. Present when doors opened. Present when messages arrived. Present when illness began. Present when someone returned late. Present when grief entered the hall, yet often absent from the surviving account. The family letter may remain in an archive. The messenger's name may not. Where memory fades, paper survives more easily than footsteps. But tonight, let us remember the footsteps. Wet stone beneath worn shoes. Fog upon a coat. A hand protecting the folded note. The long route between one sleeping house and another. The final knock. The transfer from hand to hand. Then the quiet return. By the time he reaches the original house, morning may be beginning. Perhaps the door opens before he knocks. Someone has been waiting. Did you deliver it? Yes. Was anyone awake? They are now. Perhaps that is all. No explanation. No revelation. The servant removes his coat. The wet fabric carries the smell of fog. His own bed may be waiting. Or another task may already have begun. Soon breakfast fires will be lit. Water carried. Curtains opened. The household will return to routine. But somewhere across town, another house has been altered by the message he delivered. Perhaps a carriage is already being prepared. Perhaps a doctor is dressing. Perhaps a relative is reading the note again, under a brighter lamp. The messenger may never know, and perhaps he does not need to. Some truths pass through our hands without becoming ours. Some doors open because we carried the key only as far as the threshold. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. The street behind him grows pale. The moon fades above the roofs. Fog withdraws slowly into the morning, and somewhere in that soft grey city, a sealed message has disappeared into another person's life. The servant turns homeward, still unaware of the exact truth he carried, only knowing that, for a little while, another family's hope or fear had rested beneath his coat, and that the night itself had trusted him to deliver it. There are evenings when a man returns home wearing the entire day upon him. Rain darkens the shoulders of his coat. Tobacco clings faintly to the wool. The air of crowded rooms seems trapped in the folds, a trace of street fog. A crease at the cuff, perhaps a little dust at the hem where a carriage step was missed. He enters his chamber late. The house has quieted. A fire burns low. The bed curtains wait in shadow. And nearby stands another man, the valet. He has been waiting, not for conversation, not for ceremony, for the slow dismantling of a public figure. It is said that clothing tells the world what a person wishes to be believed about him. A well-cut evening coat speaks before the wearer does. A collar holds the head in a certain way. A waistcoat closes the body beneath pattern and formality. Cuffs appear clean. Boots polished. A watch rests properly. Everything visible has been chosen, arranged. maintained. And yet, at night, all of it must come apart. The valet begins with the outer layers. Perhaps the gentleman removes his gloves first, then the coat. The servant receives it carefully, not tossed aside, not treated as cloth alone. This coat is expensive, structured, part of the master's public body. It may need brushing before morning. A stain may need attention. A loose thread may need trimming. A button may require repair. The valet sees all of this at once. His eye has been trained to detect small failures. A mark on the sleeve, a crushed lapel, rain caught near the collar, a faint scent that tells him where the coat has been. The garment becomes a record, like the dining table after a feast, like muddy boots after travel. The coat remembers the evening. The valet's task is to make it forget. Whispers tell us that skilled valets could be responsible for far more than simply helping a gentleman dress and undress. They maintained clothing, brushed coats, looked after hats and boots, managed wardrobes, prepared luggage, kept track of personal objects, mended small defects, selected suitable clothes according to time, occasion, weather, and the preferences of the man they served. A good valet was expected to know without always being told. This shirt, that waistcoat, not those boots, the darker coat for evening, the lighter suit for travel, the gloves that match. The watch chain arranged this way. Such knowledge accumulated gradually, not through intimacy freely chosen, through service repeated, night after night, morning after morning. The gentleman stands while the valet helps with the next layer. The waistcoat comes away. Its buttons have held the body in formal shape all evening. Now they are undone, one, then another, then another. The fabric loosens, the chest expands slightly. The room seems to breathe with him. There is something ritualistic in this sequence. A man who has spent hours composed for the world is slowly being released from composition. The collar follows. Stiff, restrictive, white against the skin, perhaps detachable, as many collars were. It has done its work. It has framed the face, signaled cleanliness, held posture, created a boundary between skin and public dress. Now the valet removes it. The gentleman's neck is suddenly ordinary, human. The grand figure seen at dinner is beginning to disappear. Some believe that clothing is a kind of architecture. It builds social space around the body. A collar creates discipline. A coat creates outline. A waistcoat creates finish. Boots create height and polish. Every layer adds meaning. Then night removes the structure. The valet witnesses this unbuilding. He sees the gentleman before the social world has fully assembled him, and after it has begun to fall away. The cuffs are next. Perhaps links are removed, placed carefully in a small dish. Nothing is random. Small objects are gathered. Watch, coins, letters, a ring perhaps, a folded note, keys, a theatre program, a card. The contents of the day leave the pockets one by one. These objects are intimate in another way. They are fragments of a life beyond the servant's authority. A letter may have been read twice during the evening. The valet does not ask why. Coins may be fewer than when the man left. He does not comment. A note may be folded too carefully. He does not open it. Trust again lives beside secrecy. The valet handles objects he is not invited to understand. He is close enough to touch the letter, not close enough to own its meaning. Close enough to know where it should be placed, not entitled to read the words inside. This is the strange closeness of domestic service. Nearness without equality, knowledge without possession. The gentleman sits. Boots must be removed. Perhaps they fit closely enough that assistance is useful. The valet bends. The first boot comes free, then the second. The polished leather that carried the gentleman through drawing rooms and streets now rests in the servant's hands. There may be mud at the edge, a scrape, a wet mark. By morning, perhaps none of it will remain. The boots too will be restored. Brush, cloth, polish, pressure. The servant's hands erase the journey from the leather. The gentleman will wear the road without showing it. Beneath the silence, the chamber becomes a workshop for identity. What society sees as natural refinement is being disassembled before sleep. and reconstructed for morning. The valet studies the coat again. Perhaps the room's lamplight reveals a stain near one cuff. Wine, rainwater, street mud. It hardly matters. He knows how to attend to it. Perhaps not now. Perhaps later in a dressing room. The clothes will be brushed, hung correctly, allowed to air, folded where necessary. Prepared for another appearance. There is devotion in precision, though it is professional rather than romantic. The valet's success is measured in how little the master must think about any of this. A garment is ready, a stain is gone, a button works, the correct outfit appears, shoes shine. The whole complicated machinery of presentation disappears into ease. The gentleman seems self-possessed because someone else has helped maintain the possession. There is a quiet contradiction here. A powerful man may manage estates, direct employees, speak confidently in business or politics. Command rooms appear perfectly controlled and still rely upon another man to know where his cufflinks are, to brush his coat, to remember which waistcoat belongs with which suit, to pack the correct shirts, to notice that a seam is loosening, to know that tomorrow's weather may require a heavier coat. Strength and dependence are not opposites. They often coexist. The valet sees that more clearly than most. He may also know the master's body in practical ways. Which shoulder sits slightly higher, which boot pinches, which collar irritates the neck, which coat must be altered. Whether weight has been gained or lost, whether the gentleman is tired, whether his hands shake after a long evening, whether he is unusually quiet. The servant may know mood through clothing, a coat removed sharply, a tie pulled loose early, a hat placed down carelessly, a letter left unopened. Sometimes the body speaks through habit before words do. The valet learns to read these signs because his work depends upon attention, but he must also know what not to say. A good servant often understands the boundary between observation and silence. He may see vulnerability. He does not name it. The chamber is full of such unspoken knowledge. The gentleman may speak more freely here than elsewhere, or not speak at all. Perhaps tonight he has returned in silence. The valet notices, does not inquire. The coat comes away, the collar, the cuffs, the boots. The public man is gradually reduced to private flesh and tiredness. No audience, no guests, no carriage waiting, no social performance. Only the person beneath the clothes. There is something almost sacred in that moment. Not because the master has become equal to the servant, the hierarchy remains, but because the layers that symbolize hierarchy are temporarily absent. A man without his evening coat is less legible to society. The signs have been removed. The valet sees not the title, not the position, the body that must sleep. Perhaps this is why bedrooms and dressing rooms hold such strange truths. They are places where identity rests, where the outer self is placed carefully on a chair, where status hangs from a hook, where authority becomes cloth, waiting to be brushed. The gentleman is now ready for bed. Night clothes replace formal dress. The transformation is nearly complete. The servant adjusts the room. Perhaps water is placed nearby, the fire checked, curtains drawn, a watch laid where it can be found in the morning, letters arranged, slippers set close. Again, the chamber prepares itself around habit. The gentleman enters the bed. The curtains close partly. The valet remains for another moment. He looks over the discarded garments. To another person, they may seem merely clothes. To him, they are tomorrow's responsibilities. The coat must recover from the night. The waistcoat must be checked. The collar changed. The boots cleaned. The objects returned to their exact places. Tomorrow's suit selected. Perhaps a journey is planned. Perhaps morning calls are expected. Perhaps another formal evening waits. The day's public identity has been taken apart. The valet will rebuild it. He gathers the garments over one arm. The weight is modest, but symbolic. He is carrying another man's social skin. Out through the dressing room door, into the hidden working spaces. The gentleman remains behind. For a few hours he needs no collar, no polished boots, no evening coat, no external proof of position. Sleep equalizes appearance. No one dresses elegantly inside a dream. The valet enters the adjoining room. The coat is hung, brushes wait, a cloth, boot polish, needle and thread perhaps, the quiet tools of restoration. He works in low light. The brush moves across the fabric. Long stroke, then another. Dust lifts. The fibers settle. A small stain is examined. The cloth is treated carefully, not enough to damage it, enough to erase the evidence. Again, the day's history disappears. This is not merely cleaning, it is preparation for renewed illusion. By morning, the garment should reveal nothing of tonight. No tobacco, no rain, no crowded room, no fatigue. The gentleman will put it on again and appear whole. Where memory fades, this is how social identity renews itself. Night removes, service restores, morning presents. The valet finishes what can be done now. The garments hang in order. The boots wait below. The watch rests safely. The letters remain unopened by anyone except their owner. Everything is controlled. The room becomes still. He extinguishes a lamp, perhaps pauses at the bedroom door. No sound comes from behind the curtains except sleep. Then he leaves. In the morning, the ritual reverses. Layers return. Shirt, collar, waistcoat, coat, watch, boots. The body becomes public again. The gentleman reappears before the world as though he had assembled himself. No one at breakfast sees the brushstrokes, the repaired thread, the cleaned leather, the carefully arranged cuffs. No one sees the servant who knew which layer came next. This is perhaps the mystery hidden inside the valet's work. The most polished appearance often depends upon another person's invisible familiarity. One man becomes effortless because another remembers the details. And night after night, the valet witnesses the strange truth beneath respectability. Status can be removed. Authority can be hung on a chair. A public persona can be folded. A perfect collar can be unfastened. A gentleman can become simply a tired human being beneath bed curtains. Then morning comes. The armor returns. The mask is restored. The coat is smooth again. And the hands that rebuilt the man disappear behind him. Perhaps some identities are not permanent at all. Perhaps they are rituals. Put on, taken off, brushed clean, reassembled and repeated. The lamp goes dark. The garments hang quietly. Beyond the curtain, the gentleman sleeps. The valet carries the last discarded piece away. And the day, finally undressed, enters silence. There is a moment after midnight when a mirror seems to change what it reflects. Earlier, it held brilliance, silk, jewels, pinned hair, a face composed for conversation, a room filled with preparation. Now the house is quieter, the candles have lowered, the carriage has returned, and before the same mirror, the evening lies scattered in fragments, hairpins, combs, ribbons, gloves, a necklace, perhaps an earring, placed carefully beside a small velvet case, a flower from the hair, a folded fan. The objects rest across the dressing table like the remains of a ceremony. The lady sits before the glass. Behind her stands her maid. It is said that mirrors remember every version of us without keeping any of them. By morning, the reflection will be different. But tonight, the mirror watches a public identity slowly being taken apart. The lady's maid begins with the smallest things, perhaps gloves first, then jewelry, a bracelet unclasped, a brooch removed, a necklace lifted from the throat. Each object is handled carefully. The maid knows where it belongs. Which case, which drawer, which velvet-lined compartment. She may know the jewels almost as well as the woman who wears them. Perhaps better. She knows which clasp is fragile, which earring must be checked, which necklace catches on lace, which piece belongs only to formal dinners. Which one carries a family story no guest ever hears? The jewelry leaves the body one piece at a time, and as it does, the evening begins to retreat. Whispers tell us that the Victorian lady's maid occupied one of the most intimate positions in domestic service. She assisted with dressing, hair, clothing, personal belongings, travel preparation, delicate garments, sometimes correspondence. Sometimes the many small details required to transform a private woman into the polished figure expected in public. Her work took place close to the body, close to the wardrobe, close to the mirror, close, often, to secrets. Yet closeness did not mean equality. The maid remained a servant. Her familiarity existed within boundaries. She could stand inches behind her mistress and still inhabit another social world. The mirror shows this clearly. Two women appear in the same glass, one seated, one standing. Their faces perhaps close enough to fit within a single frame, yet the reflection contains an invisible distance. Mistress, maid, employer, employee. The mirror cannot show the boundary. The household can. Tonight, however, formal appearance is loosening. The maid reaches toward the elaborate arrangement of hair. Pins have held it in place for hours. Perhaps curls were shaped carefully before dinner. Perhaps ribbons or jeweled ornaments were worked into the style. Perhaps the arrangement had to survive carriage rides, dancing, conversation, and the long gaze of other people. Now it must come down. One pin, then another, a tiny metallic sound upon the table. Another, then another. The hair begins to change. At first, almost nothing. Then, one section loosens. A curl falls. Another follows. The architecture of the evening softens. There is something almost ritualistic in the unpinning. The day was built through layers. Night removes them. The maid knows where the pins are hidden. Her fingers find them by habit. The mistress may hardly need to speak. The comb comes away. The ornament. A ribbon. The hair falls farther. What had been structured becomes natural again. The public shape dissolves. Some believe that hair carries a strange emotional power because it sits at the border between identity and the body. Styled, it speaks. Unbound, it becomes private. The maid sees both states. She may have created the first one hours earlier. Now she restores the second. The mirror reflects a quieter woman, less constructed, perhaps more tired. The lady looks at herself, or perhaps avoids looking. The evening may have gone well. Perhaps there was laughter, perhaps admiration, perhaps dancing, perhaps nothing of consequence. But public life asks for composure regardless. The mirror now receives what the drawing room did not. Fatigue, a frown allowed to remain, a shoulder lowered, a silence no longer filled. The maid continues. The gown must be removed. Victorian dress could involve multiple layers and fastenings, depending on decade, occasion, and fashion. Hooks, buttons, laces, bodices shaped carefully around the torso, petticoats, foundation garments, bustles or other structural elements in some periods. Clothing did not simply cover the body, it helped construct its socially acceptable silhouette. The evening figure was, in a sense, architecture, fabric, bone or steel, ribbon, lace, fastening, pressure. The maid's hands know how the structure comes apart. The fastening at the back, the hook that catches, the ribbon that must not be pulled too sharply, the fabric too delicate to crease. The gown loosens slowly. The lady breathes more freely. Another layer removed, then another. The body underneath has endured hours of arrangement. Perhaps the waist is sore, perhaps a shoulder aches, perhaps the feet hurt from shoes chosen for elegance rather than comfort. These are the private facts of public beauty. The drawing room sees the shape. The maid sees what the shape costs. She may notice a mark upon the skin where a garment pressed too firmly. She may hear a quiet complaint about a headache, a dress too tight, a shoe too narrow, an evening too long. The conversation may remain practical, or it may become something else. Night has a way of loosening speech. The candles are lower. No visitors remain. The public performance has ended. Perhaps the lady says a name, only a name. The maid continues folding the gown. Perhaps a letter lies near the mirror. Perhaps the lady has read it, before leaving, and again after returning. A maid in such a position might know of private attachments, family tensions, social anxieties, disappointments, or hopes. Not because she was always invited into confidence, because intimacy leaves traces. A letter hidden too quickly, A necklace chosen because of who gave it. Tears removed before dinner. A gown rejected after a particular invitation arrived. A silence when one person's name is mentioned. The servant learns the language of small signs. Again, domestic knowledge is not always spoken. Sometimes it is observed, sometimes entrusted, sometimes impossible not to know. Perhaps tonight the lady speaks more directly. She says something she could not say downstairs. A worry, a disappointment, a fear about tomorrow. The maid listens. She may answer gently, perhaps not much. Discretion is part of her work. A secret heard in a dressing room does not belong in the servants' hall. Trust can be intimate and still unequal. The mistress may confess freely. The maid may not be equally free to reveal herself, her own sadness, her own hopes, her own attachments, her own exhaustion. The relationship can become emotionally close while remaining structurally one-sided. This is one of the melancholy contradictions of service. To know another person deeply while being expected to take up very little space in return. The mirror continues to hold both women, one face seated in front, another behind. Perhaps the mistress looks at the maid through the glass, rather than turning around. It is easier, sometimes, to confess to a reflection. The eyes meet there, not directly, through silvered glass. Two women inside one image, separated by only inches, separated by an entire social order. Beneath the silence, the maid folds the gown. The fabric is laid carefully across a chair or carried toward the wardrobe. Any stain must be remembered. Any loose thread, any damage from the evening. Tomorrow or later, it will be brushed, aired, repaired, and made ready again. The maid becomes guardian, not only of appearance but of continuity. A beautiful dress must not merely be worn, it must survive being worn. She smooths the silk. One long pass of the hand, then another. The jewels have already disappeared into their cases. Public sparkle returns to darkness. A diamond under candlelight becomes simply a cold stone in a box. A pearl vanishes beneath velvet. Objects that commanded attention an hour earlier are now hidden away. Their power depended on display. Night removes that too. The lady is given her night clothes. Soft fabric, less structure, less weight. The transformation is nearly complete. Her hair falls naturally now. The earrings are gone, the throat bare, the face unframed by formal ornament. The mirror no longer reflects the woman who entered the ballroom. It reflects someone closer to sleep, someone perhaps closer to herself. But what does that mean? Some believe there is a true self beneath social appearance. Yet perhaps life is more complicated. The public woman is real too. So is the private one. So is the tired woman in the mirror. So is the woman arranging herself for mourning. Identity may not be a mask covering a single face. It may be layers, each one true in its own hour. The maid understands layers better than most. She helps construct them. She helps remove them. The lady rises from the dressing table. The mirror now reflects the empty chair, pins scattered, a comb, the low candle, the maid gathering what remains. Perhaps the lady crosses toward the bed. The curtains open, then close around her. The room becomes divided again. Sleeper, worker. The maid remains outside the bed curtains. Her night is not finished simply because her mistress's is. She looks toward the dressing table. One pin lies on the floor. She bends and picks it up. Such a small object, nearly weightless, yet it held part of the evening in place. She places it with the others. Another fragment restored to order. The symbolism is quiet but difficult to ignore. A whole public identity can depend upon things this small. Pins, hooks, laces, brushes, hands. Without them, the finished figure cannot exist, and most of them remain unseen once the drawing room doors open. The maid lowers the candle. The mirror darkens. For a moment, her own reflection becomes clearer because the room behind her has disappeared. Perhaps she sees herself, not as servant, not as anyone's attendant, only as a woman standing alone before a mirror after midnight. But the moment is brief. There are garments to carry away, jewelry cases to secure, The room to set in order. Tomorrow's clothes perhaps to consider. She gathers the gown, the ribbons, the final pins, the quiet remnants of another woman's evening. Behind the curtains, the mistress settles into sleep, freed for a few hours from the architecture of dress. No corseted line, no jeweled throat, no carefully pinned hair. The social body has been dismantled. Morning will build it again. The maid walks toward the door. The mirror catches her one final time. A dark figure carrying fabric across a dim room. Then she passes beyond the frame. Where memory fades, mirrors preserve nothing. They hold an image only while someone stands before them. The mistress is gone. The maid is gone. The jewels are closed away. The gown hangs in darkness. Only the glass remains. Cold, silent, reflecting candle smoke. Perhaps this is the quiet mystery of the lady's maid. She stood close enough to witness transformation twice each day. The woman becoming public. The woman becoming private. She saw the mask assembled. She saw it loosen. She heard what was said when performance ended. And then she carried the fragments away, without leaving her own story in the mirror. The final candle lowers. The silvered glass becomes black. The bed curtains are still. The room breathes softly. And on the dressing table, the last hairpin waits beside the comb, like a tiny key to a vanished version of the night. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Some lives appear only in reflection. And some identities are undone so gently that by morning, no one remembers they were ever taken apart. There is a moment after midnight when a great house seems to become two houses. Above stairs, the last candle is lowered. The dining room has been cleared. The drawing room is empty. Doors are closed. Curtains hang motionless. Bedrooms settle into darkness. The family sleeps, and below stairs, where the walls are plainer and the lamps burn weaker, another world begins to gather around a table. Not a grand table. No crystal. No flowers. No polished silver arranged with ceremonial precision. Only bread. Cold meat. Tea. Perhaps a little pudding left from dinner. A knife. A few cups. Chairs drawn close. The servants come in one by one. A footman first, perhaps. Then a housemaid. A kitchen maid with tired hands. A lady's maid whose evening duties have only just ended. The butler may already be there. The housekeeper too. For the first time in many hours, they are no longer moving through someone else's rooms. They sit. It is said that hunger feels different when it has been postponed for duty. Food taken late, after hours of serving others, can become almost sacred. A slice of bread, a cup of hot tea, a piece of cold beef, nothing elaborate. And yet after carrying trays, polishing glass, answering bells, tending fires, opening doors, clearing plates, and climbing hidden stairs, the warmth of a cup in both hands may feel like a kind of mercy. The servants' hall had its own order. This is important. When the family withdrew, hierarchy did not disappear, it changed shape. The butler, in a large household, might hold considerable authority among male servants. The housekeeper likewise among female staff. Senior servants could sit in places that reflected their position. Younger maids occupied another level. Footmen another, kitchen workers another. The domestic world below stairs repeated many of the structures found above. A smaller kingdom inside the larger one. A second table beneath the first. Whispers tell us that service had its own customs of rank, seniority, privilege, and discipline. Who spoke freely? Who sat where? Who received certain foods? Who entered certain rooms? Who gave instructions? Who obeyed them? The servants' hall was not always a place of effortless companionship. It could contain friendship, but also tension, affection, competition, humor, silence, resentment, loyalty. All the complicated things that appear whenever people live and work closely together. Still, midnight changes the room. After hours of formal speech, a voice may soften. A servant who has spent the evening saying, "Yes, sir," or "Very good, madam," may finally speak in her own rhythm, perhaps quietly. Perhaps only a few words. The bread is passed, tea poured. Someone asks whether the carriage finally came. Someone else answers with a tired smile. There is a small ripple of laughter, not loud, never loud. The house above must remain asleep. Even below stairs, sound still belongs partly to someone else. The servants eat carefully inside the boundaries of silence. The meal has its own music, a knife against a plate, tea entering a cup, a chair creaking, a spoon turning once, then again, a tired breath. These are humble sounds, yet after the elaborate dinner above, they possess a strange tenderness. Hours earlier, the formal table glittered, candles, silver, crystal, flowers, multiple courses, servants moving invisibly around seated guests. Now the people who created that ceremony sit before plain food. The contrast is almost too perfect. Upstairs, the table displayed abundance. Downstairs, the table reveals labor. And yet perhaps the smaller table contains something the grander one did not: familiarity. The servants have seen one another tired. They know who burned a finger in the kitchen, who was sent running for the doctor last week, who received a letter from home, who has been coughing, who hopes to save enough wages to leave service, who misses a younger brother, who has not heard from a mother in months. The family above may know very little of these things. Below stairs, they may become part of quiet communal memory. Someone breaks the bread, passes half across the table. The gesture is simple, almost ancient. Bread has always belonged to gatherings, monasteries, farmhouses, ships, military camps, pilgrim roads, family kitchens. And here too, in a Victorian servants' hall after midnight, bread becomes the center of a small human circle. The pudding may be leftover from the family's dinner, perhaps not. The cold meat may be practical rather than generous. The tea may have been waiting. Whatever the food, it is consumed without ceremony. And perhaps that lack of ceremony is its own relief. No formal service, no guest watching. No need to approach from the correct side. No need to disappear. For a little while, the servants are visible to one another. This is the mystery of the second household. By day, its members seem scattered. One in the kitchen, one in the nursery, one near the front door, one in the mistress's dressing room, one polishing silver, one carrying coal. Their duties separate them across the house. At night, they briefly gather. The invisible workers become a community, not free, but together. Beneath the silence, a story may begin. Perhaps someone mentions home, a village road, a farm, a mother's garden, a church bell. The smell of rain somewhere far from London. Many domestic servants, especially younger ones, lived away from their families. Service could bring wages and opportunity. It could also bring separation. A letter from home mattered. So did memory. One servant may speak of a sister, another of a father who is ill. Someone else says almost nothing. Not every memory asks to be shared. The lamps are low, faces emerge and recede in shadow. For a moment, the servants' hall becomes a place where distant lives gather inside one room. Home exists in fragments. A remembered kitchen, a lane, a mother's voice, a field, a seaside town, an attic bedroom once shared with siblings. The house above possesses them by contract. Memory belongs to them alone. Perhaps one maid has received a letter that afternoon. She keeps it folded in her apron pocket. No one asks what it says. Or perhaps everyone already knows. There will be a wedding. A baby has been born. Someone is coming to visit. Someone cannot afford to. Small news from beyond the household. The kind of news that reminds a servant that another life continues elsewhere. Some believe this is why brief communal meals can carry so much emotional weight. They restore scale. During service, the household feels like the entire world. Every bell matters. Every request feels immediate. Every room demands attention. At supper, the wider world enters again. Families, villages, plans, dreams, grievances, jokes. The servant becomes more than a function. At least for a while. But the bell can ring. That knowledge remains in the room like another person. Everyone hears it, even while it is silent. The bell may call for hot water, a late drink, a fire needing attention, a guest arriving unexpectedly, someone ill, a child awake. The supper table is therefore never entirely safe from interruption. A servant may eat quickly because experience has taught her not to trust quiet. Another may keep one ear turned toward the passage. Rest exists. But provisionally, this is not freedom, only a pause inside service. The distinction matters. It would be easy to imagine the servants' hall as a warm refuge beneath the cold formality upstairs. Sometimes perhaps it was. But exhaustion does not vanish because people sit together. A kitchen maid may be too tired for conversation. She eats with eyes lowered. A footman may rub one aching calf beneath the table. The housemaid's hands may be rough from water. Someone finishes tea quickly because there is still work waiting. Another servant may leave before the others. No complaint, only necessity. Fatigue hangs softly over the room, like steam, like smoke. Present without needing to become dramatic. The butler may speak little. The housekeeper may notice everything. Even here, authority remains. A look can quiet conversation. A subject may be avoided. Junior servants know where they stand. The second household mirrors the first, more closely than one might wish. Rank above, rank below. Rules above, rules below. Even in the hidden world, there are thresholds. And yet the supper table softens some of them. Not completely, but enough for shared warmth to pass. Someone pours the last tea. The pot is lighter now. The bread reduced to crusts. The pudding nearly gone. The room feels warmer than it did when they entered, not because the fire has changed, because people have occupied it. For a few minutes, the servants' hall contains its own life. A whispered joke, a glance, a story unfinished because everyone already understands it. Perhaps a maid laughs and covers her mouth quickly. Another servant smiles into a cup. The sound disappears before it can rise through the ceiling. Above them, the grand dining room lies dark. Its long table has been stripped, its candles extinguished. The contrast returns. Two tables, one designed to display social order, the other designed simply to feed those who sustained it. Yet which one, in this hour, holds the more complete picture of the house? The grand table displayed the family. The smaller one gathers the machinery behind the family. Cook, maid, footman, housekeeper, butler. Each person carrying a different portion of the household through the day. Around this plain table, the hidden system briefly sees itself. That may be why the scene feels almost ceremonial. Not grand. Ceremony does not require grandeur, only repetition and meaning. Sit, pour, break bread, speak softly, listen, rise, night after night. A ritual of becoming human again before sleep. The clock advances. There is no need to look. Everyone feels it. Morning will come early. The supper must end. One chair moves back, then another. The scrape is soft against the floor. A servant gathers cups. Another folds a cloth. Even their own meal produces work. Nothing escapes the cycle. The housekeeper may leave first, or last. The butler extinguishes one lamp. The room darkens slightly. Good night may be spoken. Perhaps not. People who spend every day together do not always need ceremony in parting. The younger servants begin toward the stairs, upward to attic rooms. Others remain on lower floors. A passage turns. A door closes. The temporary community dissolves into separate bodies again. Each person returns to a narrow private space, or to one final task. The hall empties. One cup remains on the table for a moment. A crumb, a chair not fully pushed in, the signs of their own small feast. Perhaps a maid returns and clears them. Soon even this evidence disappears. The second household erases itself too. Where memory fades, servants' halls can seem strangely evocative in old houses. A long table, plain chairs, a fireplace, walls without the decoration of the rooms above. Visitors stand there during daylight and imagine conversation. But the true hour of such a room may have been after midnight, when tired people came in quietly, when tea steamed beneath weak lamps, when someone told a story from home, when another barely spoke, when laughter was kept low because the ceiling belonged to someone sleeping. when a few minutes of companionship had to fit between the last demand of one day and the first demand of the next. The final lamp is lowered. The servants' hall becomes shadow. Above stairs, the family sleeps beneath warm blankets. Below stairs, footsteps move away in different directions. Attic, basement, passage, back stair. The house closes around them, and for a moment, the empty table remains. Plain wood, no silver, no flowers, no crystal. Only the faint warmth left by cups and hands. Perhaps this was the truest table in the house. Not because it was happier, not because everyone around it was equal, but because it revealed the people hidden behind the illusion. The ones who carried the trays, polished the glasses, opened the doors, tended the fires, and only after everyone else had eaten, finally sat down themselves. The chairs are empty now, the lamp dies, the house asks for silence once more, and somewhere above, a bell waits in the darkness. At the highest edge of the house, where the grand staircase has long since ended, another staircase continues. Narrower now, steeper, uncarpeted. The walls are plainer, the air colder. A servant climbs the final steps slowly, one hand against the rail, the other perhaps carrying a small candle, whose flame leans each time she turns. Below her lie bedrooms warmed by coal fires, heavy curtains, thick carpets, feather mattresses, rooms prepared carefully against the winter night. Above her waits a small attic chamber beneath the roof. It is said that every house has places where its true hierarchy becomes visible. Sometimes those places are not the grand rooms, they are the distances between them. The number of stairs one person climbs after tending another person's fire, the thickness of one bedroom wall compared with another, the warmth gathered below, the cold permitted above. The maid reaches the landing, rain touches the roof, or perhaps sleet. The sound is closer here than anywhere else in the house. Not distant weather beyond a window, something immediate. 1,000 soft fingers upon slate. She opens the door. The room is small, an iron bed, a narrow washstand, a jug, a basin, perhaps a wooden chair, a trunk containing the few objects that belong entirely to her. The ceiling slopes sharply beneath the roof. In one corner, a person of greater height might need to bend. The window is small. Beyond it, chimneys rise into the winter sky. Somewhere lower down, perhaps a dark garden lies beneath moonlight. The servant closes the door. For the first time in many hours, perhaps she is alone. Whispers tell us that servants' sleeping arrangements varied enormously across Victorian households. In larger homes, female servants might occupy attic bedrooms. Male servants might have quarters elsewhere. Some workers slept in basements, near kitchens, above stables, or close to the rooms connected with their duties. A nurse might sleep near children. A maid might share a room with another servant. In smaller households, arrangements could be even more improvised. There was no single servant bedroom that belonged to every Victorian house, yet the principle often remained familiar. Servants were kept close enough to serve, and distant enough to remain separate. This creates one of the strangest architectural contradictions in domestic life. The servant must be everywhere, but not quite belong anywhere. She must know the corridors, the bedrooms, the stairs, the wardrobes, the fires, the household's rhythms. She may enter private rooms more often than some relatives do, yet at the end of the night, she withdraws to the edge of the building, upward, downward, behind a door, into a room designed not for display, but for necessity. The maid places the candle upon the small table. The flame reveals almost everything at once. There is not much to reveal. The iron bed frame, a plain blanket, a folded garment, a pair of worn shoes, perhaps a photograph, perhaps a Bible, perhaps several letters tied together, perhaps nothing decorative at all. She sits. The bedstead gives a faint sound beneath her weight. For a moment, she does not move. There is a special exhaustion that arrives only after the body is finally allowed to stop. All day, tiredness had to wait. There was another tray to carry, another bell, another fire, another staircase, another room. The body could not become exhausted until duty released it. Now it does. The shoulders lower. The feet begin to ache more clearly. The hands feel heavy. Perhaps the maid bends to remove her shoes. One, then the other. The leather is worn. The souls know the house better than anyone. They have crossed polished corridors, stone passages, back stairs, bedroom carpets, kitchen floors, perhaps streets. All day, they carried her through the geography of someone else's needs. Now they rest beside a narrow bed. There is no valet to remove them, no maid to prepare her night clothes, no warming pan perhaps passing beneath her own sheets. This is another quiet inversion of service. The person who warms beds may enter a cold one. The person who carries hot water may wash in what remains cool. The person who tends fires may sleep farthest from the strongest hearth. The person who smooths fine linen may lie beneath rougher cloth. The contrast does not need cruelty to be visible. It exists in arrangement. Comfort flowed upward toward those who owned the house. Labor often flowed in the opposite direction. The maid looks toward the window. Rain traces the glass. Beyond it, the chimneys stand like black towers. Smoke drifts low across the roofs. The city, if this is London, lies beyond in darkness. Or perhaps this is a country house, and beyond the window there is only a winter garden, a line of bare trees, distant fields, and no lamp for miles. Either way, the attic occupies a peculiar place. It is part of the house. And almost outside it, a chamber between the domestic world and the sky. Below, walls divide room from room. Up here, the roof is thin enough that weather feels close. Wind presses against slate. Rain speaks directly overhead. Snow makes its own silence. Moonlight enters without passing through velvet curtains. Perhaps this is why attic rooms carry such strong symbolism. They are both confinement and height. Exile and perspective. Smallness beneath openness. The servant may have little space, but she is closer to the stars than the master sleeping below. Some believe that privacy becomes more precious when almost every waking hour belongs to someone else. The servant's room may be modest, cold, shared, barely furnished. Yet once the door closes, a transformation occurs. No one is asking for coal. No one is requesting water. No bell has rung. No mistress needs a gown fastened. No child is crying. For a few minutes, the room belongs to the servant, because nothing within it needs to be performed for another person. She may sit without standing immediately, think without listening, read a letter slowly. Perhaps she opens one now. The paper has been folded many times. The creases have softened. A familiar name appears at the top. No need to imagine exactly what it says. A mother may write, a sister, a brother, a friend. Someone from a place the servant once called home, a village, a street, a farm, a town by the sea. The words carry another world into the attic, a place where she is not called by a bell, a place where she may be remembered not as maid, nurse, cook, or servant, but by her first name. She reads by candlelight. Perhaps only a paragraph. She is too tired for more. The letter is folded again, placed beneath a pillow, or into a small trunk. This trunk may contain the servant's true geography: a ribbon, letters, spare clothing, a photograph, a coin saved, a little object with no value to the household and great value to her. The grand rooms below contain paintings, silver, carved furniture, china, books. The attic may contain almost nothing, yet what it contains is hers, and ownership changes the meaning of small things. Beneath the silence, the house settles. A timber creaks. Somewhere, perhaps 4 floors below, a clock sounds. The maid hears it faintly. The hour has become late. Her day may have begun before sunrise, before the family woke, before breakfast, before fires were fully established. And now the day has reached deep into night. Sleep should be immediate, but service has trained part of her mind to remain awake. A bell might ring, even here, perhaps not directly, but another servant could knock. Someone may fall ill, a guest return late, a child wake crying, a fire need attention. The servant's sleep is therefore not completely her own either. It exists under condition. Rest until needed. Dream until summoned. The body lies down. The ear remains partly in the corridor. This is a fragile kind of rest, not the secure sleep of someone who knows the night belongs entirely to them. The maid loosens her hair, perhaps removes an apron, folds it for morning. Every movement is small, slow. There is no reason to hurry now, and that itself may feel unusual. She pours a little water from the jug, washes her hands. Coal dust, soap, perhaps polish. The marks of the day cloud the basin, then her face. Cold water against tired skin. The room has no audience. The mirror, if there is one, may be tiny, perhaps only a small looking glass. She sees herself without uniformed purpose. For a moment, she is neither the invisible figure in the grand room nor the efficient body on the servant's stair. Only a tired young woman beneath a winter roof. There is melancholy in that privacy, but also dignity, a person returning to herself. Where memory fades, such moments rarely survive. Household records may tell us a servant's name, age, place of birth, position, wages sometimes. A census may capture her on one particular night, but not this night, not the shoes placed beside the bed, not the letter beneath the pillow, not the rain overhead, not the way her shoulders relaxed when the door finally closed. History preserves roles more easily than private seconds, and yet private seconds are where life is felt. The candle has burned lower, the maid lies beneath the blanket, the room remains cold, perhaps she curls slightly inward. The roof creaks in the wind, a drop of rain moves down the window, then another. The sounds become softer as tiredness deepens. Below her, the house sleeps in layers. The family in warm rooms, senior servants in their own quarters, other workers behind other doors, every person contained within the same structure, yet each experiencing a different house. This may be the deepest mystery of the attic. The building is one object. The lives within it are not. One roof shelters everyone, but not equally. One staircase connects the floors, but not socially. One night falls across every window, but sleep means something different in each room. Downstairs, a gentleman rests in a bed warmed before he entered. A lady sleeps behind heavy curtains. A child perhaps dreams while a nurse listens nearby. And high beneath the roof, the maid finally closes her eyes. For the first time all day, there is no expression she must arrange, no posture, no formal answer, no requirement to disappear. Dreaming asks no permission. In dreams, there are no servant stairs, no bells, no back corridors, perhaps no hierarchy at all. Perhaps she returns home. Perhaps she walks somewhere she has never been. Perhaps sleep contains nothing but darkness and rest. We cannot know. The candle is still burning, only barely. She reaches out. The flame goes. The room disappears. Then slowly, another light enters. Moonlight. Thin and silver through the small window. It reaches the washstand, the iron bed, the folded apron, the worn shoes, a corner of the letter near the pillow. The attic becomes almost celestial in its simplicity, marked by the moon, close to the stars, far from the polished world below. For a few hidden hours, the servant belongs only to sleep. The house cannot see her. No guest knows this room exists. No portrait commemorates it. No visitor admires its ceiling. Yet here, beneath slate and winter sky, someone who carried the household through the day finally becomes still. Morning will come too soon. The first bell, the first fire, the first jug, the first staircase. The private self will be folded away again, shoes put on, hair arranged, apron tied, door opened. The servant will descend toward duty, but not yet. For now, rain softens. The roof grows quiet. The stars remain beyond the glass. Far below, the household rests securely in the comfort she helped create. High above it, another sleeper has finally entered dreams. Perhaps this was the attic's one secret gift. It offered almost nothing: a bed, a trunk, a small window, a locked door if fortune allowed. Yet for a few hours, that narrow room could become wider than the mansion below, a place where no one needed to be served, a chamber between earth and sky, a small private kingdom beneath the winter roof. And as the final wakeful thought fades, the moon rests upon the glass. The bell does not ring. Not yet. There is an hour before dawn, when the night is still whole. The windows remain black. The streets are quiet. The birds have not yet begun. And in the kitchen below the sleeping house, someone is already awake. A servant bends before a cold range. Yesterday's fire has collapsed into ash. A few red points remain beneath the grey. The room smells faintly of soot, iron, stone, and the damp chill of morning before morning has truly arrived. She lifts the poker, touches the embers. A small glow answers, then another. It is said that every household wakes twice, once when its owners rise, and once much earlier when the people who serve them begin. The second waking is quieter. No curtains drawn, no breakfast bell, no voices, only coal, ash, water, metal, breath. The servant kneels closer. The fire must return. Without it, little else can begin. Water will not heat. Kettles will not boil. Porridge will not cook. Tea water will not be ready. Pans will remain cold. The whole architecture of breakfast depends upon this first flame. And so, before anyone upstairs thinks of morning, the kitchen must already be moving toward it. Whispers tell us that Victorian kitchens could demand work long before the family appeared. In large households, kitchen maids, scullery maids, cooks, and other servants often worked within tightly ordered routines. Ranges had to be prepared, coal carried, ashes removed, utensils cleaned, water fetched or heated, food made ready. The exact rhythm varied from house to house, and across the long Victorian period, kitchen technology changed. But one truth remained stubbornly old. Fire was work. A flame was not simply there, because yesterday there had been one. It had to be maintained. Rebuilt, fed, watched. The servant opens the range. A little ash falls. She clears what is spent. The metal is black, the grate scarred by heat. Her hands know where not to touch. The poker enters again. Ash shifts. One ember brightens, then another. A little coal is added, not too much. The fire must be coaxed, not smothered. There is patience in this, an old patience, the kind known to anyone who has ever tried to persuade warmth out of almost nothing. The servant bends closer. Perhaps she uses kindling, perhaps paper, perhaps dry wood, perhaps the remaining embers are enough. The flame catches, small at first, a trembling orange tongue. Then two. The black iron begins to glow softly at its edges. The kitchen, which moments ago seemed like a tomb of stone and metal, acquires breath. Beneath the silence, this first warmth feels almost sacred. Not because the room is grand. It is not. Because fire has always marked the boundary between endurance and comfort. Long before Victorian houses. Long before polished dining rooms. Long before china and silver. Human beings woke in darkness and tended flame. The kitchen maid joins that older lineage without naming it. She is not performing ceremony, and yet the movements repeat like ritual. Clear, arrange, feed, wait, watch, breathe. The fire returns. The room changes. Copper pans begin to catch dim orange light. A kettle waits. Its blackened base rests near the range. Hooks hang above. Stone floor. Wooden table. Shelves. A cloth folded over one corner. Nothing here exists for display. Every surface has a purpose. The kitchen is honest in that way. It does not pretend effort does not exist. It is made of effort. The maid rises. There are ashes to remove. She gathers them carefully. Yesterday becoming dust. The fire that warmed one day now exists only as residue. She carries it away. There is something almost symbolic in that too. Each morning begins by clearing the remains of the previous one. Ash out, coal in, cold becomes heat, darkness becomes light. Yesterday makes room for today. The house renews itself from below. Upstairs, everything may appear unchanged. The same curtains, the same carpet, the same breakfast room, the same table. But beneath that continuity, The kitchen is constantly rebuilding the conditions that make repetition possible. Some believe that domestic order is a kind of daily resurrection. Nothing stays ready. Everything must be made ready again. The kettle needs filling. The fire needs feeding. The table needs laying. The bread needs cutting. The cups need placing. Routine can look eternal, only because someone keeps restoring it. The maid reaches for water, perhaps a pump, perhaps a tap in a more modernized kitchen, perhaps buckets brought from another source depending on the house. The water enters the kettle, cold, heavy. The servant lifts it, sets it near the strengthening flame. Now the kitchen has begun to contain the future. The kettle is not boiling yet, but it will. The water is not tea yet, but it may become tea. The range is not hot enough yet, but breakfast is already hiding inside it. This is what preparation feels like, working inside an hour that has not arrived. The servant moves before demand becomes visible. She acts on behalf of people still asleep. Her work belongs to a future moment. A tray carried upstairs, a cup poured, a plate served. The family will encounter the finished result. The kitchen worker inhabits the beginning. There is a quiet loneliness in that. The hour before Birdsong is not merely early, it is outside ordinary social time. The street has not begun. No wheels, no calls, no delivery carts perhaps, no doorbells, no children running, no household voices, only the servant, the fire, the kettle, her own footsteps. The walls hold every sound. A shovel against coal, a pan moved, a cupboard opened, the creak of floorboards, the faint scratch of a match perhaps. Each noise seems larger because nothing competes with it. She is awake inside a sleeping world. Perhaps this is why pre-dawn labor can feel dreamlike. The body is working. The mind is still close to night. Thoughts move slowly. Habit takes over. Hands remember. A pan placed here, coal there, water next. One task becoming another. There is no need to decide. The sequence has been learned. And in repetition, time becomes almost invisible. The servant may think of very little, or perhaps the opposite. Perhaps silence allows thoughts that the day will later crowd away. A mother, a sister, money, a dress seen in a shop window, a letter waiting unanswered, a Sunday afternoon, a future life imagined vaguely, or perhaps only sleep. The bed she left too early, the warmth that disappeared the moment she stood up, the first cold floorboard underfoot. Fatigue remains, not dramatic, only present, a soft weight behind the eyes, a slower movement when bending, a hand held near the fire a moment longer than necessary. Then duty returns. The range must be cleaned, the ashes properly managed, the coal basket filled, the kitchen made ready for the cook. Perhaps the senior cook will arrive later. Perhaps another maid soon. The first worker's task is not to complete the morning alone, only to make morning possible. This distinction matters. A household operates through layers of preparation. One person wakes the fire, another prepares food, another carries trays, another opens curtains. Another dresses a child, another answers the first bell. By the time the family enters the day, many separate dawns have already occurred below stairs. The kitchen is simply one of the earliest. The fire grows stronger. Now the iron begins to hold heat, a faint metallic expansion, a different smell in the air. Coal smoke kept under control, steam beginning faintly at the kettle's mouth. The room loses its cold edge. The maid straightens. For the first time, she may look toward the window, a basement window, small, high on the wall, perhaps partly level with the pavement outside. Earlier it reflected darkness. Now it has changed. Not light exactly, grey, a pale veil, dawn entering indirectly. The sky beyond may still be blue-black, but the world is no longer completely night. Marked by the moon, the last darkness thins. The servant notices without stopping. There is work to do. Yet the changing light alters everything. Copper becomes softer. The stone floor becomes visible in new detail. Dust shows, steam shows, the edges of pans emerge. The room that belonged to firelight begins to belong to morning. This is the border between night duty and day labor. There may be no clear moment where one ends and the other begins. The servant crossed it without knowing. When did night stop? When the first coal caught? When the window became grey? When the kettle began to sing? Perhaps morning is not a time. Perhaps it is an accumulation of preparations. One ember, one kettle, one footstep, one curtain opened somewhere above. The cook arrives. Or perhaps first another kitchen maid. A door opens. Cold air enters briefly. Another pair of footsteps. A quiet greeting. Not much more. The silence of the room begins to break. Another servant sets something upon the table. Someone checks the fire. The first maid no longer stands alone inside the darkness. The kitchen is becoming communal. Soon it will become busy. Knives, pans, water, bread, tea, instructions, trays. But not yet. For a few more moments, the room remains suspended between solitude and activity. The kettle gives its first low murmur. Almost nothing. A vibration. Then another. The sound deepens slowly. The range breathes steadily now. The fire no longer needs coaxing. It has become certain. This transformation carries quiet beauty. A few red embers under ash became warmth enough to awaken a house. The family may never know. They will see tea, toast, eggs, perhaps porridge, perhaps coffee, perhaps whatever breakfast their household expects. They will see the end, not the beginning. This is the recurring mystery of domestic service. Comfort appears at the point where labor disappears. Breakfast enters through a door. No soot comes with it. Tea arrives clear. No ash floats beside the cup. Bread arrives warm. No one sees the blackened grate. The kitchen absorbs the roughness, so the dining room can receive refinement. The house divides process from appearance. Below, the transformation. Above, the result. There is architecture even in breakfast. The kitchen is the hidden chamber where raw things become civilized. Coal into heat, water into tea, flour into bread, silence into routine, night into morning. The maid wipes her hands. Soot remains beneath one fingernail, perhaps a faint black mark on the wrist. The range itself glows. Warmth spreads across the room. Another servant enters, then another. A drawer opens. A knife touches a board. Someone carries in milk. Someone lifts a pan. The world is returning. Outside, a first bird may finally call. One note, small, clear. The servant hears it, or perhaps she is too busy now. Either way, the sound arrives after the labor has already begun. This is the secret at the center of the chapter. Morning does not begin with birdsong for everyone. For some, birdsong arrives late. By then, ashes have already been carried away. Coal has been fetched, water lifted, the range cleaned. The fire rebuilt, the kettle filled. The house has been moving toward wakefulness while the sky was still dark. Where memory fades, kitchens are often preserved as beautiful rooms. Copper pans polished for visitors, ranges restored, stone floors cleaned. We stand inside them during daylight and imagine meals. But perhaps their truest hour was before dawn, when the metal was black, when the coal was real, when tired hands searched through ash for surviving heat, when no one upstairs knew the day had started. If we listen, perhaps we can hear it. The poker touching iron, coal settling, water poured, a servant breathing in cold air, then the first catch of flame, a little brighter, a little steadier, until the entire room seems to breathe. The window grows pale. The night has not vanished completely. A last star may still hang above the roofline, but below, the kitchen is awake. The kettle begins to murmur. The range holds its heat. Footsteps arrive one by one, and from the hidden depths of the house, morning rises slowly upward. Not with sunlight first, with fire. There are houses in which time seems to have more than one voice. The hall clock speaks from the landing. The kitchen clock answers from below. A smaller mantel clock ticks beside a dying fire. Farther away, beyond curtains and walls, a church bell marks another hour over the sleeping street. One sound, then another, then silence, and still the clocks continue. Tick, tick, tick. Somewhere in the house, a servant looks up. It is after midnight. Perhaps much after midnight. The family has not yet entirely retired. A guest remains. A carriage has not returned. A lamp still burns in a room that cannot yet be closed. Sleep exists somewhere beyond the next duty, but not yet. It is said that time feels different when it belongs to someone else. An hour spent freely may vanish. An hour spent waiting becomes heavy. A minute lengthens. A quarter hour develops edges. The servant listens to the clock, not because the clock is beautiful, but because each movement of its hands measures how far rest has been pushed away. Victorian domestic life depended deeply upon timing. Breakfast at an expected hour. Morning rooms opened. Fires already burning. Tea carried. Letters delivered. Dinner prepared. Guests received. Lamps lit before darkness. Doors secured after the last arrival. A household that appeared orderly depended upon hundreds of actions occurring not only correctly, but at the right moment. Too early could be wrong. Too late could be wrong. Time itself became part of service. Whispers tell us that the 19th century increasingly valued punctuality and regulated time. Railways demanded shared schedules. Business hours became more standardized. Public clocks and watches mattered more. The expanding railway network even helped encourage more consistent timekeeping between places that had once followed local solar time. But inside the household, time had always been intimate. A cook knew when dinner must be ready. A maid knew when a bedroom should be prepared. A footman knew when the front hall must remain staffed. A valet knew when his master expected to be called in the morning. A housemaid knew that a task delayed now would return as pressure later. The clock did not merely tell time, it distributed obligation. The servant looks again, 12:30. Perhaps the drawing room still contains voices. They are faint through the ceiling, a little laughter, then quiet, then another burst of conversation. Upstairs, the evening is pleasant. Downstairs, the same evening becomes extension. This is one of the strange inequalities hidden inside leisure. One person chooses to remain awake. Another person must remain awake because of that choice. The wealthy could purchase comfort partly by purchasing other people's hours. Not abstractly, literally. A late dinner required later clearing. A late carriage required later waiting. A prolonged party required later extinguishing of lamps. A guest who preferred to talk until 1 in the morning might never think of the maid who would not reach bed until much later. The clock sees both. It does not distinguish. One hand passes 12, one hand approaches 1. The same minute belongs to master and servant, but not in the same way. Some believe this is where hierarchy becomes most invisible. Money can buy objects, rooms, land, clothes, food, but it can also buy time, someone else's morning, someone else's evening, someone else's hour of sleep. That purchase leaves almost no physical trace. A silver teapot survives. A carriage may survive. A house may survive, but the lost hour disappears entirely. No museum can display it. No inventory records. One maid's sleep, postponed 40 minutes. One footman's night, extended until 2. One kitchen servant awake before 5. Those hours are gone, and yet the household depended upon them. Beneath the silence, the ticking continues. The servant may begin another small task while waiting. Fold a cloth, check a lamp, straighten something already nearly straight. Waiting becomes easier when the hands are occupied. But even then, the mind remains aware of the clock, the next quarter hour, the next strike, the next duty. Time in service is rarely empty. It is divided, measured, assigned. The fire must be checked before bed. The door must be locked after the final guest. Hot water must be ready at a certain hour. The breakfast room must be prepared before anyone enters. Morning calls must happen neither too early nor too late. Each action sits inside another action. The whole house is a mechanism made not of gears alone, but of people, and yet the people do not all control the mechanism equally. The master may decide to sleep late. A servant still rises early. A guest may linger. A footman stays. A child may wake. A nurse answers. A sick person needs watching. A maid remains beside the bed. The clock is impartial. Human arrangements are not. This creates the deeper mystery. Whose time is being measured? The hall clock belongs to the household. But what does that mean? It stands in a prominent place, perhaps polished wood, brass pendulum, a face marked carefully with Roman numerals. It seems dignified, objective, permanent. Yet for servants, its face could carry emotion. 11 might mean there is still time before bed. Midnight might mean fatigue. 1 might mean delay. 2 might mean tomorrow has already begun before today has ended. The same clock means different things depending on who is looking. For a guest, 1 o'clock may mean the evening has become memorable. For the servant, it may mean sleep has become shorter. The clock does not explain this. It simply ticks. The servant crosses a corridor. The sound follows. Tick, tick. Perhaps not from the same clock. Another one. Victorian houses could contain many clocks. Mantel clocks, bedroom clocks, kitchen clocks, hall clocks, pocket watches carried by gentlemen. Perhaps clocks on servants' passages or in workrooms. Time repeated itself from room to room. One house, many faces, many hands. The servant lives among them. There is something almost spiritual in the repetition. A pendulum swings. Left, right, never hurrying, never slowing because someone is tired. Its motion resembles breath, or prayer, or the sea, endless return. But unlike breath, the clock does not belong to the body. The body wants rest. The clock continues. The servant looks toward it again. 1:15. The dinner upstairs has finally ended. Now chairs move. A door opens. Footsteps. The servants begin to clear. The waiting hour transforms into working time. Plates, glasses, silver, candles. Another half hour disappears into movement. This is the irony of service. Waiting feels slow. Work makes time move quickly. Then suddenly the clock has advanced again. The servant who thought she might be in bed by 1 now sees nearly 2. Fatigue becomes quieter at this hour. The body stops arguing. It simply continues. Perhaps one can understand this in the face of a tired servant glancing at a clock and saying nothing. No complaint, no surprise, only calculation. If I finish this now, if the fire is checked, if no bell rings, if no one returns, then bed. The future is reduced to small conditional promises. Another 10 minutes, another staircase, another tray, another door. Then rest. Where memory fades, these negotiations disappear. The household history may record dinner parties, visitors, birthdays, marriages, journeys. It may record the new railway line that made travel faster. It may record punctual trains and exact appointments. But the servant's relationship to time remains harder to recover. Their days were often structured by routines, so ordinary that no one thought to describe them. Yet ordinary time is where life is spent, not in great events, in hours, in waiting, in repetition, in the distance between one bell and another. Perhaps this is why the clock feels almost cruel, even though it has no intention. It reveals something human beings created around it. The pendulum swings equally, but the right to use time is unequal. One person owns leisure, another sells labor. One person extends an evening because it pleases them. Another extends their wakefulness because employment requires it. Time itself remains neutral. Its use does not. The servant finishes clearing. The room is quieter now. 1 lamp remains. The clock approaches 2, perhaps 3 in a particularly late household. The final door is secured, the fire checked, a coat hung away. The service passage darkens. At last, the servant can climb. The stairs feel different now, not because they are steeper, because every step is 1 step closer to sleep. Upward toward an attic room perhaps, or downward toward a basement chamber. The house is finally still, but the clock remains awake. The servant passes it. Tick, tick. Its face catches a little moonlight. The pendulum moves behind glass. No fatigue. No relief. No awareness that the person walking past has been awake since before sunrise. The clock will continue through sleep. That is its strange privilege. It never has to experience the time it measures. The servant does. Some believe this is why clocks become haunting at night. By day they organize. By night they witness. They count moments no one else sees. A woman waiting beside a sickbed. A footman listening for wheels. A maid polishing something after midnight. A cook waking before dawn. The clock keeps their company without offering comfort. Perhaps the church bell sounds in the distance. 2 strokes, or 3. The servant pauses for the briefest moment. The hour enters the house like an echo through stone, then fades. She continues climbing. Behind her, the hall clock answers with its own mechanical certainty. Far above, the sky is beginning to change. Not visibly yet, but dawn is already somewhere beyond the dark. This makes the final hours especially strange. The servant is going to bed while morning approaches. Soon another servant may be waking. The house hands time from one worker to the next. Night staff into morning labor, waiting into preparation, closing into opening. The household never truly stops. It changes custodians. Perhaps this is the hidden meaning of the clock that belonged to everyone else. The servant looks at it, lives by it, works for it, but does not entirely own the hours it shows. The clock belongs to the schedule, the employer, the household, the needs of rooms, the appetite of guests, the timing of trains, the arrival of carriages, the demands of morning. Only sleep offers a small rebellion, a few hours in which time may disappear. No counting, no bells, no duties, only darkness. The servant reaches the room, shoes removed, candle lowered. The body lies down. For one moment, the ticking is distant, almost gentle. Perhaps the mind begins to release it. The pendulum continues below. Left, right, left, right. It does not know who is rich, who is poor, who commands, who serves, who is sleeping, who is still working. It simply divides the dark. Minute after minute. By dawn, it will begin summoning the house again. Breakfast, fires, water, doors, clothes, calls. Another day arranged into hours. And some within the household will rise, having barely left the previous one. Where memory fades, the clocks remain. Old wooden cases, brass hands, worn faces, pendulums still capable of movement. But the hours they once governed have disappeared. No one can retrieve them. Not the late supper, not the postponed bed, not the tired glance at 2 in the morning. Perhaps those are the truly lost things. Not objects, time, the invisible currency of service. The final candle goes out. The servant closes her eyes. The clock continues alone. And in the darkness, indifferent to rank, wealth, fatigue or longing, the pendulum keeps swinging toward morning. After midnight, a great Victorian house changes its language. By day, it speaks in voices. Footsteps, doors, bells, conversation, cutlery, carriages, children, fire, instructions. But when the rooms darken and the sleepers withdraw behind curtains, another language begins. Pipes settle inside the walls. Timber contracts. A coal breaks quietly in a grate. A curtain stirs, though the window is closed. Somewhere behind paneling, a mouse passes through darkness. The house seems to breathe, slowly, deeply, as if the entire building has become a sleeping creature. And yet not everyone inside is asleep. It is said that those who work through the night begin to hear buildings differently. A servant who crosses the same corridor 100 times learns which board complains beneath the left foot, which door settles badly in damp weather, which window rattles when the wind turns east, which chimney makes a low sound before rain, which clock loses several minutes each week, which stair should be avoided when someone is sleeping nearby. At first, these are only practical details. Then they become a language. The house speaks, and the servants listen. A maid leaves the servants' passage with a candle. Perhaps she is checking whether a fire has fallen too low. Perhaps a window was reported open. Perhaps a child cried. Perhaps she heard something and does not yet know what it was. The flame moves before her. One small circle of light through a corridor, otherwise filled with shadow. Portraits appear, then vanish again. A gentleman painted 50 years earlier. A lady whose dress belongs to another generation. A child who grew old long before the servant was born. Their eyes catch candlelight for an instant. Then darkness closes over them. The maid continues. There is nothing supernatural here, and yet old houses invite imagination. A sound without a visible cause becomes a question. A locked room becomes a story. A portrait becomes a presence. A staircase used by generations begins to feel as though it remembers more feet than those currently walking upon it. Whispers tell us that servants often knew the folklore of a household as intimately as they knew its practical routines. A corridor where someone was said to have heard footsteps. A room kept shut for years. A portrait associated with a family tragedy. A staircase where, according to someone's grandmother, a figure had once been seen. Such stories lived differently below stairs than they did in formal family histories. Upstairs, an ancestor might be remembered through genealogy. Below stairs, perhaps through a story about a bell ringing when no one had pulled it. Neither version needs to be taken literally. The important thing is that both are forms of memory. The house carries stories through repetition. One servant tells another. One generation leaves. Another arrives. The story remains. Perhaps this is how buildings seem to remember, not through stone itself, through people who keep repeating what happened there. The maid reaches the drawing room. She opens the door. The room is empty. Moonlight lies across the carpet. Furniture becomes unfamiliar under it. The chairs no longer seem arranged for conversation. They become dark shapes. The piano is closed. A mirror reflects nothing but the pale window. The embers in the fireplace are almost gone. She crosses the room, kneels, adjusts the grate, checks that nothing is unsafe. The fire sighs. A little orange appears, then settles again. This room held laughter only hours earlier. Now it seems ancient. Night removes the present tense from rooms. Without people, objects appear to belong to all eras at once. A chair could have been occupied yesterday, or 40 years ago. A clock might have watched 3 generations pass. Curtains replaced, wallpaper changed, servants hired, servants dismissed, children born, old people carried upstairs and never seen below again. The room remains. This is where the mystery deepens. Who remembers whom? Families preserve portraits of themselves. But what of the people who lit the fires beneath those portraits? Who polished the frame? Who closed the shutters? Who dusted the mantel? Who carried the coal? Who heard the house at 3 in the morning? Most of their names are gone. Some may survive in census records, wage books, household accounts, a letter, a photograph with several servants arranged stiffly behind a family. But most private moments vanish. The maid crossing the gallery during a storm, the footman checking the cellar door, the nurse carrying a crying child, the kitchen maid hearing the first strange creak before dawn. These do not enter history easily. Perhaps the house becomes their archive, not literally, but emotionally. Every worn stair edge is evidence of repeated passage. Every servant door polished smooth around the handle remembers touch in its own material way. Every groove in a threshold was created by movement. Wood changes because people use it. Stone changes, metal changes. A house becomes physically marked by labor. Beneath the silence, memory sometimes looks like wear. The maid leaves the drawing room. The corridor is longer now, or seems so. At night, familiar distances stretch. She hears something above, a soft movement. She stops, listens. Nothing. Then again, perhaps a child turning in bed, perhaps timber settling, perhaps wind shifting against slate. The servant does not panic. She knows the house. That is important. Fear belongs often to unfamiliarity. The servant has heard this place in every condition: rain, heat, frost, storm. Summer stillness. She knows what the pipes do, what the shutters do, what mice do behind the wall. And still, not every sound is immediately understood. That small remainder of uncertainty is enough for imagination. Some believe that ghost stories thrive in houses where the past is always physically near. A Victorian servant might pass furniture older than her grandparents, portraits of dead owners, rooms associated with births and deaths, clothing kept from earlier years, letters in drawers, locks no one opened often. Objects carry atmosphere because people give them meaning. A staircase becomes haunted because someone says it is. A room becomes uneasy because generations agree to treat it that way. The story becomes another piece of furniture, always there. Perhaps a footman descending toward the cellar remembers one such tale. He has heard it during servants' supper. Nothing dramatic, only that someone once heard steps where no one was walking. He smiles perhaps, or does not. He holds the lamp higher. The cellar door opens. Cool air, stone, the smell of wood and earth, bottles resting in racks, dark beyond the lamp. He checks what he came to check. The bolt, the lock. The coal, something ordinary, then turns back. The imagined ghost does nothing. Perhaps it was never there. But the story has altered the walk. This is how memory changes architecture, without changing a single wall. The servant returns upstairs. Somewhere, a bell rings. One sharp sound in the dark. Then silence. The household is not fully asleep after all. A bedroom requires something. Water. A fire checked. A child awakened. A late guest restless. The servant changes direction. This too is part of the house's nighttime language. Bell. Footsteps. Door. Whisper. Return. The building listens to its own service. There is something almost oceanic in the rhythm. A disturbance rises, then recedes. Another follows. The servant passes through rooms like a tide moving under doors, sometimes visible, sometimes not. The sleepers experience only the result: a warmer fire, a drink of water, a curtain adjusted, a reassurance in the nursery, then silence again. The house absorbs the intervention. No record, no applause, only continuation. Perhaps that is why the mansion can seem alive at night, because so much invisible maintenance continues within it. A living body also depends upon hidden processes: breath, pulse, circulation. The house has its own equivalents: pipes, chimneys, bell wires, staircases, service passages, doors, fire, and servants moving through them like quiet blood. The analogy is imperfect, but at 2 in the morning, under moonlight, it feels strangely true. The mansion sleeps because part of it remains awake, a paradox. The family rests because others listen. Listen for bells, for coughing, for carriage wheels, for weather, for fire, for breaking glass, for footsteps that belong somewhere, and perhaps for footsteps that do not. The maid reaches the gallery. The ancestors wait in their frames. She passes beneath them. No one speaks. Candlelight travels over varnish. One painted hand rests on a chair. One painted face looks outward with permanent certainty. The servant knows perhaps none of their full histories. They know nothing of hers, yet night places them in the same corridor. Dead owner, living worker. One preserved in oil, one preserved nowhere. The imbalance is almost unbearable if examined too closely. So let it remain soft, a question rather than accusation. Who does a house truly remember? The person whose portrait hangs upon the wall, or the person whose feet wore the stair smooth beneath it? Perhaps both. In different languages, portrait and groove, name and touch, inheritance and labor. Where memory fades, these languages separate. We notice the portrait. We overlook the floorboard. The servant moves on. The night is deep now. Most fires are safe. Doors secure. Children quiet. The final guest has retired. The bell wires hang still. At last the house is almost entirely silent. The maid begins toward her own room. Her candle has shortened. Wax leans against one side. She knows this corridor even without light. 3 doors. Turn. Narrow stair. Landing. Another door. Her footsteps are soft. So soft that from the grand rooms they might be mistaken for the house itself. A board, gives a faint creak. She pauses, then continues. Perhaps this is how ghost stories begin. Not with spirits, with human movement heard imperfectly through walls. A servant taking coal upstairs. A maid crossing after midnight. A nurse moving between rooms. A footman closing a distant door. The family hears only part of the sound. The rest is supplied by imagination. Years later, the servant is gone. The story remains. Someone says the house has footsteps, and perhaps, in a poetic sense, it does. The moon is high. Marked by the moon, the roof and chimneys turn silver. Every sleeper is enclosed inside a private dream. The master, the mistress, the child, the valet, the nurse, the maid, the kitchen worker. Different rooms, different beds, different futures, one house. For a moment, hierarchy disappears beneath sleep. No one commands inside a dream. No bell can follow there. No servant staircase matters. The building contains them all, without distinction. And still, somewhere, one last person is awake. A figure crossing a passage, a lamp dimming, a door closing. The footsteps become fainter, fainter still, until they are almost indistinguishable from timber cooling in the walls. Perhaps the house remembers, perhaps it does not. Perhaps memory belongs only to those who return in imagination and listen. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen, and some footsteps are so soft that history mistakes them for silence. The final candle disappears. Moonlight rests upon the empty corridor. The portraits return to darkness. A pipe gives one last quiet sound inside the wall. The fire settles. The house breathes. Everyone dreams. And somewhere between memory and architecture, the last servant's footsteps fade into the building itself. There is an hour when night begins to loosen. Not end, not yet, but loosen. The darkness at the windows grows thinner. The stars lose their sharpness. The sky becomes less black and more blue, and through the great Victorian house, one final lamp is still moving. A servant carries it carefully along the corridor. The flame is small, steady, enough to illuminate a few feet of carpet, a door frame, the polished curve of a banister, the edge of a portrait. Then darkness again. It is said that the last light of night belongs to those who stayed awake longest. The house has demanded much since evening. Not loudly, not all at once. A bell somewhere, a door elsewhere, a fire sinking too low, a carriage delayed, a child waking, a sickroom requiring water, a gentleman returning late, a bedroom waiting to be prepared. One request followed another, then another. And now, in this final hour, the servant walks through the aftermath. Except there is almost no aftermath to see. That is the strange thing. The work has disappeared. A bedroom door opens quietly. Inside, the fire is steady. No coal scuttle remains in the middle of the carpet. No soot marks the hearth. The sheets are smooth, perhaps still holding a little warmth placed there earlier. A glass of water rests beside the bed. Curtains are closed. The sleeper breathes beneath the blankets. Nothing in the room announces that another person stood there before midnight, adjusting, carrying, checking, smoothing. The comfort looks natural. The servant moves on. Another room. A pair of polished boots waits near the dressing area. Black leather, bright enough to catch the lamp. They give no hint of mud, no memory of yesterday's road, no sign of the hands that brushed them. A coat hangs correctly. A collar waits. A watch has been placed where it will be expected. The public person is already being prepared for return. Morning identity has been arranged before morning exists. The servant passes quietly. Beneath the silence, the house seems to contain dozens of invisible gestures. A folded towel, a secured window, a replenished fire, a door locked, a chair returned to position, a tray removed, a candle extinguished. Each one is small. Together, they create peace. This may be the final mystery of domestic service. Peace can be constructed, not only emotionally, physically. A peaceful room depends upon things being in their correct places. A fire not too low, a door properly closed, water ready, clothing prepared, noise absorbed. Evidence erased. Someone has to make stillness possible. Whispers tell us that this work was often valued precisely when it could not be seen. A perfectly run household appeared effortless. That was part of its elegance. The family did not want to encounter buckets in corridors, coal dust, unwashed dishes, unmade beds, piles of linen, half-cleaned silver, servants rushing. The machinery of comfort had to remain behind the surface. And so the servant became skilled, not only at doing work, but at removing the signs that work had happened. The lamp moves through another corridor. The servant passes the dining room. Earlier, it held candles, crystal, conversation. Now the table is bare, chairs aligned. No crumbs, no wine stains, no fallen flour, no glasses catching light. The room looks almost innocent, as if no feast ever occurred, as if the evening had been a dream. Perhaps this is what successful service creates. Not only order, amnesia. The room forgets. The household forgets. By morning, the evidence of effort is gone. Only readiness remains. The servant pauses near the doorway. The lamp flame trembles once, perhaps from a draught, perhaps from movement elsewhere in the house. Then it steadies. She continues. There are locks to remember, the pantry, the stores. Perhaps the housekeeper's keys are already resting near her bed. Tea secure, sugar secure, wine, linen, medicine, everything waiting in darkness. The small metal kingdom sleeps. Soon the ring will rise again. Another day of opening and closing, counting and remembering. But for now, every gate is shut. The servant walks past. Farther along, perhaps the nursery is quiet. No crying, no rocking chair moving. The fire has lowered safely. A child sleeps. Somewhere close by, a nurse may finally rest. The servant does not enter. No need. Sometimes the greatest evidence of successful night duty is that no one must intervene. The child breathes. The house holds the sound. The corridor remains dark. The lamp continues. Then perhaps another door. The sick room, closed more fully now. Inside, someone sleeps. A folded cloth rests beside a basin. A glass of water has been used. The candle is spent. We do not know whether danger has passed, only that the night was watched. Someone sat in the chair. Someone listened to uneven breathing. Someone touched a forehead. Someone heard words that may never be repeated. The servant carrying the lamp passes without knowing all of it. No single worker knows the entire house. That is another strange truth. The household's comfort is collective. One servant knows the kitchen, another the nursery, another the master's clothes, another the silver, another the doors, another the stores, another the sick room. The mansion is maintained through fragments of knowledge. Each person holds a piece. Together, they create the illusion that the house manages itself. Some believe that great houses appear to possess personalities because so many human routines have been absorbed into them. The door that always closes quietly, the breakfast that always appears, the bedroom that is always ready, the fire that somehow survives the night, the boots that somehow shine again. But houses do not remember to do these things. People do. People remember, then disappear. The servant reaches the service staircase. The lamp casts long shadows against the wall. Here, the architecture is plainer, the stair narrow, the rail worn. No portraits, no rich carpet, the hidden route. She begins to descend. Perhaps she carried coal up this stair earlier. Perhaps water. Perhaps a message. Perhaps a message. Perhaps nothing tonight. The steps have witnessed generations. Shoes heavier than hers. Hands carrying trays, buckets, candles, letters, laundry, infants, hot water, ash. The staircase holds no names, only wear. The center of one step has been hollowed slightly by use. Another has a dark patch where countless hands brushed the rail. The house keeps memory physically, not in sentences, in grooves. Where memory fades, touch remains. This is perhaps the closest the forgotten servant comes to a monument. A worn step, a polished handle, a scratched table, an old bell pull. Objects altered by repetition. Someone used this, someone carried that, Someone passed here. Again, 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 until the building changed beneath their hands. Yet many servants left behind little personal record. No portrait, no diary, no memoir. Perhaps only a name in a census. Age 22. Housemaid. Born in another county. A line in an employment book. A letter saved by accident. A name remembered by a child who later became old. Then perhaps not even that. History often preserves those who owned the rooms more easily than those who kept them alive. The servant reaches the lower landing. The kitchen lies beyond. There is already a faint sign of morning labor. Perhaps someone has begun coaxing the range. A red glow, a small metallic sound. Night and morning overlap. One servant is finishing, while another is beginning. This is how the household continues. It does not sleep as a whole. It changes hands. A night worker lowers a lamp. A kitchen maid lifts a poker. One life moves toward bed, another toward the day's first task. The great house never truly wakes. It is awakened. The distinction is quiet, but enormous. The servant carrying the lamp turns once more toward the main corridor. She must complete a final round. The front door, secure. The locks hold. The hall is empty. No more carriages, no more coats to receive. No fog entering through the threshold. The footman who waited may already be on his way toward bed, perhaps only an hour or two before he must rise again. The servant looks toward the hall clock. The hands approach morning. The pendulum continues. Left, right, left, right. It has counted every waiting minute without remembering any of them. The servant does, at least for now. The time the last carriage arrived. The bell that rang after midnight. The delay in the sickroom, the extra trip for water. These hours live briefly inside tired bodies. Then morning erases them. The lamp passes the mirror. For an instant, the servant sees herself. Small flame, dark clothing, a tired face, an empty corridor behind. She stops perhaps for less than a second. There is no audience, no mistress, no guest, no child, no master, only herself. This is the person who crossed the house while everyone dreamed. The reflection holds her, then she moves. The mirror returns to darkness. Perhaps that is symbolic too. Servants often appeared in reflection, behind another person, at the edge of photographs, inside household records, close to the visible world, yet rarely centered within it. The lamp continues toward the final window. The curtains are still closed, but around their edges, a faint light has appeared. Dawn. Not golden, not dramatic. Grey first. Soft. Almost colourless. A veil slowly lifted over the rooftops. The servant stands there. For a moment, she does nothing. The flame in her hand is still brighter than the sky. Then the sky strengthens. The room changes. Furniture emerges from shadow. The edge of the carpet, the wall, the stair. The lamp is no longer necessary. This is the hour when artificial night gives itself back to day. The servant lowers the flame, but before she extinguishes it, perhaps the entire night passes through imagination in fragments. Not as tasks, as images. A brass bell trembling in darkness, a candle moving through a corridor, red embers beneath ash, a warming pan disappearing beneath linen, a chamber door left slightly open, polished boots waiting, silver sleeping behind a lock, a bed prepared for someone not yet home, steam rising around white sheets, a nurse beside a child's fire, a folded cloth near a sickbed, keys touching softly beside a pillow, fog beyond a front door, crumbs under candlelight, coal shifting on a secret stair, water moving inside a heavy jug, a sealed envelope beneath a coat, an evening jacket being brushed, hairpins gathered from a carpet, bread passed around a plain servant's table, stars beyond an attic window, a kitchen range catching its first flame, a clock continuing through everything, then the house itself, listening, remembering, or perhaps only seeming to. The servant holds all these images for no conscious reason. They are simply the texture of the night. Different workers, different rooms, different hours. One hidden world. Victorian domestic comfort could be extraordinarily elaborate, but beneath it, lay something very simple. Someone else was awake. That is perhaps the central truth. Someone was awake, so the fire remained safe. Someone was awake so the door could open. Someone was awake so a child could cry without being alone. Someone was awake so illness could be watched. Someone was awake so cold sheets became warm. Someone was awake so morning water appeared. Someone was awake so a returning carriage found light in the hall. Comfort depended upon wakefulness transferred from one body to another. One person rested because another postponed rest. This is not the whole story of service. Nothing so large can be contained in one sentence. There were varied households, varied relationships, affection, exploitation, loyalty, hardship, pride, resentment, opportunity, constraint. Lives cannot be reduced to symbols. But at this final hour, one truth is visible in the simplest possible form. The house sleeps. The servant is awake. Then dawn enters. The light strengthens. The stars have almost gone. A bird calls somewhere outside. Not the full chorus, only one voice, then another. The servant raises the lamp slightly. For one brief moment, flame and dawn coexist. Old light, new light, one made by human hands, one arriving without permission. The lamp's glow touches the window. The morning touches the glass from the other side. Perhaps this is the closest the night comes to revealing itself. A servant standing between darkness and day. Behind her, every task completed. Ahead, another day already beginning. She lowers the wick. The flame becomes smaller, blue at its edge, then gold, then nothing. A thin thread of smoke rises. The lamp is extinguished. The room remains visible. That is the final transformation. The light goes out, but the house does not become dark. Morning has taken its place. Soon bells will ring. Doors open. Curtains draw back. Breakfast trays appear. The family begins to move. Beds empty. Clothes are put on. Fires brighten. The household wakes into a world already prepared for it. No one sees the lamp that carried the last hour. No one sees the footsteps that crossed the corridors. No one sees the hands that restored every room to silence. The night has erased its workers as completely as they erased its disorder. Perhaps this is why their history can feel so close and so distant at once. Their touch remains everywhere. Their faces do not. The brass shines. The floor is worn. The doors still open. The rooms survive. The names fade. But beneath the silence, something remains. Not a ghost, not a legend, a pattern, the invisible shape of care. Someone came before, someone carried, someone watched, someone waited, someone remembered, then stepped away before morning could see them. Where memory fades, dawn begins. The servant turns toward the hidden stair. Behind her, the house is waking. Ahead, perhaps a narrow bed waits for a few hours of sleep. She leaves the lamp behind. Morning fills the corridor, and the great house rises into another day, peaceful and composed, never quite knowing how much of the night was spent carrying it safely toward the light. Perhaps some lives are most visible in what they leave ready for others. Perhaps some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. And perhaps the last lamp was never only a lamp. It was a small, steady witness to bells, to doors, to fires, to footsteps, to forgotten hands, burning quietly until dawn no longer needed it, then disappearing, just as they did.